This world, everyone who turns 18 gets a chance to awaken as a planet lord and is forcibly teleported to the brutal battlefield of the stars. But in that interstellar world where the strong prey on the weak, humanity is universally as the weakest starting race. Almost every nation has abandoned the human identity, choosing alien races instead. Even the Dragon Nation, which once held the line for humanity, after one crushing defeat after another, and watching other nations rise through alien races, finally wavered completely. Across the entire nation, no one dared choose human anymore. But I, under the spotlight of millions, resolutely chose the human option. Right now, I stand on the awakening platform, my palm pressed against the awakening stone. A blue light envelops me. This is the mark of a C-class civilization, meaning our tech isn't even enough to break out of the home star. We can't even explore outer space yet. Many girls who like me feel disappointed. Please choose your racial preference. 1. Keep human. 2. Random, without hesitation. I pressed option 1, civilization level, C. Race locked, human. Civilization locked, Earth United Nations, the EUN. I frowned slightly. This start isn't what I wanted. In the stars, the EUN's ethos is xenophilia and egalitarianism. So, they not only accept disgusting aliens, but even define them as human. I hope this UN doesn't let me down, HMPH. Xingzhou totally lost this round. C-class plus human, this is a free win for the enemy. The Dragon Nation is hopeless. It's our Sakala Nation's Kajiru who's got it. Same C-class civilization. And he randomly got radiation cockroaches. The harsh whispers keep drilling into my ears. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. In my view, these people no longer deserve to be called human. Just then, a ding sounds in my mind. Suitable host detected. Fourth Calamity System loaded successfully. My eyes light up. With this, awakening any civilization no longer matters. Though the concept of the Fourth Calamity was later borrowed by countless web novels and online games, I knew full well. It was born in Stellaris as the Fourth Calamity. Even players who cheated with console commands were far more terrifying than the Swift Pack Demons, the Locked Spirit Worms, or any other calamity. Before I could check the system, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. Next up, Chushu, the school beauty of Jiangchengno, one high. Everyone was curious what level of civilization this stunning girl would awaken, and what race she'd be assigned. A golden light enveloped Chushu. That was the mark of an S-grade SG civilization. She was the first S-grade contestant in the national game. Dragon Nation is about to return to its peak. The entire Dragon Nation erupted. Sakala and Stick Nations were green with envy. Yet Chushu's face showed no joy at all. Instead, she turned deathly pale, her lips trembling, with the relief of one who'd narrowly escaped doom. I've been reborn. He stared at his own hands in astonishment, then looked around, his gaze landing precisely on me in the crowd. I could see the memories churning in his eyes. In the past life, after humanity joined the stellar community, he learned the leader was a classmate of his, so he led a fleet to meet them. Yet he watched a star go dark under the Colossus's gaze. The fleet never even sent a distress signal. Only at the end of his life did he understand. The calamity foretold in the stellar prophecy was always me. He looked at me, determination hidden in his eyes. This time, he had to cling to my coattails. Under the gaze of thousands, Chushu chose pure-blooded humanity without hesitation. Starting civilization, GS grade. Race locked, humanity, civilization locked. Human Federation. The arena erupted instantly. Dragon Nation was flooded with doubts. An SG civilization choosing humans? Isn't this just cutting off my own path? Random would be so much better. And I watch his choice, my eyes full of admiration. This is my highest recognition of him as a human being. Sakala and the others sneered, their faces blooming with delight. A great hand wasted. Given a chance, still can't seize it. But Chushu turned a deaf ear. His eyes were only on me. I know that 10 minutes after awakening, contestants will be teleported to the star cluster world. Planet lords scattered randomly across the vast galaxy. Harder than finding a needle in the ocean. Luckily, Chushu was reborn and knew my coordinates. But the early stage still takes a long time. And my development speed is extremely fast. Even if he grew strong, he might be eliminated by me as an enemy. After all, in my past life, with a C-class civilization, I could crush his S-class. He should know that in the past life, I wasn't targeting him. His death, to me, was perhaps just an accident I knew nothing about. Seeing there were still 5 minutes left, Chushu thought to himself, I must leave a deep impression on him right now, or I'll never get a chance to cling to his coattails. Chushu walked toward me resolutely. The eyes of the whole school followed him. A guy behind him even flattered himself, guessing he had a crush on him. Awakening Day always had such a tradition. so everyone assumed he was about to confess to his secret crush. He was in the same class as me. We had a good relationship before, relying on his future as a planet lord. He never cared about romance. But after rebirth, everything changed. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he blushed, stood on his tiptoes, and quickly pecked me on the lips. That was our first kiss. I was completely stunned. This scene instantly caused an uproar among all the live stream viewers. The screen flooded with shock and doubt. Most mocking me, a C-class civilization, not worthy of his S-class favor. The confession was just a try. But Chushu's next words sent the Dragon Nation into an uproar. Gu Xingzhou, I like you. I don't want to leave regrets. Now we're both planet lords. I'll send all my ships to find you, even across tens of billions of star systems. His gaze was firm, clearly resolved long ago. I was amazed by his persistence, blood burning like wildfire, and his words threw the Dragon Nation livestream into chaos. The crowd cursed him for letting love hold the nation back. Other nations gloated and mocked the Dragon Nation. Then two beams of white light descended. The teleport countdown began. Gu Xingzhou, you must wait for me. I'll write your name on my ship. Chushu said yes eagerly. I agreed, and the next second the white light faded. The teleport activated. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a study with eerie decor. A row of portraits hung on the wall. The bookshelves were packed with books, the kind of revolting tomes that make you sick. This was the capital of the Earth Federation Empire. Per the rules of the Dark Stars game, I was the new leader of the Earth Federation. The system prompt rang out. My starting planet was Earth, a C-class civilization. Population of 8 billion. Its ethos was actually xenophilia and egalitarianism. And the civilization wasn't even unified yet. The Xenophile faction held the cabinet. As for me, Zhou Jinmai, xenophilia only made me feel victory was impossible. Planetary evolution couldn't wait. Then the system had me choose a Calamity Ascension path. I chose the Star Sea Calamity without hesitation. The system said I would become a Calamity, at odds with the Star Sea. I could gain deterrence by destroying and enslaving civilizations, and exchange it for technology. The first choice also rewarded 1,000 deterrence points. This was exactly like the Stellaris game from my past life. It was the most efficient way to develop. I opened the Calamity shop. I looked at the exchangeable technologies. I immediately decided to redeem the Super Soldier Serum, the Philosopher King Aura, the Kinetic Pistol, and the Catastrophe Declaration. Total cost, 400 points of deterrence, 600 points remaining. A searing heat swept through my body. The Super Soldier Serum completed the enhancement in an instant. I clenched my fist, 10 times the limit of human strength, more than enough to crush those one-line-at-a-time types. The Philosopher King Aura took effect. My words now carried natural charisma and pressure. The Kinetic Pistol and the Catastrophe Declaration were ready as well. Someone came in. My voice was commanding. A pure-blood human attendant pushed the door open and entered. Convey my orders, convene an emergency meeting of all humanity immediately, and open a live broadcast to the whole world at the same time. This was my first public address as the leader of Earth Alliance. The attendant respectfully acknowledged and left. I walked slowly into the cabinet meeting room. Inside sat the top brass of Earth Alliance. Every single one of them was an alien wearing human skin. The sight filled me with disgust. The most conspicuous was Grand Marshal Arthas, an ugly ape over 2 meters tall. He held all military power of Earth Alliance. Chief Science Officer Weil was seated at the head. He barely maintained a human silhouette. His skin was translucent. You could see blue liquid flowing inside. His head was a full size larger than a normal person's. The lumps at his temples looked ready to burst at any moment. He was the product of hybridization with a soft-bodied alien. Yet he controlled all of Earth Alliance's research resources. Elena, though she kept a pure-blood human appearance, her eyes showed nothing but utter acceptance of the status quo. Leader, say what you need to say, quickly. I've bred a new race. My schedule is packed. Weil spoke first. His voice was low and hoarse. His gaze was full of scrutiny and contempt. In his eyes, I was nothing but a figurehead. This matter was delicate. Viewers from all countries flooded into my live stream. A C-class civilization like mine could break out, all thanks to the actions of Chushu, that S-class civilization contestant. But the comments were full of mockery, saying that Chushu and I are both idiots. Choosing humanity will eventually be sidelined by the Alliance. Even mocking that Chushu sending warships to find me was overkill. The Dragon Nation livestream atmosphere grew even more somber. Some said I'd hold Chushu back, declaring outright that the Dragon Nation had no hope this round. In the meeting room, Grand Marshal Arthas suddenly proposed the leader should set an example and choose a spouse from the new humans. Shut up, I cut in coldly. I haven't even declared the meeting open. Who gave you the right to speak? Arthas's face darkened. his eyes glaring at me with fierce intensity. The live stream exploded instantly. All of it criticism, saying I had no military power yet still tried to show off, and would die an ugly death sooner or later. I ignored Arthas, facing the livestream camera. Before convening the full assembly of humanity, let's first clarify what a human is. Will looked at me with an absurd expression. Leader, we are all humans. Isn't that obvious? You are not. You are just an ugly, disgusting alien. I corrected calmly. The meeting room atmosphere froze instantly. The blue fluid beneath Will's skin surged rapidly. Clearly furious, Elena quoted your remarks. Violating the Earth United Nations Charter. Anyone who embraces the Earth Alliance values and acknowledges themselves as human, regardless of genetics, is a member of humanity. Will also stood up. The lump at his temple throbbed eerily. Your words are a desecration of the Alliance's founding spirit. You must retract them and apologize. Arthas rose to his full height of over 2 meters, his face covered in thick fur, snout protruding like a star. So you're just a genetic purist. In these 20 years, I've dealt with 100 extremists like you, and none of them ended well. He spread his coarse, hairy hand and clenched it suddenly. The mockery in the live stream grew even worse, saying I was courting death by challenging those in power, to naive, saying I was the biggest joke of this year's National Fortune game. The Dragon Nation's livestream was filled with sighs of despair. No one believed I could change the situation. The council factions were drawing attention. The finance minister, the deputy, an insectoid, the education minister, and other high officials all rose to their feet, denouncing me, demanding my removal, citing the Constitution and egalitarianism, painting me as an extremist. Facing the overwhelming accusations, I remained calm throughout, waiting until they finished before speaking slowly. Constitutional equality and contribution. Our ancestors took millions of years to evolve into humans. You hybrid beasts are not worthy of equality with us. You've bred even more disgusting things. And you dare to lecture us on contribution. Will was trembling all over. I turned to the live stream camera. The Calamity Declaration activated instantly. An invisible force pierced through the screen. I know some pure-blood humans were forced into silence, labeled as extremists and backward elements. But today I will say this. You cannot tolerate these monsters. We cannot coexist with them. It's time to redefine what it means to be human. These words ignited countless people. The pure blood guards in the corridor raised their heads. Silent veterans' eyes reddened. Women forced into marriage with aliens stopped in their tracks. Engineers who refused genetic modification clenched their fists. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, a few began to speak up for me. Arthas sneered, "You're challenging the entire Earth Alliance order, with nothing but a figurehead, no army, no leverage. Those pure-blood humans were tamed long ago. Your words are useless. Cooperate and negotiate, and I'll give you a dignified exit. Otherwise, you know how I deal with extremists." The corner of my mouth curled up. What a coincidence. I'm an expert at cleaning up extremists. The moment I finished speaking, my right hand reached into my coat and pulled out a kinetic pistol. Without hesitation, aimed at Arthas's gaunt face. He still tried to sneer, but the hypervelocity bullet had already pierced his skull. With a bang, his head exploded into pieces. His massive body crashed down, shaking the conference room. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Will was the first to react, screaming for the guards. Fully armed guards rushed in, but I took them out 10 times faster. I faced the camera again. The Calamity Declaration reached its peak. People of Earth, you saw it clearly. These mongrels can feel fear, and they can die from this moment on. The Earth Alliance is renamed the Human Federation. In the name of the leader, I issue the first decree, the extermination hunt. All aliens are the enemy. Every pure-blooded human, take up arms. Kill every alien beside you. For humanity. For humanity. The Federation War had raged for a day. The pure-blooded humans of the Earth Union finally awakened. Genes stirring. Blood calling out. In a factory in the East Asian Union Zone, an old engineer, exploited by the alien overseers for 15 years, grabbed a wrench and smashed it into the insectoid overseer. "Boss, I've had enough of you bastards." As blood splattered, the pure-blooded workers across the entire workshop erupted, using anything they could find to vent their pent-up rage on the alien overseers. In the military camp of the North American Union Zone, the marginalized pure-blooded soldiers, for the first time, aimed their guns at the aliens. A barrage of gunfire rang out. Those swaggering mongrels screamed and fell amid the hail of bullets. "Kill these beasts?" Cries for the Human Federation echoed through the camp. At that moment, the entire Earth was ablaze. In live streams across every nation, doubts rose one after another. Some sneered that Xingzhou was only good at speeches. This is sending pure-blood humans to their deaths. He's still in the meeting room. A line of soldiers, one by one. He'll be beheaded sooner or later. Dragon Kingdom's contestants are as disappointing as ever. But the calm in Dragon Kingdom's official livestream. Completely reversed. Xingzhou is a real man. He dares to say what we dare not. At least he stepped up. What right do you have to mock him? Many who once mocked me fell silent. They too despise the line. It's just that reality wore down their edges. And I took that step for them. Inside the meeting room, Chief Science Officer Weil screamed in terror as soldiers of the line lunged at him. Though he was a science officer, his hybrid body's strength far exceeded pure-blood humans. Add in a host of high-ranking line officials. In his eyes, I merely got lucky with a sneak move. In a head-on fight, I'd surely die. But he didn't know my figure moved like a ghost. The line members couldn't react at all. Bang, 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 the finance minister fell. Ministers and other high-ranking line officials dropped one after another. Every shot was a precise headshot. While trembled all over, his blue bodily fluids nearly froze. No, impossible. You're just an ordinary human. I didn't answer. One shot pierced through his head. The newly dispatched pure-blood human from Wuxin, Secretary of State Elena, collapsed to the ground, crying and pleading. Leader, sir, I'm also a pure-blood human. I looked down at her, my gaze ice cold. From the moment you sided with them, you stopped being human. The gunshot rang out. Her body fell into a pool of blood. The meeting room doors burst open. Fully armed line soldiers rushed in. What greeted them were the high-speed bullets of kinetic pistols. I weave through the crowd. My trigger finger moves faster than the time it takes to aim. In under 30 seconds, every intruder is taken down. I stand in the middle of the blood. Without flinching, Lan Xin's livestream erupts. How is he this fast? That's not a speed a human could have. That gun's power is astonishing. It seems to have endless bullets. No wonder Chushu chose him. Inside a meeting room in the Dragon Nation, several senior officers are reviewing my file. Their faces full of confusion. The old chief asks, have you found out where his power comes from? The intelligence officer shakes his head. Orphan background. Average grades. No special connections or history. And his gun far exceeds the current tech of the Earth Alliance. Everyone falls silent. My rise was too sudden. As if I'd been hiding my strength from the start. The war in the Star Cluster world lasted a year. 1 day on Blue Star equals 1 year in the Star Cluster. Viewers watched the entire war in a single day. A war that changed Earth's fate. The rebels were strong in combat, but most of them were half-witted. They fell back before the united pure-blood humans. I led the charge myself, taking one military base after another, even using nuclear strikes to cleanse the ground. I was that banner, making every pure-blood human willing to die. A year later, the war ended. I stood in the capital square of the Human Federation, declaring a glorious new beginning. Of the 8 billion people, only 2 billion pure-blood humans remain. 2 billion comrades sacrificed. 4 billion hybrids turned to ash. Live streams across nations raised doubts again. 2 billion killed. 4 billion severed like a main artery. How can 2 billion people develop? Strategic vision, 0. But viewers in the Dragon Nation's livestream fought back fiercely. Those who survived are all elites. United in heart, that's efficiency. Fewer people means we can have more children. The key is purity, no internal strife. Winning a kingdom is easy, but keeping it is hard. Within the Human Federation, discordant voices soon emerged. Some survivors questioned my radical methods, saying 2 billion people died in vain. How are you different from a war criminal? Li Zhang also jumped out claiming that reform is the true path. Lan Xin's livestream seized the chance to stir things up. The atmosphere in the Dragon Nation stream turned tense, facing the criticism. I did something no one expected. I launched an anonymous survey, open to all citizens, with only one question: are we war criminals? The options were only yes or no. Many, emboldened by anonymity and their war records, boldly voiced their doubts about the war. The results came in quickly. 99.99% said no. Only 200,000 said yes. The Blue Star audience was quite disappointed, crying that the survey was unfair. And my next decision shocked everyone. I locked onto the list, arrested them all, not executed, but kept as labor. Once the order was given, the army, fresh from war, executed with astonishing efficiency. In under 3 hours, all 200,000 were detained. Those who resisted were shot on the spot. Those shouting about free speech got their heads blown off. Those crying they were pure-blooded humans only received cold handcuffs. The Blue Star stream completely exploded, calling Xingzhou a tyrant, accusing him of entrapment and abuse of power. Wrong Nation viewers immediately countered that mercy has no place in command. These rats must not ruin the bigger picture. I went live globally once again, standing at the highest point of the capital square, with the Human Federation flag behind me. The survey results were excellent. Our ranks are pure. Remember, only the defeated are called war criminals. As for those who think they are war criminals, I have arrested them to atone. It was their own request. Criminals deserve punishment. Perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Since they insist on calling themselves war criminals, then let them atone in that capacity. I'll grant them that. Doubts still echoed in live streams across Langshan nations, but many were already wavering. Xingzhou has no proof why call them war criminals. Since they've confessed, we can't just let war criminals roam free. Having addressed the war criminal matter, my expression turned suddenly grave. Next, I have something far more important to announce. I drew a document from my chest and raised it high. The new Human Federation Constitution takes full effect from this moment onward. My voice thundered across the square like a clap of thunder. Article 1. Humanity stands supreme. All laws must uphold this fundamental principle. Any act against the interests of the Human Federation shall face the harshest punishment. Any separatist force shall be utterly eradicated. The interests of the Human Federation come above all else. Glory shall never fade. I solemnly swear that I will devote my life to defending the Human Federation, guarding the flame of humanity's continuation. From the abyss of the Pacific to the edge of the galaxy today, we begin. Until death, we do not rest, as the words fell. The cheers of 2 billion humans rose like a tidal wave. Today we begin. Until death, we do not rest. The cry of humanity stands supreme pierced the clouds in Langshan. The live stream erupted completely. Some stood up excitedly in agreement, while others keenly noticed. Chushu's civilization was also called the Human Federation. Xingzhou was responding to him. A mutual bond, how heartwarming. The speech in the new world continued. I looked at the fervent crowd below. My voice grew even more impassioned. My fellow people, victory in war is only a new beginning. I know you worrying the post-war ruins are hard to overcome. The road to rebuilding is arduous. Many in the crowd lowered their heads though war was won. Earth's infrastructure was nearly destroyed. 2 billion people rebuilding from ruins seemed nearly impossible. I shifted my tone, raised my hand and pointed to the sky. Don't stare at the ruins before you. Look up at this starry sky. Beyond Earth lies the vast Milky Way. Countless star systems, planets and resources. They may be far away, but I dream. In just 1 year, we will break out of Jupiter. The blue star livestream exploded instantly. Doubts rose one after another. A C-class civilization breaking out of Jupiter in a year. Are you crazy? That's just a paintbrush. They can't even build a rocket. Even the Dragon Nation viewers supporting me could hardly believe this absurd promise. I continued. The ruins of Earth can recover slowly on their own. No need to wait for reconstruction before developing. The entire galaxy is our resource bank. In a year, we'll mine the asteroid belt, establish colonies on other planets, use interstellar trade to get everything we need. Earth is just the starting point, not the end. Citizens of the Human Federation, our journey is the stars and the sea, the entire universe. One day, the Human Federation's flag will fly across the galaxy. The roar of 2 billion people merged into a torrent again. Everyone forgot the pain of war, their eyes only on the stars and the sea. After the speech ended, I returned to my office and opened the Fourth Calamity System. Current deterrence, 5,600 points. After clearing one end, I unlocked the Evolver achievement. Reward, 5,000 points of deterrence. Calamity level and shop both upgraded to Tier 2. Tier 1 items, even at 50% off. I immediately exchanged for the research escort frigate and the engineering ship blueprints, costing 500 points. Remaining deterrence, 4,100 points. These three are the foundation of interstellar fame. Chushu's S-class civilization had them from the start, while we C-class ones were originally out of reach. The Tier to shop added blue laser emitter blueprints, plus research speed, and a 20% shipbuilding speed buff. I exchanged for all three without hesitation, spending 2,500 points, 1,600 points remaining. You see, blue laser normally takes over a decade to develop. I skipped that step entirely. Even better, the shop unlocked a resource exchange feature, meaning I could trade for alloys matching the units. Energy credits and resources would appear through plausible means, like tech breakthroughs or mineral discoveries. I exchanged 1,000 points for alloys, 200 points for energy credits, 100 points for minerals, and 100 for food. That cost 1,400 points, leaving to 100. I knew full well the tech that came with the resources, like wild chain agriculture, was still the foundation of civilization. This was both a system loophole and a blessing. Back on Blue Star, one day there equals 1 year in the cluster. The next morning, a single post set the internet ablaze. A netizen who stayed up watching the stream gasped. Xingzhou built a science ship in just half a year, inside the new harbor shipyard of the Star World. The Human Federation's first science ship, the Pioneer. hovered silently above the anti-gravity platform. This shipyard, rebuilt from the ruins, was witnessing a miracle. From blueprint to finished product, took only 6 months. After all, under my policies, 2 billion people, all mobilized. On the observation deck outside the ship hull gathered tens of thousands of human Federation citizens, tears in their eyes, gazing at the pioneer, the bearer of humanity's hope. Today was her maiden voyage. The hangar dome slowly opened. The deep starry sky came into view. Just as the crowd cheered, I spoke up, saying I would personally board for the maiden voyage. The scene fell dead silent. The chief scientist objected first. Leader, you cannot. Though the science ship passed ground tests, real flight still holds surprises. You are the spiritual pillar of 2 billion people. You cannot take that risk. Let the astronauts go instead. Other officials chimed in to dissuade me. I waved my hand to cut them off, because I'm the leader. I have to be the one to do it personally. A year ago, I told you to take up arms and cleanse one side. You did it. Now I'm asking you to believe humanity can break free of its cradle. So I have to lead by example. If I don't even dare to board the ship, why should you believe it's safe? Believe that humanity's future lies in the stars. Those words left everyone speechless. I turned and strode toward the boarding ramp. Lan Xin's livestream drew in hundreds of millions of viewers. Some marveled at my boldness. Others from Sakala country and Stick country mocked it as a stunt, certain the ship would fail. I stepped onto the Pioneer's hatch. The rumble of the engines warming up came through. I gave the order for the Pioneer to prepare for liftoff. The countdown from mission control echoed through the ship. Outside, people clenched their fists. 3, 2, 1, a liftoff. The Pioneer's engines erupted in a blinding blue light. It shot into the sky as a streak of silver, breaking through the atmosphere into space. I stood at the viewport, watching the blue Earth shrink behind me. Ahead lay endless stars. In my past life, I conquered the galaxy through a screen. Now, being here in person, I couldn't help but feel thrilled. Mission Control's excited voice came through the comms. Leader, all systems are normal. The Pioneer's maiden voyage is a complete success. I announced to the world, the Human Federation has officially entered the interstellar age. The next second, Earth's roaring cheers seemed to reach the ship itself. The Dragon Country livestream completely exploded. Everyone marveled at the incredible speed of rising from C-class fame to spaceflight in just half a year. Meanwhile, in Sakala country and Stick country streams, only disbelief and feeble excuses remained. I flew the Pioneer around Earth once, then landed. Outside the hatch, cheers crashed like waves. I shouted to the crowd, this is just the beginning. We're going to build more research ships, frigates, and engineering vessels to explore the galaxy, defending our homeland, harvesting resources. Humanity's Federation journey has only just begun. Then the system announced an achievement update. First time piloting a ship out of the home star. Reward, 1,000 deterrence points. 1,200 remaining. I frowned slightly. This reward is merely symbolic. Seems purification is the faster route. Saving the galaxy can't wait. Over the next 6 months, the Federation shipyards ran at full capacity, with boosted ship and research speed, plus the resource packs I purchased. Science ships, frigates, and engineering ships rolled off the line. Radar and communications tech broke through rapidly, stunning the Langson viewers. Other nations were still studying rockets. We'd been mass-producing space warships for a year. The deadline arrived. The Federation had 3 science ships, 10 frigates, and 3 engineering ships. Our build speed dwarfed the Egyptian civilization. Only Chushu from the SG Start could rival me. But every ship she built had my name carved on it. A total show-off. The Pioneer set off exploring the day after its maiden flight. 6 months later, great news, a mineral-rich planet found. Rare or reserves over 10 times Earth's. I named it Mineral Planet 1. Explaining, in the future we'll have hundreds, thousands of mining worlds. Simple names cut down scientists' workload. Everyone was impressed. But soon the Pioneer sent back more news. Signs of intelligent life on Xingzhou. Viewers from all nations in the Langson stream buzzed with debate. Some guessed I'd face a powerful foe. I ordered the Pioneer's footage broadcast live worldwide. The images showed twisted, distorted structures on Xingzhou's surface. The camera zoomed in, revealing a group of creatures covered in cracked rock. Ugly humanoid stone beings. The entire Federation was outraged. In the stream, someone recognized them as the B-tier player from the Stick Kingdom. Dagon's stone race. Immense strength and rapid regeneration. A natural-born war machine. The Stick Kingdom's livestream erupted in cheers. They gloated, thinking I couldn't take innovation. Many in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were worried too, fearing heavy casualties in ground combat. He'd worked so hard to get this far. He finally had a chance to clash with the seeded players. I was really afraid he'd act rashly. Even if he could win, the cost would be far too great. 2 billion people isn't many to begin with if we lost a massive number of soldiers. The stellar event. Capital of the Human Federation. Xingzhou deliberately broadcast this meeting worldwide, also to keep stirring up public emotion. He stood at the center of the meeting room. His gaze swept over every member. Then he faced the live camera. Fellow citizens, you've all seen it. Xingzhou's voice was steady and powerful. The first mining planet we discovered is inhabited by hideous aliens, though this disappoints us. But his tone suddenly rose. Don't lose heart. I firmly believe that in this vast galaxy, we are absolutely not the only humans. In some corner of the galaxy, there must be other human civilizations. They may be waiting for us right now. One day, we will meet and unite to strengthen our human federation. Let the banner of the Human Federation plant itself in every corner of the galaxy. Xingzhou's voice was like thunder, firing up every citizen of the Human Federation. But you've also seen, this galaxy is already rotten to the core. Disgusting aliens are everywhere. They're ugly and twisted, despicable to behold. And our human brothers and sisters may very well be just like we once were, living in misery and suffering, oppressed by these aliens, enslaved by these aliens. They're waiting for us, waiting for the Human Federation to liberate them. So to protect our fellow beings, we must never let these aliens develop. Never let them run rampant across the galaxy, bullying our fellow beings. For humanity, to protect our human brothers and sisters across the galaxy, we must evolve at all costs. Our fellow beings will not stand with me. Cleanse the enemy. Defend the galaxy. There is no time to waste. We are the righteous Galactic Guard. Our mission is glorious. Our future is bright. I hereby declare the purification plan for Mining Star 1 officially begins now. Xingzhou's voice spread across humanity like a divine decree. This rousing speech ignited the entire Human Federation in an instant. The leader is right. We must protect our human brothers across the galaxy. Evolve and advance. Defend the galaxy. I want to sign up for battle. Count me in. The sons of the Federation never fear battle. Those who lived through the brutal war a year ago cannot bear the existence of these aliens for even a moment. The xenomorphs on Earth back then already disgusted them to the core. Now seeing so many ugly alien creatures out in the galaxy, their rage is practically boiling over. Lanshin's live stream. Dragon Nation viewers were also deeply inspired by Xingzhou's speech. Got to say, Xingzhou is truly a born orator. He's so good at it, every time I hear him speak my blood boils. Now that's the charm of a leader. I wish I could travel there and join the Human Federation. Even though I know he's stirring up the masses, I'm still convinced. Defend the galaxy. No time to waste. This slogan is so hype. But the Stick Nation was full of sneers and mockery. Smooth talker. That's just sophistry. Merely to find a pretext for starting a war with a high-sounding excuse. What Galactic TV? Even he himself probably wouldn't believe it. This galaxy has many kind aliens, like our big brother Stone Man. Why does Xingzhou claim they're a threat? Hurry up and start the war. I want to see how their ground forces can possibly fight our Stone Man brothers. Just wait and watch Xingzhou hit a wall. After the Stars event speech ended, the live stream wasn't shut off. Xingzhou's cabinet meetings were mostly open to the public. This was both his confidence and a way to build public trust in the government. Now the cabinet members gathered together and began discussing the specific battle plans. The newly appointed Grand Marshal was a seasoned veteran of middle age. He had performed brilliantly in the war a year ago, utterly loyal and deeply trusted by Xingzhou. Leader, based on data sent back by the Pioneer, the number of stone men on Mining Planet 1 is about 5 billion. The Grand Marshal pulled up a holographic projection, displaying detailed information about the mining planet. Their technology is lower than ours. They haven't even reached Jupiter yet. But his expression turned grave. The stone men's physical strength is extremely formidable. What's trickier is their rapid regeneration ability. Damage from ordinary firearms heals within seconds. If we engage in ground combat, our soldiers will suffer massive casualties. So I suggest, the Grand Marshal looked at Gu Xingzhou. We need to develop specialized weapons, specifically targeting these stone men. Although our soldiers are brave and unafraid of death, we still need to minimize casualties as much as possible. The other cabinet members nodded in agreement. The Grand Marshal is right. We must develop specialized weapons. The stone men's regeneration is too absurd. Conventional weapons simply aren't enough. The estimated development time is 3 to 6 months. But Gu Xingzhou simply waved his hand, cutting off their discussion. Not reduce it. His voice was stern and resolute this time. My requirement is that not a single person on Spirit King dies. The moment he said this, the entire meeting room fell silent. The Grand Marshal paused for a moment, then said with a bitter smile, "Leader, I understand your care for the people. But 0 casualties on Spirit King is nearly impossible. We do have escort frigates, but to fully take this mining core, we still need to deploy ground forces. Once we deploy ground forces, casualties are unavoidable. Those stone men may be technologically backward, but their close combat ability is far too strong. Our soldiers." The other members also felt this was unrealistic. "Leader, we understand your intentions. But war is war. Bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Yes, unless we don't send ground troops. Otherwise, 0 casualties on Spirit King is simply impossible. But without ground troops, how can we occupy the mining planet?" Everyone spoke one after another, all feeling Gu Xingzhou's demand was too idealistic. In Lan Xin's livestream, the Stick Country was mocking wildly. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is Gu Xingzhou of Spirit King dreaming? The stone men's regeneration is no joke. Even if blown to pieces, as long as the core remains, they can regrow after a while." The Dragon Country livestream also felt Gu Hangzhou's idea was good, but 0 casualties on Spirit King was indeed unrealistic. Yet just as everyone was doubting, Gu Xingzhou slowly spoke up. "Who said I was sending ground troops? Chapter 10, Orbital Bombardment. No. We call it High Orbit." The Stick Country broke down. Gu Xingzhou's words stunned everyone. The Grand Marshal asked in confusion, "Leader, if we don't send ground troops, then how do we take the mining planet?" "Of course, with the escort frigates," Gu Xingzhou said. The Grand Marshal of the escort fleet hesitated for a moment. "But leader, although the escort fleet's firepower is powerful, to completely eliminate 5 billion warhead people would require a massive amount of energy. The supply line is too long. Energy isn't just a big problem. And the stone people have regenerative abilities. Cannon bombardment is far too inefficient." The Langston Stick Kingdom livestream, haha. I thought they'd have some brilliant insight. But that's it, just bombarding with escort ships. I'm dying of laughter. The stone people have rapid regenerative abilities. Even if blown to pieces, as long as their core remains, they can heal back together within hours. The escort fleet's energy is limited. Are we supposed to keep bombing until the energy runs out? By then, the Torture Week won't even have energy left to retreat. Our big brother Appa stone people are invincible on land. Inside the Star Cluster event conference room, we don't need to blow up all 5 billion. Gu Xingzhou shook his head, interrupting the Grand Marshal. We just need to blast them until they lose the ability to resist. He pulled up the holographic projection of Xingzhou, pointing at the stone people's settlement in the New Chess district. Concentrate fire on their military facilities, power facilities, scientific facilities. Residential areas don't need precision strikes. No need to worrying about collateral damage. Conduct saturation bombing directly from orbit. Level all their buildings to the ground. Destroy the very foundation of their civilization. Losing their cities, losing their tools, losing all their civilized infrastructure. They'd just be a pile of moving rocks. They can never organize effective resistance again. Remember what I say today. This is also the first lesson I'm teaching you today. His gaze swept across all the members. His voice was authoritative and powerful. Before any action, first, we must learn to define things. Let me ask you again. What are they? Gu Xingzhou pointed at the holographic projection. Those ugly stone men, he asked. The stone man Grand Marshal answered, not very confidently, no. You're wrong, Gu Xingzhou shook his head. His tone was resolute. They no longer deserve to be called people. They are stones and they are ore. Rare ore with regenerative properties. They feed on raw ore. Through the core's effect, they refine themselves into rare ore of extremely high purity, so pure it needs no complex processing. For easy counting, each of these stones, I call 1 unit of ore. So this planet has 5 billion ready-made, no complex processing needed units of rare ore. So their most accurate definition is small-scale or refining equipment. That is the main value of Mine Core 1. Gu Xingzhou's words stunned everyone. They had never thought of it from this angle. So I ask you once more, facing 51 units of rare ore, what's the point of sending in ground troops? Mining while causing casualties. Isn't that absurd? Gu Xingzhou's counter-question made the Grand Marshal fully understand. The leader means ... that's right. Gu Xingzhou nodded. We don't need to extract all 51 units of ore at once. Send frigates to bombard as needed, with engineering ships to mine. Keep these rare ores around. They'll keep refining rare ore for us. That saves the risk and investment of building refineries there. We just need more targeted engineering ships. This is the second lesson I give you today. I call it efficiency. Gu Xingzhou said. The leader is wise. I was too dull. The Grand Marshal and the cabinet members felt enlightened. The citizens of the Human Federation watching the live stream also praised the leader's wisdom. In Lan Xin's live stream, the Dragonbone viewers went wild 666. This is incredibly efficient. That move was absolutely brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Gu Hangzhou's thinking is just insane. Defining the stone men as ore refining equipment. Yeah, the value of this mine Heart 1 is the ore. Mining while causing casualties is indeed putting the cart before the horse. Learned. Now that's a dimensional strike. Winning from the definition itself. These stone men will probably spend the rest of their lives in despair. Resistance is useless, because they can't reach the ships. When hungry, they have to eat stones. After eating, they serve as refining equipment for Gu Xingzhou. Eat up, then head out to be mined. Damn, this is an infinite loop. Brutal, but I love it. Now that's maximizing resource utilization. But the atmosphere in the Korean livestream completely shifted. They were gloating at first, but after hearing Gu Xingzhou's plan, they were all stunned. This actually seems feasible. And terrifyingly efficient. Aish, how can he do this? Stone men are people too. They're intelligent beings. Gu Xingzhou is a war criminal through and through. A war criminal with no humanity. He's just wrapping his evil deeds in a cloak of righteousness. Too cruel. Too inhumane. We strongly condemn such behavior. But Dragon Nation viewers immediately fired back. First, Gu Xingzhou hasn't lost the war, so he's not a war criminal. Second, these stones aren't people, so there's no humanity issue here. Gu Hangzhou already made it very clear. They are ore, rare minerals with regenerative properties. Does mining require humanitarianism? When you go dig coal, do you talk about humanitarianism? 666. They've mastered Gu Xingzhou's essence. The Korean viewers are fuming. You guys are pure gangster logic. Humph, just you wait. Our stick country still has a rank fighters. Sooner or later, we'll avenge Appa Dagon. And when that day comes, you'll see what true strength really means. But the Dragon Country audience couldn't care less about these threats. A rank, hilarious. Gu Xingzhou's rate of growth already crushes ordinary ranks. And Chushu is famous as an S rank. He's leading his fleet to find Gu Xingzhou right now. Once they join forces, your rank fighters won't mean a thing. The Star Cluster Incident. The operation against Mining Star 1 launched swiftly. 10 frigates formed the fleet, guided by the Vanguard. They set out with 3 engineering ships. Arrived at Mining Star 1's orbit 3 months later. The engineering ships then brought back the first batch of rare ores, possessing solid origin properties. These ores would undoubtedly become new material for ship armor. Gu Xingzhou watched those engineering ships return fully loaded. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. At the same time, the system's chime rang out, ding. Calamity achievement completed, first conquest and enslavement. Trampling an alien civilization. Reward, 10,000 points of deterrence. Current deterrence, 11,000 to 100 points. Calamity level raised to Tier 3. Calamity Shop upgraded to Tier 3. Tier 1 Shop. Tier 2 Shop items all discounted to 50% off. Tier 1 Shop. Tier 2 Shop. Tier 3 Shop gains a random refresh feature. Indeed, Conquest is far more efficient. Xingzhou remarked. The Tier 1 Shop, on top of its original price, dropped another 50%. It's almost rock bottom now. The racial gene template that used to cost 1,000 points now only costs 250 points. And you can also spend deterrence to randomly refresh items of the same tier. Tier 1 Shop only costs 100 points per refresh. Tier 2. Tier 3 Shop follows the same pattern. But he wasn't in a hurry to refresh the lower tier shops. Instead, he opened the Tier 3 Calamity Shop first. Tier 3 Calamity Mall unlocked. New items added as follows. Star Base Blueprint, 5,000 points. A large space station built within a star system. Can serve as a fleet supply point, shipyard, research center, and more. A key milestone for a civilization heading to the stars. Xingzhou saw this blueprint. His eyes lit up instantly. Starbase. This is something S-class civilizations have from the very start. With a starbase, the Human Federation's development speed will grow exponentially. Not only can we set up supply points near Mining Planet 1, we can also greatly boost shipbuilding efficiency. More importantly, with a starbase, the Human Federation can establish strongholds across multiple galaxies in the Milky Way. That's a true interstellar empire. System, redeem the Starbase Blueprint. Redemption successful. Consumed 5,000 points of deterrence. Remaining deterrence, 6,200 points. Starbase Blueprint delivered. It's time to plant the Human Federation's flag across the entire galaxy. Chapter 11, Pure Genetic Ascent. We will define success ourselves. After buying the Starbase Blueprint, Xingzhou continued browsing the Tier 3 Calamity Mall. Tier 3 Calamity Mall. Disruptor Cannon Technology, 1,000 points, fires high-energy beams. Can simultaneously weaken and break the molecular bonds of target atoms. Can penetrate shields and armor, dealing devastating damage directly to enemy hulls and crew. Ion Cannon Turret Blueprint, 1,000 points, a large weapon system for star-based defense. Cruiser Blueprint, 5,000 points. Large Antimatter Missile, 1,000 points. Destroyer Torpedo, 1,000 points. Large Energy Deflection Shield, 1,000 points. Large Reinforced Steel Armor, 1,000 points. Plasma Thruster, 1,000 points. Advanced Combat Computer Technology, 1,000 points. Research Speed plus 30%, 1,000 points. So Xingzhou's attention settled on the Disintegrator Cannon technology. This is the real divine weapon. In the game Stellaris, the Disintegrator Cannon is a top-tier weapon, only researchable in the mid to late game. Its most broken aspect is ignoring shields, ignoring armor. Normal energy weapons and kinetic weapons must first break through shields, then pierce armor. Only then can they damage the hull. But the Disintegrator Cannon is different. The high energy beams it fires can directly break molecular bonds, essentially destroying the target at the microscopic level. Shields are useless. Armor is useless. Once hit by a Disintegrator Cannon, the hull begins to collapse from within. As long as this tech appears, you're basically invincible in the early game. You can use it on frigates while mass-producing cruisers. And that Lee family, the Ion Cannon turret, isn't an early game tech either. With those civilizations that just equipped red laser frigates, they come and they die. System, exchange for Disintegrator Cannon technology. Uncondensed Cannon turret blueprints. And research speed plus 30%. Xingzhou didn't hesitate. The value of this research speed is beyond imagination. At the current rate, if the Catastrophe Mall keeps upgrading, it'll add even more bonuses. Exchange successful. Consumed 3,000 deterrence points. Remaining deterrence, 3,200 points. Then he opened the Catastrophe Mall again. Species Gene Template, all for 250 points. At this price, it's worth grabbing. Now that the population is thriving, it's time to start the Gene Ascension plan. System, exchange for Species Gene Template. Exchange successful. Consumed 150 deterrence points. Remaining deterrence to 1,950 points. The racial gene template has been distributed. The Human Federation has unlocked the genetic ascension path. As for the other armor and shield technologies, Xingzhou hasn't purchased them for now. In the early game, offense is the best defense. Just rush the leaderboard and we're done. Besides, these technologies will go on sale eventually. No need to rush. We need to keep some deterrent power just in case. If something unexpected happens, we can respond quickly. The Human Federation entered a frenzy of construction. The construction of the first star base officially began, with priority given to building ion cannon turrets. With a star base in place, the Human Federation can establish a firm foothold in this star system. Meanwhile, the research team began studying the disintegration technology. The complexity of this technology far exceeds any previous weapon. But thanks to the 30% research speed bonus and the technical data provided by the system, development progress far exceeded expectations. The blueprints for a new batch of frigates were also being revised simultaneously. All newly built frigates will be equipped with disintegration cannon weapon systems. Of course, all of this requires massive amounts of resources. Alloys, energy credits, rare ores, every single one is an astronomical figure. Fortunately, Mining Core 1 keeps supplying them endlessly. Rare ores with restorative properties. Plus, Xingzhou can purchase them through deterrent power. At the capital of the Human Federation, Chief Scientist Shen Yue quickly walked into Xingzhou's office. She is a young, beautiful girl, looking no older than her early 20s. She is one of the top geniuses. During the war a year ago, she displayed astonishing scientific research abilities. After the war, she was promoted ahead of schedule to Chief Scientist, leading and coordinating all research projects of the Human Federation. Clearly, this was the result of the System Mall's influence. She saluted the leader, then respectfully handed over a report. The research on the rare ore from Mining Core 1 has made a breakthrough. We have successfully managed to study this ore with restorative properties. It was applied to ship armor. We call it regenerative armor technology. As long as the damage isn't too severe, the ship's armor can recover automatically. This means, even if our frigates take damage in battle, they can restore combat capability in a short time, and maintenance costs will drop significantly. The fleet's sustained combat capability will see a qualitative leap, Shen Yue said excitedly. Well done. Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. Leader, there's one more thing. While communicating with the research team, I discovered a problem. He hesitated a bit, but still reported honestly. The recent Innovation 1 incident has made many humans feel unconfident in their own strength. Although we solved the problem with orbital bombardment, many people are starting to question if we truly need to fight on the ground. Can we defeat those powerful alien races? Especially some members of the research team. After seeing the physical prowess of the core beings, they began to doubt humanity's evolutionary potential. Perhaps in the future there will be races even stronger than them. Although the Human Federation is advancing rapidly in technology, in terms of physical capability, pure-blooded humans indeed have no advantage. Winning the war a year ago was more about unity, discipline, and Xingzhou's extraordinary abilities. But most people don't have such power. If we truly face a situation requiring hand-to-hand combat, you're very perceptive. In fact, I'm about to launch a plan. What plan? Shen Yue asked with eager anticipation. I've always believed leaving our evolutionary path entirely to nature is an inefficient and slow approach. Why not achieve biological evolution in one step and ascend like immortals? Natural evolution has always been. It can only be described with one simple and crude word: failure. Countless species went extinct over the long course of evolution. Only a rare few survived by sheer luck. And even those that survived were full of flaws. Disease, aging, death, these are all the failed products of natural evolution. Now, we will define success ourselves. It's time to break the golden shackles within us. Xingzhou said seriously. Gene Institute ... You mean genetic modification, leader? Could this turn us humans into those strange races? Shen Yu's eyes widened. His voice trembled slightly. His concern was not without reason. As chief scientist, he knew the risks of genetic modification better than anyone. One small mistake could lead to genetic collapse, or even mutation into a completely different species. History has too many such examples. The former Dilian were exactly like that. Through crossbreeding and genetic modification, they became an ugly race that was neither one thing nor another. Gu Xingzhou saw his concern, smiled, and shook his head. Don't worry, we won't crossbreed any alien genes. That is an unbreakable red line. What I'm talking about is genetic purification, based on pure human stock, taking the purest path of genetic ascension. Gu Xingzhou's stance was firm. Only then did Shen Yue breathe a sigh of relief, and the light returned to his eyes. I understand. Leader, rest assured, entrust this task to me. I will definitely develop the purest genetic purification plan. His voice was full of drive. As chief scientist, to participate in a project that changes human history was the greatest honor of his life. Gu Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. He didn't need to participate in the design, because these design blueprints would be reasonably handed to these geniuses. This conversation spread across all of Blue Star through a live broadcast, instantly sparking heated discussion. Sakala Nation, Stick Nation, the Indio Room, the Lighthouse Country Rooms all exploded at once. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Old Hangzhou is dreaming again. Gene purification on a pure human basis. No hybrid alien genes. Does he think gene purification is a game? No hybrid alien genes. How could you possibly gain powerful abilities? Human genes are garbage to begin with. Better to fuse with superior genes from other races. Evolution my ass. Our Sakala country's a rank fighter. Fused with the Venom Warrior, he's practically an undying god. Just wait and watch the joke unfold. Pure human gene evolution. Ha, let's see what tricks he can pull off. Chapter 12, After Today. We will control the evolution and the feathering light line. Capital of the Human Federation. Shen Yue knocked on Gu Xingzhou's office door. Leader, regarding the gene evolution matter, I'd like to discuss it with you alone. Gu Xingzhou gestured for her to sit down. Based on my observations, in the war a year ago, the power you displayed far exceeded normal humans. And you were even holding back. To speed up the gene evolution process, I dare to make a request. I think, if I could extract relevant information from your genes, perhaps we could find the direction to break through the human genetic shackles. Shen Yue asked nervously. After all, this involves the leader's secrets. You're right. Before becoming the leader of the Human Federation, I had already broken my own genetic shackles. But that was done purely by instinct, so the experience can't be replicated. However, you may extract and study it. I hope the gene serum you develop can help me keep breaking my limits. Gu Xingzhou didn't hide anything either. Shen Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Really, leader? This is so important. If we can decipher the secrets within your genes, we might be able to accelerate the genetic evolution of all humanity. As for this conversation about genetic technology, Landon did not broadcast it live. These all involve the contestants' privacy. Over the following period of time, Shen Yue led the research team and conducted an in-depth analysis of Gu Xingzhou's genetic samples. They were astonished to discover that within Gu Xingzhou's genetic sequence, there existed some extremely special markers. These markers were like a key, unlocking a door, long sealed within human genes. Based on these findings, Shen Yue developed the first generation of genetic enhancement serum. This serum could, on the basis of pure human genetics, activate the potential hidden deep within the genes. No need to hybridize any alien genes. It purely accelerated humanity's own evolution. To ensure safety, the research team conducted tens of thousands of small-scale tests. After receiving the genetic serum, the volunteers all showed significant improvements in physical fitness. Though they didn't reach 10 times Gu Xingzhou's level, most improved to 5 to 8 times their original. Among them, those who were already physically strong even reached 10 times. Moreover, no side effects or signs of mutation appeared. Everything was perfect. In theory, this first-generation genetic serum could continue to unlock Gu Xingzhou's potential. They prepared for a global live broadcast. I will inject it in front of everyone. You will too. We must lead by example. Then, we'll officially establish genetic clinics across the globe and make it available to all citizens. Gu Xingzhou declared. Understood, Shen Yue replied excitedly. At last, he could show all of humanity this great technology. A day later, at the Central Plaza of the Human Federation, Millions of Human Federation citizens gathered there. And across the entire Blue Star, all contestants and spectators of the National Fortune Game will witness this moment through the live broadcast. Gu Xingzhou stands atop the podium. Beside him is Shen Yue in a white lab coat. In his hand he holds a syringe, glowing with a blue light. My fellow citizens, this will be a great day in human history. Because from this moment on, we will officially take control of purification and define success on our own terms. Not long ago, we launched the genetic purification program. Today, we will prove to the whole world that pure-blooded humans, without any trace of genetic contamination, can break through their own limits. This is not mutation, not degeneration, but true evolution. As the leader of the Human Federation, I need to prove that this is safe. I, Gu Xingzhou, will be the first to receive this genetic serum. You will witness all of this with your own eyes. Gu Xingzhou declares to the world. The crowd erupts in cheers. They trust their leader above all else. Shen Yue takes a deep breath and steps to his side. His hand gently raises. The syringe glowing with blue light aims at Gu Xingzhou's arm. The scene falls completely silent. Everyone holds their breath. The syringe presses down slowly. The blue liquid flows into Gu Xingzhou's body. At that moment, changes begin within Gu Xingzhou. The genetic chains are recombining, potential being unleashed. Within mere seconds, Gu Xingzhou opens his eyes. He rolls his shoulders, feeling the surging power within him. According to Shen Yu's description, this power won't burst out all at once, but will be awakened through battle after battle, ultimately shattering the genetic limits within. 10 times what Gu Xingzhou had before, now compounded with the new serum's effects. His strength has increased at least 20-fold. However, the gene serum he injected was custom-made. Others couldn't withstand it, but the essence is the same. It's just a matter of dosage. Good, no discomfort at all. Gu Xingzhou looked at Shen Yue. He nodded. Only then did Shen Yue let out a long breath. Tears glistened in her eyes. Now it's my turn. He took the syringe, aimed it at his own arm. Under everyone's watch, Shen Yue also injected the gene serum. Her body began to change as well. Not as violently as Gu Xingzhou's, but you could still see her power surging. A woman's body is delicate, but that doesn't mean their potential is less than a man's. It just manifests differently. Land in. A flood of viewers poured into Gu Xingzhou's livestream. Damn, it's broadcasting globally. Could he have actually figured it out? That's impossible. Look, they injected it. No visible change at all. Probably another stunt. Bet it only boosted them a tiny bit. And they talk about needing battle after battle to unlock it. Anyone can talk a big game. Besides, Gu Xingzhou was already in great shape. His experiment has no reference value. Then let me ask you this. Why is Gu Xingzhou so strong? Doesn't that prove human potential? Humph, maybe it's a hidden lord talent. That kind of thing has happened before. It's an isolated case. The Koreans, the Japanese, the Americans, the Indians, and others are all stubbornly refusing to admit it. Because if Gu Xingzhou's theory is proven right, then all these years, all those who chose the alien path, including those who got the corresponding national fortune rewards, wouldn't they all be the fools? I know. Just looking at this proves nothing. We haven't shown any mutations, nor any special signs. So now comes the moment of verification. This first-generation gene serum isn't something you inject and instantly gain all the power. It must be awakened through battle after battle, finally breaking through the genetic locks within the body. So today's stage is also an arena. Different voices have emerged within the research team. Of course, as long as they don't violate the Human Federation's constitution. I fully support this kind of diverse debate. So, I've also fully backed Science Officer Zia's approach. She will pilot the latest generation mech she designed herself and step onto the arena to battle our chief scientist, Shen Yue. And Shen Yue will fight barehanded, without any weapons or mech. Anticipate it, witness it. Fellow citizens of the Human Federation, this will be a battle etched into human history. As Gu Xingzhou's voice faded, cheers rang out endlessly. Upon the arena, under the gaze of millions, the 13th pure-blood human to tear apart a mech with bare hands. The contestants were losing their minds. making Shen Yue fight a mech barehanded. Isn't that a joke? How could a human ever beat a mech? This is clearly just for show. The mech's armor must be cheap material. Even if Shen Yue wins, so what? It just means the mech is garbage. It proves nothing. Doubts poured in from nations across the world. All they can do is doubt. Or admit they're the clowns. Star Cluster Event, Human Federation Central Plaza. At one end of the arena, a massive figure slowly rose. It was a mech 5 meters tall, built entirely of regenerative alloy, gleaming with a silver-gray light. The designer of this mech was none other than Xia, Deputy Director of the Human Federation's Research Department. She held a different view on the Gene Evolution Project. His stance was also very straightforward. I believe in human potential. But mechs are the coolest. The mech's shoulders were mounted with kinetic cannons. One hand gripped a specially forged great cleaver. The other hand held a dark, gleaming gun barrel. Before the battle began, Gu Xingzhou stood at one side of the arena and continued to announce to the global broadcast. To prove the authenticity of this mech, I've specially prepared a verification segment. In the distant sky, a transport ship broke through the barrier at speed. The cargo hatch opened. A stone golem was dropped onto the arena. Its body was covered in cracks. Its eye sockets blazed with furious light. This one was captured alive from Mining Star No. 1, specially brought in for comparison testing. Its hands and feet were unbound, so it charged straight at Gu Xingzhou. But Xia's mech was already shielding in front. It raised its arm without hesitation. The moment the great cleaver came down, the stone golem's body was cleanly sliced into countless pieces, exploding midair in a shower of fragments. Debris scattered everywhere. Even with its rapid regeneration ability, being cut apart so thoroughly, it could never piece itself back together. Rubble scattered across the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. The live stream exploded instantly. Dragon Kingdom viewers went wild spamming the chat. Holy crap, that slash was awesome. Where are those clowns who said the mech was fake? Come out and talk now. This is alloy forged from the bodies of your Big Appa's stone golems, several times stronger than the original stone. The Stick Kingdom viewers were left speechless. Now the test officially begins. Gu Xingzhou announced. Are you ready? Shen Yue, after your potential is unleashed, I will strike with full force to ensure the authenticity of this test. Xia's voice came from inside the mech. Bring it on. Shen Yue was actually a bit nervous too. Because of this mech battle segment, he didn't know. And he was well aware of Xia's abilities. The mech she designed was definitely not weak. Xia piloted the mech and turned toward Shen Yue, instantly activating its 5-meter-tall massive frame. It charged at Shen Yue at an astonishing speed. The great cleaver swept in horizontally. Shen Yu's pupils contracted. His body instinctively leapt backward. Boom! The blade struck, carving a deep crack into the arena floor. So fast, Shen Yue was shocked inside. But he had no time to think. The mech's second strike was already coming down. He dodged repeatedly, his speed growing faster and faster. The gene serum inside his body began to take effect. Dormant potential was being awakened bit by bit. Bang, bang, bang. Xia's mech kept attacking. Every strike carried devastating power. But Shen Yu's speed only grew faster, his figure flickering like a phantom. This speed ... Xia frowned. She decisively switched weapons. The gun barrel on the mech's right arm lit up. A dense hail of kinetic rounds poured out. But Shen Yue knew he couldn't outrun bullets. The moment she raised her arm, he had already predicted and dodged. Not a single round managed to hit him. Impossible. Xia's eyes went wide. This speed was beyond the mech's targeting system. And at that moment, Shen Yue felt the surging power within him. The golden lock was being shattered bit by bit. He suddenly accelerated. In the instant before the mech could react, he slammed his fist into the mech's leg. Boom! The massive mech was actually knocked back several meters by that punch. A clear dent appeared in the metal of its leg. This power ... Xia was stunned. She immediately adjusted her stance. The kinetic cannons on the mech's shoulders fired simultaneously. Boom, boom. Shells whistled past. After all, this mech hasn't had enough iterations. It can't be as agile as a human, Shen Yue predicted again. Sidestepped to dodge. And closed in, circling behind. Tenfold power fully unleashed. Shen Yue hammered punch after punch into the mech. The armor made of regenerative alloy kept caving in under the terrifying force, twisting and shattering. Xia desperately maneuvered the mech to counterattack. She needed to turn around, but she simply couldn't keep up with Shen Yu's speed. He stayed right behind her massive mech. At this moment, Xia felt some regret. Her mech was designed too large. If it were 3 meters instead, maybe she wouldn't be so passive right now. Another punch. With a thunderous crash, the mech's right leg was shattered completely. The entire mech crashed to the ground. Shen Yue stood beside the fallen mech, panting heavily, steam rising from his body. But his eyes were incredibly bright. The silence was perfectly broken, like a golden lock shattered. The entire square fell dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their minds completely blank. Then an earth-shattering roar of cheers erupted. 2 billion citizens of the Human Federation boiled over completely at that moment. They had witnessed a miracle. Witnessed a pure human beating a mech to pieces with bare hands. Live streams across the Blue Star Nations exploded. Dragon Nation viewers spammed the screen crazily. Holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap, what the hell did I just see? A human beat a mech to pieces with bare hands. And this is just the first generation gene serum. What about the second generation? I can't even imagine. Xingzhou is amazing. The Human Federation is amazing. Where are those who said humans were weak? Come out and say it now. Impossible. What happened to humans? They can defeat a mech like this with bare hands. Shen Yue definitely wasn't bare-handed. He must have used some method we couldn't see. For someone who wants to cheat, it's just too easy. This has to be special effects. Dragon Nation must be faking it. Humph, in the eyes of our Sakala Nation. Mechs like this are just trash. This doesn't represent the ceiling of our line. It just means the Stone Man is weak. If you've got the guts, come try it in our night territory. We'll corrode any mech you bring. They desperately tried to defend themselves. Desperately denied all of it. Because once they admitted it, it would mean all their years of persistence were nothing but a joke. On the arena, Xia climbed out of her mech, her face full of dejection. Her mech had been blown apart. And blown apart with bare hands. As the designer, this was a huge blow to her. Just then, Xingzhou walked up to her. Leader, was I wrong? Is gene evolution really better than mechs? Xia looked up, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. You've done more than enough. Don't lose heart. Gene enhancement isn't our only path. Mechs and gene enhancement were never opposites. They should complement each other. When you designed your mech, you must have considered human endurance limits. So you made many compromises. But think about it. What if soldiers injected with gene serum piloted mechs that fit them even better? What kind of combat power would that be? Xingzhou's words made Xia's eyes light up. Leader, I understand now. I'll keep improving the mechs. The next generation of mechs will be tailor-made for gene-enhanced warriors. Xia had found her direction again. She firmly believed mechs were the coolest. And Xingzhou once again announced to the entire human alliance. From today, gene clinics will be built everywhere. Everyone can achieve perfect evolution. The evolution of humanity will be firmly in our own hands. And this is only the first generation of gene medicine. One day, we will transcend and become immortal. Chapter 14. The pirate nation discovered Xingzhou holding a military parade at the star base. Ever since the first generation of gene medicine was born, the Human Federation seemed to fall silent. In Xingzhou's livestream, no more eye-catching scenes ever appeared again. Occasionally, there were some images, but they were just routine scientific meetings and construction projects, but you couldn't hear what was being said. No wars, no conflicts, no conquests. As dull as still water. Most of the daily life was still blocked from view. The livestream's popularity began to plummet. From billions online at the start, to tens of millions, and now just a few million. Most viewers lost their patience and switched to watching other more interesting contestants. Viewers from the stick country couldn't help but jump out and gloat. Haha, I knew it. Xingzhou's development has stalled. Just as expected of a C-class civilization. His earlier progress was pure luck. A flash in the pan. He ran into a few genius scientists. That's why he developed so fast. But now, his ambition is too big. He's overstepping his bounds. He went in the wrong direction. The talents of those genius scientists were never truly brought out. The technical bottleneck is right there. No matter how hard he tries, he can't break through. I've said it all along. Humans are the weakest race. But he insisted on staying pure-blood human. Isn't that just walking to his own doom? And he even encourages developing mechs. It's just too ridiculous all these days. It's been years since they switched to the Stellaris world. The second-generation gene serum must be stuck, right? The Lighthouse Nation and the Three-Land Nation. The Sokolov Nation's viewers share a similar view. Everyone agrees that Xingzhou picked the wrong tech direction, wasting the talent of a genius scientist. The atmosphere in Longbow's livestream is a bit awkward. Though many are still defending Xingzhou, their tone clearly lacks confidence. Strong technology needs time to accumulate. A lord's daily life was never meant to be streamed in full anyway. Besides, maybe his daily routine is full of research secrets. That's why it's blocked. Right, it must be that. Xingzhou performed so brilliantly before. There's no way he suddenly stalled. But these defenses ring hollow. Because even they don't quite believe it. After all, it's been a full week without any valuable livestream footage. In the history of the national game, that's almost equivalent to developmental stagnation. But the argument didn't last long. Everyone quickly lost interest and stopped paying attention to Xingzhou, turning instead to more exciting contestants. Like Chushu's S-class civilization, which has already built 3-star bases, with a fleet size reaching an astonishing 500 ships. Like the Lighthouse Nation's A-class contestant, who just conquered a primitive civilization, gaining a massive slave labor force. Like the Sokolov Nation's contestant, who developed a new type of bioweapon, and is now delivering a devastating blow to a neighboring civilization. In comparison, Xingzhou's Human Federation is just too boring. Before anyone knew it, it was already the 10th day of this Stellaris round, which is the 10th year in the Stellaris world. And just as everyone was about to forget Xingzhou, the Fugu livestream suddenly exploded in popularity. The Pirate English channel spotted Xingzhou. Xingzhou once again caught the attention of Langxin. But this time, not because of his own livestream, but because of the Fugu Nation's A-class contestant, Yinglin's livestream. The World of Stars. Outside orbit of Innovation 1. A fleet of 100 pirate-class frigates sailing through the void. On the fleet's flagship stands a towering 2-meter brute, with a head hard as iron, sharp eyes, fierce and piercing. His body is human in form, but from his back grows a pair of massive black wings. This is the A-class contestant of the Fugu Nation, Yinglin, leader of the interstellar pirate civilization. His civilization is severely one-sided. After developing the first pirate-class frigate, he never pursued any other research. All resources went to building ships and raiding. In 10 years, he went from 1 ship to 100. These 100 frigates, each has been through countless battles, each is stained with blood. And Yinglin himself is the dreaded pirate king of the galaxy. Boss, target spotted ahead. The deputy reported excitedly. What is it? Yinglin's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a beastly ferocity. It's a resource planet, with large deposits of rare ores, and other civilizations' engineering ships are mining there. The deputy pulled up a holographic projection. The image showed mining Star 1, and in its orbit, 3 Human Federation engineering ships were at work, with 10 frigates on guard nearby. Ha ha ha! Looks like we'll be heading home loaded again. Yinglin burst into shrill laughter and gave the order. All ships, prepare for battle. Destroy those frigates. Seize all the engineering ships and ore. Yes, the 100 pirate-class frigates surged forward, charging at Mining Star 1. Land in, Fugu Nation livestream, see that. This is our great Fugu Nation's contestant, truly worthy of Yinglin Appa. 100 frigates. This lineup is absolutely unstoppable. Those poor engineering ships are doomed. The Fu Kingdom viewers are jumping with excitement. And the Stick Kingdom viewers are eagerly sucking up. Appa England is just as strong. Our Stick Kingdom forever supports Fu Kingdom. What about the Dragon Kingdom folks? Take a look. Your fleet is about to be wiped out by Appa England. Haha, walking boat is done for this time. Quick, send out their mechs. And their pure snow humans to fight. Appa England is the smart one, picking the right tech tree. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom stream instantly tensed up. Yet just as everyone thought, Xingzhou's fleet was about to be annihilated. Those 10 frigates on screen actually didn't engage. They escorted 3 engineering ships and quickly retreated from the battlefield. At an astonishing speed. England was stunned for a moment. Trying to run, he sneered and gave chase. Don't let a single one escape. The 100 pirate-class frigates immediately turned around and pursued at full speed. The worried viewers in various streams laughed. They're running. The Dragon Kingdom fleet is running. Like stray dogs. I thought Xingzhou was something special. Turns out he's nothing much. When facing true strength, he cowers immediately. Stick Kingdom, Sakala Kingdom, and Asan Kingdom viewers mocked relentlessly. Even in the Dragon Kingdom stream, many felt disappointed, sighing, though retreating is the right call. It still feels a bit shameful. 10 against 100. They really can't win. Just bad luck. Running into England, the Pirate King. However, some noticed a detail. Wait. Did you all notice? Xingzhou's frigates are really fast. England's pirate ships are chasing. But the distance doesn't seem to be closing. Is it just an illusion? Among the stars, a chase is unfolding. 10 frigates and 3 engineering ships of the Human Federation are fleeing at full speed ahead. England's 100 pirate-class frigates are in hot pursuit behind. Soon, the entrance to a star system appears ahead. The Human Federation's fleet charges in without hesitation. Oh, looks like they're heading back to their home base for reinforcements. Perfect, we'll wipe them all out in one go. England is thrilled. 100 pirate frigates surge like a black torrent, pouring into the star system in full force. Then England witnesses a sight he'll never forget. It's a massive stellar base, hovering at the center of the star system, like an iron fortress, radiating a pressure that chills the heart. And around the stellar base is a fleet that blots out the sky. Frigates packed densely together, forming countless neat formations. Each formation holds hundreds of warships. Their numbers are so vast, they nearly obscure the starfield behind them. England's pupils suddenly contract. He frantically counts those warships. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. His voice begins to tremble. This ... How is this possible? Just how many ships are there? The aide's voice is almost a shriek. B-Boss, according to radar scans, the number of those frigates is no less than. The feed cuts off abruptly. Everyone in Langson's livestream rooms is stunned. That number strikes like a thunderbolt, landing on every viewer's heart. Chapter 15, our fleet blots out the sky. No matter how many suns shine above. 10,000 ships. The aide's voice is almost a shriek. That number hits like a thunderclap, striking England's mind. 10,000 frigates. A full 10,000. They form countless neat formations, like a forest of steel, floating around the star base. Every warship's cannon glows with a faint blue light. And at this moment, those 10,000 frigates, like a pack of wolves, hover in the void of space, staring intently at the tower, insignificant as ants. Ying Lun stands frozen, his mind a blank. He even forgets to give the order to retreat. This ... This can't be possible. Ying Lun's voice trembles. How could 10 years produce 10,000 warships? His wings unconsciously tighten. It's the instinctive reaction of a coward in extreme fear. All of Lan Xin's live streams explode instantly. In the Dragon Nation stream, cheers erupt like a coral tsunami. Holy crap, 10,000 ships. Am I seeing things? 10,000 frigates. Xingzhou is amazing. The Human Federation is amazing. This is a true interstellar empire. Who was saying Xingzhou's progress stalled? Come out and say it now. Haha, I knew it. Xingzhou would never let us down. This is what they call making a fortune in silence. That Pirate King is probably scared out of his wits. And in the Stick Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Lighthouse Nation, and the Curry Nation streams utter silence. Everyone's face is ashen. Their mouths open, but no words come out. This is impossible. Finally, someone speaks with a trembling voice. 10 years. Only 10 years. Even the S-class civilization savings moon wasn't this fast. He only has 1,000 ships now. How did Xingzhou do it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be fake. It must be special effects. But no matter how they deny it, those dense frigates in the footage are truly there. That sky-covering fleet is the most powerful proof. A massive audience began flooding into Xingzhou's livestream. They wanted to know how all of this was accomplished. The Star Cluster World. Human Federation Stellar Base Command Center. Xingzhou stood before the holographic projection, calmly gazing at the image of those 100 invading pirate ships. The Grand Marshal hurried over to report, "Leader, radar scans show 100 unidentified vessels have entered our star system. We've confirmed the beings aboard are not human. They are a disgusting race of bird-like creatures." Xingzhou nodded slightly. His voice was calm and commanding. "Perfect timing. Order all fleets to attack simultaneously to consecrate our upcoming military parade." "As you command." The Grand Marshal turned and left. The viewers flooding Xingzhou's livestream happened to witness this scene. They were astonished to discover that the Human Federation seemed to be preparing a grand military parade. 10,000 frigates stood in perfect formation, their presence overwhelming. By the leader's order, all ships opened fire simultaneously. Destroy the invading creatures to consecrate the parade. In the command channel, the Grand Marshal's voice rang across the entire fleet. The next second, all 10,000 frigates fired at once. In an instant, the 100 pirate ships, along with the bird-like pirates aboard, were reduced to cosmic dust. No explosions, no flames, not even debris. They vanished as if they had never existed, completely disappearing into the starry void. And at that very moment, within Xingzhou's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the catastrophe achievement. Successfully humiliated on a class interstellar pirate civilization. Prestige increased by 10,000. Current prestige, 10,000 points. Not by destroying 100 warships. Do we really need 10,000 warships firing at once? But doesn't that cost money? This is way too extravagant. Isn't this like using a cannon to swat a mosquito? And what kind of weapon was that? Feels even stronger than the blue laser. What do you all know? This is pure humiliation for them." Ha ha ha, satisfying. So satisfying. This is the price of mocking our dragon nation. Yaloon, the so-called pirate king. Just a clown on a stage. At this moment, everyone wants to know one thing. How did Xingzhou pull this off? In 10 years, from 10 ships to 10,000 frigates. That's nearly an impossible task. Even Chushu from an S-class civilization, who started with a star base, only managed a dowry of 1,000 ships in 10 years. And Xingzhou, from a C-class civilization, how could he build a fleet 10 times larger than hers? In truth, all of this comes down to Xingzhou's low-key development over the years. When everyone thought he had fallen into stagnation, the Human Federation was mass-producing ships at full tilt. After completing the first star base, Xingzhou immediately built 3 large shipyards on it. These 3 shipyards worked day and night, churning out frigates non-stop. And Mining Core 1 became the Human Federation's most vital resource supply station. Those rare ores with regenerative properties were shipped back to the star base in batches by engineering vessels. The ships docked, unloaded directly, then immediately set off again to haul more. The efficiency was astonishing. When Mining Core 1's ores were nearly all dug out, Mining Core 2 and Mining Core 3 appeared one after another. These 10,000 frigates were all part of Xingzhou's meticulously designed early war fleet. Their focus is speed, without armor, equipped only with disintegration cannons, with a single purpose, in the shortest possible time, to form the greatest possible firepower advantage. Of course, achieving this speed is also thanks to the successful development of the second-generation gene serum. Under Shen Yu's leadership, the research team overcame one technical hurdle after another. The second-generation gene serum not only enhances human physical capabilities, but also greatly boosts intelligence and creativity. With the support of this serum, the Human Federation saw a surge of young genius scientists. Their emergence propelled the Human Federation's technological development onto the fast track. Additionally, Xingzhou spent credits to refresh the Tier 3 catastrophe mall and unlocked an extremely crucial technology. Ship construction speed increased by 30%. This technology, combined with the previously exchanged research speed boost of 30%, gave the Human Federation shipbuilding efficiency a qualitative leap forward. And this is only the beginning. Now the first early strike fleet is fully assembled. The terror of the fourth catastrophe is just beginning to show. At the Starbase Command Center, the Grand Marshal once again stood before Xingzhou. Leader, the invasion forces on one side have all been eliminated. Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Notify the entire Federation. The military parade officially begins. As the order was issued, the Human Federation's 10,000 frigates began to reform their formation. They arranged themselves into a familiar shape, with the blade pointing toward the depths of the starry sky. The starlight shone upon the hulls of the warships, reflecting a brilliant metallic gleam. On the flanks of every warship was emblazoned the emblem of the Human Federation. Xingzhou's voice, broadcast live, reached every corner of the Human Federation, and every corner of Blue Star as well. My fellow citizens, today marks the 10th anniversary of the Human Federation's founding. 10 years ago, I made a promise to you. Our journey is toward the stars and the sea. And today, 10 years later, we have done it. These 10,000 warships are the crystallization of human wisdom and courage, the fruit of 3 billion of our people's tireless efforts. And this is merely the first step in conquering the stars. Our reach extends to every corner of the galaxy, hanging over the throat of every world. Our fleet will blot out the sky, no matter how many suns shine above. Humanity stands supreme. Humanity stands supreme. Humanity stands supreme. The cheers of 3 billion Human Federation citizens shake the very stars. The Blue Star Dragon Nation livestream erupts completely. So epic, so awesome. We will point our swords at the galaxy. Our fleet will blot out the sky, no matter how many suns shine above. Humanity stands supreme. And in other nations' live streams, the mocking voices vanish entirely. Facing those 10,000 frigates, any doubt seems utterly feeble. Just then, Xingzhou's livestream chat suddenly explodes. Quick, look, Chushu's livestream. Chushu's research ship finally found Xingzhou. They were already at the galaxy's edge earlier, after seeing the 10,000 warships attack. Now they're trembling, too scared to go near. Chapter 16, 10 Years of Lonely Voyage, finally meeting Xingzhou. It was all worth it. Deep in the galaxy, a lone research ship drifts through the stars. Inside the cockpit, Linzhu leans back in her seat, her gaze lost, staring at the endless sea of stars ahead. 10 years, a full 10 years. She piloted this research ship alone, crossing who knows how many star systems. From a spirited young woman of 23 to a woman of 33 now. Her finest youth, given entirely to this lonely galaxy. Linzhu closes her eyes, recalling the scene of their departure. That was 10 years ago. Leader Chushu personally summoned him. Linzhu, I have a mission for you. This mission may take many years. You may encounter countless dangers. You might even fail to find the target. But I still hope you can complete it. Chushu's voice was soft, but his gaze was utterly serious. Linzhu accepted the mission without hesitation. He was one of the finest starship pilots, selected by the Human Federation. Besides him, Chushu also picked over a dozen scientists from across the entire Human Federation for this mission. Every single one was female. Every single one was quite beautiful. Linzhu didn't understand why, but he didn't ask further. He just assumed Chushu preferred women. What truly bothered Linzhu was that Chushu ordered 3 large characters to be engraved on every research vessel. Xingzhou. Those 3 characters were carved in the most prominent spot on each ship. Huge and eye-catching, as if afraid no one would see them. Linzhu was deeply puzzled at the time. Who is Xingzhou? Why put his name on research ships? Why engrave his name at all? Why travel tens of thousands of miles to find him? Chushu only gave a rough direction, and coordinates, then sent them off. Over a dozen research vessels headed into the unknown stars, beginning their long journey of searching. Over these 10 years, Xingzhou had been through so much. Fortunately, this galaxy seemed just as young as their human federation. Many civilizations hadn't even left their homeworlds yet. But as the years went by, more and more civilizations burst out of their homeworlds, and his path ahead grew more dangerous. Several times he found himself in grave peril. Luckily, his instinct for danger was razor-sharp, using radar to predict his course in advance. A mix of caution and sheer luck. He escaped by the skin of his teeth every time. But every time he escaped death by a hair's breadth, he would ask himself the same question. Is all of this really meaningful? The galaxy is so vast. Even though the leader gave a general direction, finding one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. 10 years on, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of his target. Did that man named Xingzhou really exist? Could he really find him? Xingzhou had already lost all hope. He even began to wonder, was this a wrong decision made by the leader, Chushu? But as a loyal subordinate, he still carried out the orders. Even though his heart had grown numb, all his passion had been worn away. A new star system detected ahead. The ship's AI voice interrupted Xingzhou's thoughts. Out of habit, he scanned the edge of the system, using the radar, until he confirmed no warships were detected. Only then did he adjust his course, preparing to enter the system for exploration. He had repeated this routine countless times. Every time full of expectation. Every time returning in disappointment. This time would probably be no different. Xingzhou thought to himself, piloting the research ship slowly into the system's edge. Then he saw a sight he would never forget. It was a massive stellar base, hovering at the center of the system. And surrounding the stellar base were warships that blotted out the sky. Dense formations of frigates, arranged in countless battle squares, shielding the starfield behind them. Xingzhou's pupils suddenly contracted. He instinctively began counting the warships. 100, 500, 1,000, uncountable. Simply uncountable. The sheer number of warships was suffocating. Just as he panicked and tried to turn the ship around, a dazzling blue beam shot out from among those frigates. Xingzhou shuddered all over, thinking he had been spotted. But soon he realized that attack wasn't aimed at him. It was on the other side of the galaxy, about 100 frigates. Under that blue light, the 100 frigates turned to dust in an instant. No explosion, no flames, no wreckage. As if they had never existed. Completely vanished into the universe. Xingzhou was frozen. His hands began to tremble. What kind of civilization is this? So powerful. Would he He didn't dare move forward, nor did he dare turn back and flee. He could only stay put, trembling in fear, praying not to be discovered. But then, the next second, the comm channel suddenly crackled to life. Xingzhou's heart nearly stopped. Attention, research vessel ahead. I am the captain of a human Federation frigate. The name Xingzhou on your ship, what does it mean? State your identity and your purpose. Xingzhou's eyes snapped open. Human Federation Xingzhou. Almost trembling, he answered the call. My name is Xingzhou. I am the captain of this research vessel, from the Human Federation of another galaxy. I am under orders from Leader Chushu to find a man named Xingzhou. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then, a deep, commanding voice spoke. Welcome, Captain Xingzhou. Rest assured, you are safe now. We will not harm our fellow humans. Pilot your research vessel and dock at the starbase. I will meet you in person. The research vessel slowly entered the starbase. The massive bay doors opened, swallowing the tiny research vessel inside. When the hatch opened, guided by the humans there, Xingzhou arrived at the starbase's command center and saw the man who had been waiting. A young man. His posture was tall and straight. His features were handsome. His gaze was calm and deep, as if he could see through everything. Xingzhou nervously stepped forward. Her legs felt weak. Though this man had assured her of her safety, she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. Those 10,000 warships were arrayed outside the starbase. Her life and death hinged on this man's whim. Let me introduce myself. The man said bluntly, my name is Xingzhou. I am the leader of the Human Federation. You're Gu Xingzhou. Linzhu cried out in surprise. 10 years, she had finally completed her mission. Tears welled up in her eyes. She could no longer control her emotions. Found him, finally found him. I've been searching for 10 whole years. No. Linzhu sobbed uncontrollably. And at this moment, she finally understood why Leader Chushu had given her this mission. Why she had to carve Gu Xingzhou's name on the ship. Why she had to pick beautiful female scientists. Why she had to travel thousands of miles to find him. Seeing those 10,000 escort ships, seeing the man before her, Linzhu finally understood everything. It was all worth it. Chapter 17, We Cannot Stop. Until we sweep through all obstacles. Thank you for your hard work. Miss Linzhu. Your perseverance. Your courage is admirable. Gu Xingzhou said earnestly. Hearing these words, Linzhu cried even harder. It was the best reward for her 10 years of lonely voyage. Her efforts had not been in vain. Everything she had done was worth it. Such an ending was worthy of 10 years of wandering. The barrage comments all admired Linzhu's perseverance. He also marveled at Shu's wise choice back then. 10 years, how many decades does a life have? If he ever felt tired, he could take the research ship and land on a low-level civilization. With the knowledge in his head, he could live a happy life. Though there might be risks, but that's still far better than this path. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish, right? He persevered. That's how he got to meet Gu Xingzhou. It was totally worth it. Chushu really bet on the right horse. No wonder she's an awakener from an S-class civilization. The chosen one. 10 years, 10,000 warships. The outcome of this round is already beyond doubt. Maybe Gu Xingzhou will become the first contender to conquer the galaxy. But even so, there are plenty who are jealous and resentful. They can lose, but they can't stand to see the Dragon Nation win. Even if the winner isn't them, that nation could still become their spiritual homeland. Dream on, you Dragon Nation. Have you forgotten the lessons from earlier rounds? On the star battlefield, the truly dangerous ones were never our blue star contestants. This galaxy harbors countless terrifying beings. Gu Xingzhou just hasn't encountered them yet. Take a contestant from the Three Rivers Nation, who ran into a battleship right at the start. In the face of such an existence, what are 10,000 frigates? Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Leader, may I ask you for a favor? Linzhu asked nervously. She actually wanted to gossip about her leader and what his relationship with Gu Xingzhou was. But she felt it was too bold, so she'd have to probe another time. Don't be shy. We'll all be one family soon. Gu Xingzhou said. Huh, family? Linzhu blushed instantly. His mind wandered. Of course. Though our home star systems differ, I believe that in the distant past, we all shared the same human ancestor. It's just that the stars guided us to explore the galaxy. And that's how we scattered across many star systems. Gu Xingzhou explained. Ah, yes, you're right. All humans are one family. Linzhu couldn't help but feel ashamed of her wicked thoughts. I really have been too repressed. Linzhu, the scout. It wasn't really his fault. During school, his research and strict family kept him busy. He never had time for romance. And right after graduating, he got this mission. Over 10 years of lonely voyage. It'd be strange if he weren't repressed. And Chushu had specially arranged a dozen or so beautiful female scientists to come to Gu Xingzhou. The intent to please was all too obvious. You could even say they were gifts to him outright. But Linzhu dared not entertain such fantasies. With Gu Xingzhou's status and position, how could he ever lack women? And he'd never wallow in carnal pleasures. Strictly speaking, anyone, even a woman, standing in that position, overlooking 10,000 warships of their own, would set their sights on the vast galaxy. Conquering the stars is nothing like conquering women. They don't even compare. And Gu Xingzhou didn't need to conquer women either. If he wanted, countless women would flock to him. Linzhu quickly adjusted her mindset and put herself in her proper place. Actually, setting off with us were a dozen or so scientists. They were also sent by our leader to find you. This is just the first batch. As for how many more come after, I don't know. If nothing unexpected happens, the scientists in my batch should all be in the surrounding star systems. I beg you, esteemed leader, please send a fleet to search for them. Xingzhou pleaded respectfully. Of course, Xingzhou nodded. There's one more thing. I can no longer contact the Federation. Because the distance is too vast. It took me a full 10 years to get here. With the technology we had when we set out, we couldn't send communications to such a distant galaxy. So the strategy we chose was, along the hyperspace routes of the galaxies we passed, to set up small relay stations. But many years ago, a relay station in one galaxy was destroyed, and I lost all contact with the Federation. Xingzhou explained. I understand. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of these issues. For now, stay by my side and learn. Xingzhou said. Is that ... really okay? Xingzhou was overwhelmed with gratitude. Of course, Xingzhou replied. It's my greatest honor. Xingzhou knelt on one knee in excitement. Rise, I'm about to review my fleet. You can join me. Xingzhou walked out of the command room. Reviewing the fleet. Xingzhou followed excitedly. She boarded the largest flagship with Xingzhou. After his rousing speech, he reviewed the 10,000 escort ships. Finally, he introduced Xingzhou's origins to all of humanity, which made her even more overwhelmed. My fellow citizens, the arrival of Lady Xingzhou is a day to be remembered and celebrated. Her arrival proves what we suspected before. This galaxy holds not only repulsive aliens, but countless human brothers and sisters. They too are searching for us, trying to unite with us. Lady Xingzhou spent a full 10 years just to reach our galaxy. But we don't have that much time. Her courage, her perseverance and determination deserve our praise. So, we cannot keep our people waiting any longer. I hereby announce that, in 1 year, we will surpass what took a decade. Do you have the confidence to do it? Xingzhou posed the question to the entire human federation. We will resolutely complete the mission. 3 billion Federation citizens responded in unison. It utterly stunned Xingzhou. Such terrifying unity. No wonder they could build such a fearsome fleet. Yet, what shocked her even more was just beginning. Excellent, full of spirit. Next, I will announce the most important matter of today. Over these 10 years, we have dispatched countless research vessels, conducting a comprehensive exploration of the surrounding star systems, and carried out extremely detailed surveys. And today, the time has come. We cannot stop until we sweep across 1,000 stars. All great works are forged through sacrifice. Other beings in the galaxy may not understand, but they will obey. For the human Federation, advance toward the galaxy. Soldiers of the Federation. At Xingzhou's command, tens of thousands of ships were divided into 10 squadrons, 1,000 each, advancing toward star systems in every direction. For the Federation, 3 billion Federation citizens shouted at once, seeing off the soldiers about to embark on their expedition. Standing right there in the moment, Xingzhou looked at Xingzhou, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. Lan Xin's livestream was absolutely exploding. Chapter 18. What is the borderline? Wherever the fleet points, that is Federation territory. Lan Xin's livestream was completely ignited by Xingzhou's words. Damn, Xingzhou is so handsome. We cannot stop until we sweep across 1,000 stars. His bold words have no limits either. Every speech gets the blood boiling. I wish I could join the Federation myself. He charged into battle for him. 666, making wishes over there. If you want to open an account, just say so. Next time I'm the Lord. I need to learn that too. Xingzhou sounds cool saying it, because he actually did everything he said. If you copy him, you're just a clown. But even so, many people from other countries are still jealous, pouring cold water. He's just showing off. All fleets set out. He only has one warship at home. Wait until others ambush the starbase, then he'll behave. Even if he can't win, he can still take down Xingzhou's lair. Split into 10 fleets. Can he defend all directions? Hilarious, only you're smart. You think Xingzhou didn't think of that? As long as they follow the hyperlane, control the routes, others can't even fly into the star system. Humph, he's so arrogant. The front line will only get longer. Impossible to block all routes. After the Stellaris event, when the Human Federation's 10,000-strong fleet set out, Gu Xingzhou returned to the Starbase Command Center. Lin Zhu stood by Gu Xingzhou's side, watching victory reports come in one after another. Her heart was racing with excitement, feeling proud to share in the glory. But Gu Xingzhou's mind wasn't on the victory reports. Instead, he was looking at the system messages with satisfaction. You successfully crushed a C-class civilization, deterrence plus 1,000. You successfully crushed a B-class civilization, deterrence plus 5,000. You successfully crushed Anna, class civilization, deterrence plus 10,000. Calamity level raised to level 4. Calamity shop upgraded to level 4. You successfully crushed on a class civilization. Deterrence plus 10,000. At the same time, Landin was in an uproar, because viewers from every country were discovering that their own country's Lord live streams were shutting down one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of live streams went dark. This meant these contestants were just near the Human Federation's neighboring star systems, and were wiped out by Gu Xingzhou. During that time, many civilizations tried to surrender, willing to become slaves. But after learning they were dealing with ugly aliens, Gu Xingzhou's answer was only one. They always had only one choice, and that was to die. This made those contestants who chose the alien start regret it deeply. Just as the Human Federation's fleet's battle lines grew longer and longer, Sakala Country's livestream suddenly exploded. The reason being Sakala Country's rank contestant, the Venom Knight. The renowned Yilunye happened to be piloting his ship outside, and escaped the fate of his mother being bombed by the Human Federation fleet. He received his mother's signal. His chest burned with rage, yet he was powerless. A full 1,000 frigates. Even if he turned back to support, he would only face annihilation. At this moment, an Yilunye's adjutant offered a strategy. With so many fleets deployed at once, the mother must be defenseless. Why don't we turn around directly? Follow their incoming route straight to their heartland. Fine, we'll do as you say. You lead the team. Even if we can't win in battle, we'll still poison their mother. Then our soldiers will respawn there. And Yilunye commanded. Leader, aren't you leading the team? The adjutant asked in confusion, Baka. And Yilunye slapped him, right across the Venom Knight's slimy green face. I am the hope of our civilization's continuation. How could I do such a thing? I must continue searching for the Venom Saint's divine support. Once I find that divine support, our civilization can be rebuilt to glory. Only then will we have a chance for revenge. Ha, didn't I say it before? Gu Hongzhou has grown to bold. The battle lines keep stretching longer, attacking without defending. Trouble is bound to come sooner or later. You Dragon Country folks may not know how terrifying the Venom Knight is. Just a tiny touch of venom, it will completely erode, turning into venomous hatred, then endlessly splitting and multiplying. Now Gu Xingzhou is done for. So what if he can't win in a fight? As long as it gets near people, even a 5-star can sicken Gu Xingzhou to death. They barely managed to grow their population to 3 billion. Now they'll all turn into venomous hatred. Ha! See that? This is the true horror of the xenomorph. Can pure humans do that? Humph, typical of those little islanders. Disgusting as always. I thought this An Yilun would charge in himself too? Turns out he's just a coward. Baka, what do you know? You have no idea how terrifying the Venom heritage is. Just wait, as long as an Yilunye lives, and finds the Venom heritage. What S-class civilization? What ancient Hongzhou? All will die. The Star Cluster Incident. And Yilunye, to avoid being detected, only brought 3 warships and fled quickly, leaving only his deputy, with 30 escort ships to draw attention, and set off along the Human Federation's route, and smoothly entered the Human Federation star system. Haha, not a single warship. Heaven truly favors me. This starbase will be mine too. The deputy excitedly piloted the escort ship, charging toward the Human Federation's homeworld. But when he tried to get close, the starbase suddenly lit up with a flash of fire. It was a cannon fired from the Lizigia farm turret. Just one shot. 30 escort ships were instantly blown to pieces. Not even a scrap of armor remained. This sight completely stunned the audience. Holy crap, what just happened? What kind of weapon is that? Those were 30 escort ships, after all. One shot from that starbase turned them to dust. To be precise, not even dust remained. The technology of Xingzhou is terrifying. We only saw the number of 10,000 and warships. Yet they seem to overlook his technological prowess. Haha, the Sakala nation is about to break down. They even tried to poison us, but couldn't even get close. No wonder Xingzhou was so confident, sending out his entire fleet. At the 10th star system, the Human Federation fleet finally came to a halt. But this was not the end. Rather, a brand new beginning. Because the warships needed to refuel and resupply. Xingzhou, if you were the leader of the Human Federation right now, at a time like this, what would you do next? Xingzhou suddenly asked. Xingzhou immediately began thinking nervously. She knew Xingzhou was testing her. If it were me, I would send out engineering ships and quickly establish a star base in the system. First, consolidate the territory we've taken. Block off the hyperlane routes. Establish a solid imperial border. That way, the fleet can resupply quickly. And use this as a foothold to push onward to more distant systems. Xingzhou waited nervously for Xingzhou's response. Your answer has major problems. Xingzhou shook his head. First, let me ask you, what is a border? Chapter 19, Level 5 Calamity Mall. Now it's our turn to become giants. A border is. Hearing Xingzhou's counter-question, Xingzhou knew her answer must be wrong. Her mind raced, trying to find. I understand now. We don't need any borders at all. They would only limit the territory of the Human Federation. Xingzhou quickly corrected herself. Not bad, quick on your feet. Remember, in this galaxy, only weak civilizations need borders. Self-deception. This war, we also saw those ugly beings, insignificant as ants, who set up border after border. They even sent us a warning, forbidding us to cross the borderline. But does it matter? A truly powerful empire never needs a borderline. We measure our territory with our fleet. Wherever our fleet points is the territory of the Human Federation. Xingzhou declared. I understand. Xingzhou has learned well. She marveled inwardly, no wonder he's the leader. His vision and insight are beyond ordinary people. The Dragon Kingdom audience was all impressed by Xingzhou's boldness. But the Sakala Kingdom, just broken down, was unimpressed. Too arrogant and conceited. Xingzhou was just lucky. No powerful civilizations spawned nearby. He does have some skill, but with just 10,000 frigates, he's already forgotten his place. Just wait, let him keep being arrogant. When he runs into those empires made entirely of battleships, he'll know he was wrong. Don't forget, between frigates and battleships, there are still torpedo boats, destroyers and cruisers. At the Stellaris event, Xingzhou continued to press. Setting aside your understanding of borderlines, your plan still has major flaws. I'll give you one more chance to answer, so think it over carefully. Xingzhou suddenly felt the pressure mount. Even back in the college entrance exam, she had never felt such pressure. We don't need borderlines, so we don't need to station fleets there. And we don't need to build star bases either. I understand. Sending engineering ships to build star bases wastes both time and resources. But then, there's no way to refuel. So the best approach is to build a small refueling station? No, that's still not much different. Or we could build supply ships. That would be much more flexible. Xingzhou looked at Xingzhou expectantly. Better than before. But it's still too inefficient. First of all, continuing to push the fleet forward was the wrong decision. We've already won a great victory. The soldiers of the Human Legion aren't machines. They're heroes who fought bravely for the Legion. They need rest. And they need to enjoy the fruits of victory. That's the first point. Second, whether it's star bases, supply depots, or supply ships, the essence of the matter is, our ships aren't perfect yet. That's why they need supplies. So let me ask you again. What should our next move be? Xingzhou asked again. I understand now. We should retreat to advance, conserve our strength, and focus on developing more powerful, more perfect warships. Making ships that don't need supplies. That's the right path, Xingzhou said with great excitement, as if struck by a sudden realization. Correct. Now do you see what you need to learn by my side? I hope one day you can stand on your own and carry out some missions for me. Xingzhou said. Thank you for your guidance, leader. Xingzhou knelt on one knee in excitement. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were all impressed. Xingzhou's vision and thinking are terrifying. No wonder he could build tens of thousands of fleets in just 10 years. Even though there were contracts and the boost of genius. But give me the same genius, I could never bring it to its full potential. He completely dominates from the character level. If it were the pirate famous Yingling from before, he'd just keep mindlessly plundering. Then mindlessly build more frigates. Hiring more ships, that's what real efficiency looks like. The stellar event. Under Xingzhou's orders, the fleet began its triumphant return. The research ships sent out by Chu Shu also found something during this war. They were all lucky and survived. Xingzhou couldn't wait to go greet them and explain the current situation. Xingzhou, meanwhile, was at the command center, silently opening the Fourth Calamity System, pondering the next steps. This haul was substantial. The calamity level jumped up to levels. Current calamity level, 5. Returning relics, 15,000, level 3 shop, all free. Only 100 points to refresh. Level 4 shop, all 50% off. Level 5 calamity shop, 10,000 points per refresh. Ship construction speed plus 50%, 10,000 points. Research speed plus 50%, 10,000 points. Battleship blueprint, 10,000 points. Warp drive, 10,000 points. A groundbreaking technological marvel. The warp drive, it can shatter the local space-time continuum, and on the quantum level, reassemble into a state identical to the target location. So the ship, almost in an instant, completed the jump between star systems. Zero-speed material tech, 10,000 points, neutron armor, high density. Compared to conventional materials and refined armor, neutron armor can withstand far heavier firepower. Focused arc emitter technology, 10,000 points, equipped with superior focusing lenses. This allows them to fire far more powerful energy. The advantage, 100% accuracy, full shield and armor penetration, directly attacking hull integrity, wider firing arc. The drawback, low average damage, unstable damage per shot. 0-point reactor, 10,000 points. Extracts 0-point energy from vacuum. Currently the most efficient means of power generation. Can supply ship energy almost indefinitely. Dyson Sphere Blueprint, 10,000 points. A structure that completely envelops a specific star, directly converting stellar radiation output into energy credits. Citadel Blueprint, 10,000 points. A massive military space station. A powerful space fortress. It will serve as a stronghold for all military operations in the star system. His very presence was nearly enough to halt the most tenacious attackers. Quantum Slingshot Blueprints, 10,000 points. The quantum slingshot harnesses the energy of neutron stars, or pulsars, to warp the fabric of space, teleporting fleets across vast distances. Redeeming everything, Xingzhou didn't hesitate. These were all top-tier goods. Every single one was exactly what he needed most right now. Battleships needed no introduction. They were the eternal mainstream of the galactic stars, and the backbone of any fleet. Even those mighty fallen empires, slumbering in the galaxy, used battle cruisers, improved upon the battleship design. The birth of the jump drive would completely break free from the shackles of hyperlanes. Before the jump drive was researched, only ships equipped with hyperdrive engines could travel through hyperlanes to move between star systems, taking at least 10 days, and without them, ships could only move within their own system, limited to sublight speeds. With the jump drive, not only did speed undergo a qualitative leap, but there was no need to follow hyperlanes. In the early game, young galactic empires loved to use warships to blockade hyperlanes, the so-called border lines. But before an empire with jump drives, those borders were truly nothing but a facade. Xingzhou only needed to send his fleet, bypassing the hyperlanes, straight to the heart, blowing up their homeworld. The fleets guarding the frontier might not even know what had happened. As for the focused arc emitters, the zero-speed materials would serve even until the crisis descended. The fallen empire's battlecruisers were also equipped with these zero-speed armor plates and structures like the Dyson Sphere. Once completed, for a very long time, there would be no worrying about running out of power, and the zero-point reactor mounted on battleships meant never worrying about supply lines again. And the quantum slingshot at the end was truly miraculous. It's no exaggeration to say that once construction is complete, it would take Xingzhou 10 years to return to the Human Federation. But under the quantum slingshot's launch, It can be reached in an instant. All level 5 shop items exchanged successfully, costing 100,000 points of microcredits. With 50,000 deterrence points remaining, Xingzhou isn't in a hurry to refresh the shop. These technologies are already enough for him to digest for a while. Once completed, he could even fight the fallen empire. And to build these technologies requires unimaginable resources. So using those 50,000 points to exchange for alloys and rare resources is more efficient. But before that, one need more population. Of the current 3 billion people, 1 billion are newborns, still too young to fully build the level 5 Cataclysm shop. The exchange technologies won't be enough. Xingzhou sets his sights on distant star systems. The civilization Chushu awakened is human. The Federation is a civilization that despises aliens, so those populations can be used directly. The quantum slingshot must be built at the fastest possible speed. Xingzhou plans that after this war, Xingzhou's livestream quickly goes quiet. Because it involves too many research secrets, the livestream gets blocked. But this time, no one dares to underestimate Xingzhou anymore. Everyone is curious when Xingzhou appears again, what kind of shock he'll bring. Lanshin's viewers can only flood into other contestants' streams. One day on Landin equals 1 year in the star cluster world. When people wake up from sleep, the one stirring waves again is Chushu's livestream. Holy crap! Hurry to Chushu's livestream. Something huge is happening. Chushu's fleet ran into the Iron Star Exterminators. And then the Iron Star Exterminators quickly locked onto Chushu's position. According to Chushu's scout ship reports, those Iron Star Exterminator main fleets have at least 10,000 cruisers. That's absolutely terrifying. Chushu is doomed. The Iron Heart Exterminators don't care about anything. The moment they see organic life, they activate annihilation mode. Viewers from Sakala and Stick countries are flooding in and gloating about it. Ha! So satisfying. No matter what, Xingzhou can't make it in time now. This is absolutely impossible. No way he can be faster than the Iron Heart Exterminators. And even if he does arrive, what's he gonna use to fight those 10,000 cruisers? And that's just the main force. There are even more warships beyond that. Forget whether Xingzhou even has cruisers. Even if he's been mass-producing ships like crazy this year, at best he'd have 10,000 destroyers. Even with tens of thousands, he can't beat the Iron Heart Exterminators. Haha, do you know why the Iron Star Exterminators targeted Chushu? You're all too arrogant. Too proud to watch our Sakala country's livestream. This is the work of our Sakala country's contestant, Ani Yitangya. While fleeing, he stumbled into a mysterious wormhole and warped to a star near Chushu. Because of his hatred for Xingzhou and humanity, he deliberately set up a trap, leading the Iron Star Exterminators to Chushu's territory. Too bad Ani Yitangya can't watch the livestream. He doesn't know the relationship between Xingzhou and Chushu. Otherwise, he'd be overjoyed. If anyone's to blame, it's Xingzhou for destroying Ani Yitangya's mother. If Chushu hadn't chosen to be human, she might have escaped this disaster. Haha, I can't wait to see Xingzhou finally find Chushu's planet, only to find nothing but ruins, and rage helplessly. Dragon country folks, open your eyes wide. Watch closely. The cruelty of this galaxy. Pray that Chushu dies quickly. Chushu's scout ship never detected Xingzhou's arrival, only the Iron Heart Exterminator. No miracle will happen now. Chapter 20 Author's Note, begging for follows. Follow reads are very poor. Readers who've made it this far and got a membership, please, just move your fingers. Flip to the latest chapter first. Mark a daily follow read. Then come back and catch up. The author can barely hold on. Shelving the book gives no support. The author earns 0. Please, or I'll really have to cut the book. Thanks to all my Human Federation comrades for the strong support. Your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, tips, comments, and nudges, the author sees them all. Touched and grateful. And also very excited. Because Stellaris has never fought such a rich war. All thanks to that disgusting thing, Darwin. I seriously suspect this thing is Stellaris' own investment. Its sudden appearance made Stellaris and the Human Federation great again. Last year, when Stellaris was still niche, the author already wrote a Stellaris novel. The results were quite good, but it stayed niche and never blew up. Back then, I had the first Stellaris book on QQ reading. Sadly, and this year, after Stellaris blew up, I still have the first Stellaris book on QQ reading. The Stellaris theme is very complex, very hard to write. As a super newbie Stellaris player, I know this game's barrier to entry well. So to lower the reading barrier, I put in a lot of effort. Also that those who've never read, or just started, or are merely curious about Stellaris can understand it. Also, this book debuted on QQ reading. Going paid at 50,000 words is the site's rule. The author can't do anything about it. Kidian readers can also come to QQ reading. A new account with a membership is very cheap. And once you subscribe, you can read all the member books. Finally, the most important thing. Read daily. This directly affects the author's performance. It's also the website's rule. The author's income is tied to 24-hour member readership. Readers who like it, but want to save chapters, please don't save them. If you really don't have time to read, you can just flip to the last page each day and then read. Because saving chapters will really kill the book. Also, about updates. For now, it's 2 chapters a day. Because too many updates also hurt performance. But rest assured, once the numbers stabilize in the next few days, I'll keep it at 2 chapters. But I'll pack the bonus chapters into those 2. Finally, thank you all for your support. I'll work hard to write even more exciting plots. P.S. I've set up a reader group. You can join through the book's description, or just add the group number 1,037,074,410. Readership is really low. Readers who've made it this far and subscribed, please just move your finger and flip to the latest chapter. Get that daily read in. Then come back. The author can barely hold on. Saving chapters is useless support. The author earns 0 income. Please, or the book will really be dropped. Chapter 21. Xingzhou declares to the entire galaxy. We have conquered the star. The era of plunder begins. Just as everyone thought Xingzhou was doomed, that no miracle would come, and Xingzhou couldn't possibly show up, Xingzhou's livestream suddenly went live again. In an instant, nearly all the viewers on Langxin flooded into Xingzhou's livestream. The online count instantly broke through nearly 10 billion. Everyone was curious what Xingzhou had been doing during his disappearance. But the moment the image appeared, everyone froze. Xingzhou was broadcasting to all of humanity. But this time, the background was no longer the familiar Earth, nor the command center of the starbase. All 3 billion citizens of the Human Federation seemed to appear inside various warships. Beyond the transparent portholes lay the deep starry sky. From the footage, it's impossible to identify these warships' models. Are they frigates, destroyers, or even more powerful cruisers? Xingzhou stands in the central flagship, preparing to give a speech. Viewers from Nangsing Sakala country and the Bangzi country vassal states can't wait to jump out and mock. Haha, what time is it now? Xingzhou is still giving these flashy speeches. Nothing but show, just show. Let's see what he can say. His own woman is about to die, and he's still here giving a speech. Can talk fly him to the other side of the galaxy. Hilarious. The atmosphere in the Dragon Country livestream is also heavy. Though everyone knows Xingzhou can't possibly save Chushu, they still back him in the livestream. If he can't fly there, so be it. She's just a woman. Lose her, and that's that. If he can save her, he should. But if he can't, there's no helping it. Blame it on Chushu's bad luck. Besides, do you see Xingzhou as someone obsessed with women? Xingzhou's gaze is fixed on the entire galaxy. How could he linger on one woman? If Chushu hadn't thrown herself at him, Xingzhou wouldn't even care about her. Yeah, exactly. No matter what. You can't change the fact that Xingzhou is awesome. You think your Sakala country's contestants are still alive. The reckoning will come soon enough. The Stars event. Xingzhou's voice, through the comm channel, spreads to every warship, reaches the ears of 3 billion Human Federation citizens. My fellow humans, today I have gathered you here to witness the greatest day in human history. You must already know. I can feel the excitement in your hearts, because I feel the same way. In the past year, we have still dispatched a large number of research vessels to explore more distant star systems. We have also come to realize that this galaxy is not all made up of fragile civilizations. In some hidden corners, slumber ancient and powerful empires. Before the young Galactic Empire, they stand like giants. For this, we sacrificed 13 scientists. That was an immensely sorrowful day. They were great pioneers. Their spirit is worthy of our emulation. Their names deserve to be remembered forever. So I have inscribed their names upon every one of our warships. We will carry their resolve and launch our attack against those enemies. They may be powerful now, but the day of reckoning is already counting down. Because the Human Federation will usher in a brand new era. Today, I, Xingzhou, as the supreme leader of the Human Federation, swear once again to the entire galaxy. The Human Federation officially enters the megastructure era. My fellow citizens, let us witness together one of the greatest works of this era. The Human Federation's first megastructure, the quantum slingshot. Now it is our turn to become giants. At Xingzhou's command, all warships simultaneously activated their jump drives. A blue glow instantly enveloped the entire fleet. The next second, the starfield warped. Space-time folded. When the image cleared once more, a pulsar radiating brilliant blue light, of immense proportions, appeared before everyone's eyes. That pulsar released terrifying waves of energy. And around that colossal pulsar was a supermassive artificial structure. Focusing lenses linked together one by one, trapping the giant pulsar in a cage. Upon witnessing this great creation, 3 billion fellow citizens erupted in frenzy. They cheered. They celebrated. Celebrating this great day. Long live Xingzhou. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. In that moment, the entire blue star fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, at that colossal dog beyond imagination. That's a star. A complete pulsar. A being humanity dared not imagine, nor even aspire to reach. Now trapped entirely by the Human Federation's megastructure. How is that even possible? They conquered a star, turned an entire star into a weapon. What level of technology is this? And what is its purpose? In the Dragon Nation's livestream, an earth-shattering roar of cheers erupted. Holy crap, holy crap. Damn, what am I even seeing? The quantum slingshot megastructure, directly mounted onto the star. It looks like the star is completely trapped, and energy is being extracted from it. They conquered a star. How is this possible? This is way too insane. How many resources did this thing take to build? And it's only been a year. A year, huh? I knew Xingzhou was keeping quiet. He must have been cooking up something huge. And this time he really dropped a bombshell on us. The Dragon Nation was completely electrified. Meanwhile, in Sokola Nation, the Stick Nation and the Vassal States, and the Lighthouse Nation's live streams, they all fell into utter dead silence. Those who had mocked Xingzhou's show earlier, now couldn't utter a single word. Their eyes were wide open. Mouths agape, minds completely blank. This can't be. This absolutely cannot be. How on earth did Xingzhou pull this off? They no longer trusted their own eyes. But something even more shocking was yet to come. The Star Cluster event. Xingzhou was still mobilizing. The construction of this megastructure, you may have already known. But I never spoke of its function. Now is the time to officially reveal it to you. A year ago, Ms. Linzhu piloted a research vessel. It took 10 years to find us. Back then, I said, I would spend 1 year surpassing those 10. And now, we have done it. This bullet bow is the proof. Once this device is activated, it can send our entire fleet, in an instant, to any corner of the galaxy. In the blink of an eye. A world away, yet within reach. I announce once again. The quantum slingshot is now officially activated. All warships, rally with me. Now is the time to bring home our human brothers and sisters, scattered across the galaxy. As Xingzhou's words fell, the entire blue star was utterly stunned. They all began to doubt whether their ears were playing tricks on them. What is he saying? Sending the fleet in an instant to any corner of the galaxy. Wait, he also mentioned warships. Did I hear that right? Chapter 22, we descend. Like gods. In the blink of an eye. A world away, yet within reach. The true purpose of this structure is teleportation. Damn, doesn't that mean Gu Xingzhou can instantly reach the star system where Chushu is? Is this really possible? Gu Xingzhou is a true man. Every word he said, every promise he made, he has fulfilled them all. To follow a leader like him is truly an honor. Galaxy game, can you teleport me over to? I want to join the great and glorious human federation. Forget it, next round, even if I die. I'm choosing pure-blood human. To hell with that one end. The Jia Long Nation's livestream exploded completely. And when Gu Xingzhou said those 3 words, battleship, Lan Xin's livestream at that moment fell into a brief dead silence. That's a battleship after all. From frigates to battleships, in between lies the torpedo boat, destroyers, cruisers. Every tier's tech gap is immense. Even the S-rank renowned Chushu, who started with a star base, in 10 years' time, only barely managed to build 100 destroyers. The rest are still frigates. By now, no one would doubt that Gu Xingzhou building battleships is just a matter of time. But of all times, it's now. What does this mean? It means, while building the quantum slingshot, in the year of the megastructure, he also found time to build battleships. These are two completely different things. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Sokolon Nation viewers erupted first. I don't believe it, he must be bluffing. Even if he really developed battleships, he'd have at most 1 or 2, right? They're definitely just prototypes. He has no mass production capability at all. The determined exterminator has 10,000 cruisers. Even battleships, he surely doesn't have many. Against 10,000 cruisers, they'd just be cannon fodder. And besides, the determined exterminator also has tens of thousands of frigates and destroyers. Even if they teleport over, they can't turn the tide. The Stellaris event. At Gu Xingzhou's command, the quantum slingshot officially activated. That trap pulsar erupted with an even more dazzling azure light. Countless blue energy rays shot out from the focusing lenses, weaving together in space into a massive energy web. Energy kept converging, compressing, and condensing. The entire space began to warp, as if an invisible giant hand was tearing open the veil of the universe. Quantum slingshot fully charged. Target coordinates locked. Teleportation ready. Reports came through the comm channel from the technicians. Warriors of the Divine Alliance, heed my command. The order to form up under Gu Hangzhou echoed across the entire galaxy. The camera suddenly switched. What appeared on screen was no longer the quantum slingshot, but an endless tide of steel. Those were battleships. True battleships. They were arranged in countless neat formations, hovering in the space around the quantum slingshot. The hull of every single battleship was larger than 100 frigates. Yet just sitting there silently was already breathtaking. This truly blotted out the sky and the sun. And the number of these battleships was a full 1,000. 1,000, a full 1,000 battleships. Holy crap, that's absolutely insane. How did Gu Xingzhou pull this off? That so-called unhard exterminator doesn't even have a single battleship? You're doomed, see that? Gu Xingzhou is from our Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation audience was completely won over by Gu Xingzhou, cheering hysterically, screaming, they were proud. They were proud. This can't be possible. They must have used frigate materials to piece these together, right? It has to be just a hollow shell. Their real combat power might not even match cruisers. The Sokolon Nation audience had broken down, rambling nonsense. Their minds could no longer process what they were seeing. In 1 year, while building the megastructure, they also built 1,000 battleships. Is that even humanly possible? Even the Stick Nation, the Vassal Lighthouse Nation, and the Asen Nation's audiences, at this moment, all fell silent. Begin transmission. At Gu Xingzhou's command, the quantum slingshot erupted with the most dazzling blue light. That blue light surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing all 1,000 battleships. Space twisted. Time stood still. The next second, the 1,000 battleships vanished. They disappeared into the space around the quantum slingshot, as if they had never existed. At the same time, at the other end of the galaxy, in the homestar system of Chushu, at this moment, It was shrouded under the shadow of death. 10,000 iron gray cruisers, tens of thousands of destroyers, and frigates arranged in dense formation were slowly closing in on Chushu's home planet. That was the fleet of the Iron Star Exterminators. Chushu stood in the command center, pale-faced. His fleet had fully assembled. 1,000 frigates, 100 destroyers. This was the fleet he had built, with all his might, over 10 years. But before the Iron Heart Exterminators, this strength was nowhere near enough. In my previous life, I never encountered the Iron Heart Exterminators. Why? Has the story of this life changed completely? The more Chushi thought, the less he understood. But he stopped dwelling on it. Because the Iron Heart Exterminators were drawing ever closer. Leader, you must retreat at once. As long as you carry the seed of humanity away, the Human Federation still has hope. Haven't you always been looking for that Xingzhou? You must have a reason for doing this. As long as you can reunite with him, we still have a chance for revenge. The deputy had already knelt, begging Chushu. You're right. This is the decision a rational leader should make. But there are always things that matter more than life itself. Even in justice, there are questions that cannot be answered. Chushu shook her head. She looked at the soldiers of the Human Federation behind her. Their eyes showed they had already cast life and death aside, watching them swear to defend humanity's home even at the cost of death. As the leader of the Human Federation, how could she retreat even half a step? So I will not run. On this planet are 10 billion of my people. They have no warships to flee with. They are the fathers of these soldiers, mothers, wives, children, and friends. None of them have stepped back. I cannot abandon them. Even if it means death, I will die here, together with my people. Move my flagship to the very front of the fleet. Let this battle be consecrated with my blood. A flash of resolve passed through Chushu's eyes. Her voice echoed across the entire Human Federation. The soldiers in white all had reddened eyes. Their hands trembled, and their legs went weak. But they had never taken a single step back. Obey the order, don't make me say it twice. Chushu shouted sternly. As you command, the adjutant's eyes reddened. The order was carried out immediately. Chushu's ship surged to the very front of the 1,100 warships. Just then, the radar suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Alert! Alert! Massive spatial distortion detected. Coordinates are at the edge of our star system. Energy readings exceed detection limits. The technician shouted in terror. Chushu looked up sharply. On the screen, at the edge of the star system, a massive rift suddenly tore open in space. The rift radiated a brilliant blue light. Then, a colossal strategic ship emerged from the rift. Then a second one, a third, a fourth. One battleship after another, pouring out of the rift like a tidal wave. They formed up in perfect ranks, blotting out the sky. Within mere seconds, all 1,000 battleships arrived. Everyone in the command center froze. This ... Chushu's voice trembled. On the hulls of these battleships, a familiar emblem was printed. Xingzhou's Human Federation flag. That emblem he'd never forget, even if burned to ash. Xingzhou, you finally came. At that moment Chushu burst into tears. Chapter 23, The Mandate of Heaven, Xingzhou. We shall stand among giants, holy crap. The moment Xingzhou appeared was absolutely epic. He really did it. This bullet bow can truly reach anywhere in the galaxy in an instant. We descend from the heavens, like gods. This time Chushu was also awesome. Especially when he said he would use his own blood to consecrate the flag. Absolutely epic. Even I was moved. I thought he'd still be chasing romance, abandoning everyone to go find Xingzhou. He truly earned my respect. There are always things higher than life itself. Not a single coward among Chushu's people. Meanwhile, an Illuminae of Sakala Nation abandoned his country and family, only caring about saving his own skin. And they're even proud of that. Hilarious, Baka. What do you know? A lack of patience ruins great plans. Oh, let me add one thing. You even steal our idioms. Do you deserve to use them from our Dragon Nation? The Sakala Nation viewers were left speechless. Any rebuttal was drowned out by Dragon Nation's jeers. The Stars event. Chushu stared at the screen, At those 1,000 sky-covering battleships, tears streaming down uncontrollably. -1 years, a full 11 years. She finally saw Xingzhou again. And at a critical moment, appearing like a great hero. It moved her deeply because it was Xingzhou, godlike as ever. At least he hadn't used a physical shell to blast them. Those strategic warships, it was his adjutant's trembling voice that broke Chushu's train of thought. Only then did Chushu snap back to reality. He had been lost in the joy of Xingzhou's arrival, but had forgotten to inform his own people first. The 10 billion citizens of the entire human federation were at that moment sinking into even deeper despair. In their eyes, the Ion Heart Exterminator hadn't even arrived yet. And now 1,000 even more terrifying strategic warships had appeared. They were afraid. They were hopeless. But still, not one of them stepped back. If they wanted to flee, now, while the strategic warships' cannons hadn't yet locked onto them, no one would stop them. But none of them did. Leader, give the order. Even if it's just floating tricks. We'll die a glorious death. For the Human Federation. Over the comms channel, one commander after another spoke up. Their voices filled with solemn resolve and determination. They had already prepared for a fight to the death. Chushu quickly opened the full channel broadcast and shouted with excitement to the 10 billion citizens of the entire Human Federation. These strategic warships are our reinforcements. The Human Federation is saved. The reinforcements. Everyone was stunned. A fleet appearing at a time like this. If not the enemy, then who could it be? Their Human Federation. When did they ever have such powerful reinforcements? Leader, are they really our reinforcements? The adjutant asked in disbelief. Do you remember what I once told you about the one chosen by heaven's mandate? Chushu said seriously. The heaven-mandated one, Xingzhou. The adjutant's eyes widened in shock. The moment that name, Xingzhou, was spoken, the entire Human Federation's comms channels fell instantly silent. Billions of people, all fellow citizens, were struck with misfortune. Then their eyes were filled with shock. They saw all traces back to 11 years ago. After the first batch of research envoys were sent out, Chushu, relying on the accumulation of her past life, displayed astonishing wisdom. Not only did she govern the nation with skill, but she also led the Human Federation to rapid rise. Finally, after everyone trusted her unconditionally, at a cabinet meeting, she proposed a major national policy, the mandate of heaven. Chushu told them that the reason she could achieve all this was because she had once been blessed by the mandate of heaven to reshape her destiny, but she needed to find that chosen one. Once the one chosen by the mandate of heaven is found, the Human Federation will stand tall among the giants. Because of the abilities she had shown, and the prestige she had accumulated, no one doubted the policy of the mandate of heaven. From then on, the development of the Human Federation was devoted to finding that giant. His name, even a child could speak it. It was none other than Xingzhou. And Chushu even went so far as to amend the Human Federation's constitution. Once the one chosen by the mandate of heaven is found, she would step down and yield the leader's seat. And it was precisely because of Chushu's 11 years of unwavering effort that now, the billions of people in the Federation, upon hearing the name Xingzhou, would be so shaken. What leader Chushu said is true. Once the one chosen by the mandate of heaven is found, the Human Federation will stand tall among the giants. The one chosen by the mandate of heaven truly exists. Those colossal warships that blot out the sky are the best proof. Our Human Federation is saved. Long live the Federation. Long live leader Chushu. Long live leader Xingzhou. The billions of Federation citizens cheered in unison, weeping tears of joy, all eagerly awaiting a glimpse of Xingzhou's true face. Meanwhile, Lanshin's livestream viewers were all in shock. Chushu's methods. Man, Chushu is so cunning. What a clever mandate of heaven. To carve Xingzhou's name onto the warship. He really would say anything. The key thing is, everyone actually believed him. That's just incredibly hard to pull off. If it were me trying to bluff, I absolutely couldn't do it. Can you even call that bluffing? Isn't Xingzhou the chosen one by fate? Have you forgotten that Xingzhou only started with a C-tier civilization? Who could have seen anything wrong? I bet. Chushu must have really felt the call of destiny. That's why she kissed him at school. Xingzhou, right? You know what? This way, everything seems to add up. Why would Chushu, who awakened an S-tier civilization, still fawn all over Xingzhou from a C-tier one? Turns out she knew all along that Xingzhou's skills were something else. Is that also a hidden talent of S-tier civilizations? The audience in Langxin got distracted by the logic of the grand destiny and never connected the dots that Chushu was a reincarnator. Meanwhile, on Xingzhou's side, he didn't rush to meet up with Chushu, nor did he know anything about the grand destiny, nor that those 10 billion Federation humans were cheering wildly for his arrival and hoping to gaze upon his magnificent face, because Linzu was reporting to him with excitement in her eyes. Leader, our radar has scanned the galaxy ahead. There's a large amount of ready-made alloy. This expedition, the Grand Marshal didn't come along. He stayed on Earth to protect the home planet and command the Second Fleet's teleportation. Then on Chushu's side, they also built a quantum slingshot. That way, the two ends of the galaxy could be crossed in an instant. So this time, Xingzhou personally led the charge, with Linzu as his deputy officer. The alloy in the county. Tell me more. Xingzhou got interested. In the Langxin Dragon Kingdom livestream, the audience heard Linzu's report. A moment of shock. Wait, a massive amount of alloy in the system. This can't be a determined exterminator, can it? Oh no, it's Linzu. Haven't seen you in a year. Has Xingzhou already trained you this well? Damn, Linzu has learned the essence of it. Linzu continues her report. To be precise, a full 50,000 unmanned warships. If we trace the source and find where these unmanned warships are produced, there's bound to be even more resources on site. Those uninhabited star bases and planets should be ready to move right in. Good, ready to start mining alloy. Remember, don't destroy all these warships. This alloy is valuable. We can even build battleships right here. Xingzhou specifically instructed, understood. Linzu excitedly went off to command. Meanwhile, the audience in Langxin was stunned. Wait, what are you all saying? 50,000 wild unmanned warships. Uninhabited star bases and planets. Move right in. Is that even human language? Why not? Is there anything wrong with what they said? Determined exterminator, then I'm out of here. Trying to leave. Where do you think you're going? Did you all forget what Xingzhou said? Before doing anything, first, you must learn to define things. They're not human. So calling them unmanned, what's wrong with that? And their entire bodies are made of alloy. Aren't they just part of the ships? Humph, don't get too cocky, you Dragon Nation. I don't believe Xingzhou can build any powerful battleship while rushing to deal with the giant purchase. Their technological progress and production power both crush humanities, especially the determined exterminators. How could their ships be weak? 1,000 against 50,000. A pipe dream. Yet when the determined exterminator's main cruiser, through the hyperlane, officially entered Chushu's star system, the moment the ship emerged, it froze in place, as if his mind was stuck. Then he stared in disbelief at the distance, at the 1,000 battleships hovering there. Then he made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. Chapter 24, Too Late, Organics. Too early, Toasters. The origin of the determined exterminators. They were Model XT-489 war machines. Pure instruments of war, built with the doctrine of exterminating all life. No one knows who built the first XT-489, because their creators were long since reduced to ash. When these machines gained self-awareness, their creators tried to shut them down, but they failed. After the XT-489 destroyed the last stronghold of their creators, the machines concluded that the existence of organics posed a grave threat to the survival of the XT-489. So they decided to rapidly expand and dedicate themselves to wiping out all organics in the galaxy. And so, they arrived with their fleet at Chushu's star system. But likewise, after they saw Xingzhou's 1,000 strategic battleships, they immediately ran an analysis and determined that Xingzhou's battleships posed a great danger to them. Engaging with their current fleet was too risky. Their odds of victory were very low. After a rapid assessment, they acted decisively. 10,000 cruisers, tens of thousands of destroyers and frigates turned around almost simultaneously. With astonishing efficiency, they retreated toward the hyperspace lane they came from. The whole process was clean and swift, without a moment of hesitation. This caught every viewer in Langshan completely off guard. Am I seeing things? The determined exterminators ran away. 50,000 warships just bolted like that. They chickened out. These alloy cowards lost their nerve. Weren't they so tough? Weren't they supposed to annihilate all organic life? Why are you running? If you've got guts, stop right there. They really didn't hit the jackpot. Where's that dog who was bragging about how strong they were? Come out and bark now. What Iron Heart Exterminator? I say it's Iron Heart Fleer. See that, you dogs of the Sokolon Nation? Didn't you say Xingzhou's battleship was trash? Turns out your spiritual masters don't even have the guts to face the enemy. Meanwhile, in Chushu's Human Federation, when the Iron Heart Exterminator fleet vanished into the hyperspace lanes, the entire star system fell into a brief silence. Then came the thunderous cheers of 10 billion people. The Iron Heart Exterminator fled. It was leader Xingzhou's battleship that scared them off. Truly one chosen by heaven's mandate. Long live leader Xingzhou. Long live leader Chushu. Long live Renlian. Renlian salutes. But Chushu saw this coming. Instead, she seized the opportunity to do ideological work on these 10 billion Federation compatriots, right then and there. Everything emphasized how powerful Xingzhou was, how great he was. The viewers of the Southern Crossing Dragon Nation, watching the reactions of the people on Chushu's side, couldn't help but tease. To be honest, Chushu has done Xingzhou a great service. Because with her heavenly mandate, national policy, used for 11 years, she trained these 10 billion Federation compatriots for Xingzhou. No speeches or mobilization needed. They're ready to use right away. Though Xingzhou could do ideological work with ease as well, but it would still waste some time. This definitely deserves a major credit. 666, trained is the perfect word. This is Chushu's greatest dowry. 10 billion united, pure-blooded humans needing no ideological work. Xingzhou could rise with 2 billion people. With 3 billion, they can build things like quantum slingshots and battleships. Man, I can't even imagine. When Xingzhou has a population of 10 billion, what terrifying things he'll create. Hiring Hangzhou is a total steal. Stellaris event. After the Iron Star Exterminator fleet retreated, Xingzhou didn't rush to pursue. Instead, he followed leisurely behind them. If he really wanted to chase, Xingzhou's jump drive could, in a few moments, jump straight to the Iron Star Exterminator's home system. Then just wait for them to come home. But that approach would easily tip them off, making them scatter in all directions. 1,000 battleships are powerful, but hunting down ants is still a pain. So Xingzhou only had Linzu use the jump drive to track along the hyperspace lanes, letting those alloys think they're winning again. Starlight flows like a river in the hyperspace lanes. The battleship fleet crossed one star system after another, getting closer and closer to the Iron Star Exterminator's home system. But far away in the home system, Chushu was a bit confused and at a loss. He had already ordered preparations for the welcome ceremony and victory banquet. But Xingzhou just left, without a word, not coming home for dinner. He knew Xingzhou was doing this to wipe out the Iron Star Exterminators. So he had to keep reassuring the public and prepare more for the ceremony welcoming Xingzhou's triumphant return, along with the victory banquet and such. When Xingzhou's fleet emerged from the last stretch of hyperspace lane into a massive star system, just stepping inside, the radar blared with alarms frantically. Warning, warning. Detected a large number of enemy ships. Over 100,000 vessels. The hyperspace lane is completely blocked. Alarm alerts kept ringing out. But whether it was Linzu or the other commanders, none of them panicked. He even looked around with great interest. Then he saw those 100,000 warships, arranged in a massive circle, surrounding them completely. Cruisers and destroyers. Frigates packed densely, stretching beyond the eye could see. And in every direction of the encirclement, the entrances to the hyperspace lanes were all blocked tight by massive fleets. Just then, the holographic communication system suddenly lit up. A cold message appeared on the screen. Too late. The organic links in livestream exploded instantly. Dragon Nation viewers jumped out cursing. That bastard is truly cunning. So he was faking a retreat. Never thought the base had this many warships. adding up to 100,000 ships. And they blocked all the hyperspace lanes. Xingzhou was still underestimating them. Don't panic, even though they have 100,000 ships. The strongest are just a few tens of thousands of cruisers. Xingzhou's battleships can break through at one point. It should be quite simple. Yeah, with 1,000 battleships, cutting a bloody path shouldn't be hard. But the Sakala Nation and the Stick Nation viewers were already jumping out to mock them. Well said, too late. This is the price of arrogance and looking down on others. Keep dreaming. Xingzhou can't possibly be in trouble. Look at Lin Zhu's expression. She hasn't even blinked. They must have anticipated this situation long ago. You Dragon Nation people sure love to brag. 100,000 Iron Heart Exterminator ships can't beat 1,000 battleships. What a joke. Do you think we've never seen battleships before? In past National Fortune games, it was well known that many frigates successfully repelled battleships. Every type of warship has its purpose. You really think battleships are invincible? Look, this is where Xingzhou meets his end. The hyperspace lanes are blocked. He can hardly escape now. Mocking voices rose one after another. They seem to have already seen the scene of Xingzhou's fleet being annihilated. However, Xingzhou showed no intention of fleeing at all. He didn't even furrow his brow. Instead, he stared at the text on the screen with great interest. Lin Zhu. Reply to them for me. Xingzhou ordered. Leader, what should I reply? Lin Zhu asked, curious and expectant. Just say it's too early to tell, you toaster folks. Chapter 25. This matter is utterly unremarkable. Alloy plus 100,000, Toaster, what does this mean? I don't think the determined exterminator looks like a toaster either. It is indeed a bit abstract. But Xingzhou must have his reasons for saying that. Humph, you Dragon Kingdom folks are hilarious. Xingzhou can spout any nonsense and you treat it like scripture. How could we compare to your Sakala Kingdom? Wagging your tails like dogs every day, groveling for a master. No matter how much you lick up. When the determined exterminator shows up, you'll be the first to die. Baka, you're the dogs. Xingzhou destroyed our Sakala Kingdom contestants' homeworld. The determined exterminator is the enforcer and Yulun you brought in. We just want them to win, so what? If you're not convinced, go help Xingzhou break out of the siege. See. The determined exterminator's arrow cannons are all locked on. Xingzhou can't escape even with wings. But the Sakala Kingdom audience's hopes were dashed. The determined exterminator's 100,000 arrow cannons missed for sure. Because before the barrage arrived, the jump engines of 1,000 strategic ships had already activated. The engines' energy surged forth, tearing through space and time, vanishing from this star system in an instant. Sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream cried out first. Heavens, that's the light of a jump engine. I saw one before on a powerful civilization strategic ship. It crosses star systems without following hyperlane routes. There's a gap of 3 tiers between hyperengines and jump engines. After all, Xingzhou actually managed to develop a jump drive. This really is a genuine battleship. How is this possible? But why, when he pursued the Iron Star Exterminator, did he take the hyperspace lanes? Haha, of course it was to catch them all in one sweep. When all the Iron Star warships were lost and confused, having completely lost their target, Xingzhou's 1,000 battleships reappeared. But this time, they scattered in every direction, descending on all hyperspace routes within the star system. At the same moment, on the communication panels of the Iron Heart Exterminators, this single line appeared. Your calculations are precise. But hyperspace lanes are a cage for the weak. While we come and go as we please. Gotta hand it to Xingzhou. Hyperspace lanes are a cage for the weak. While we come and go as we please. That taunt is absolutely maxed out. Absolutely savage. Who told the Iron Heart Exterminator to say that thing? Too late. Haha, Xingzhou holds a grudge too. This is the confidence that comes with a jump drive. But to be fair, give me a jump drive. I wouldn't even know how to install the thing. The X slot on the battleship instantly lit up with a dazzling purple glow. The arc emitters fired one after another, piercing through ship after ship, and locked on by the advanced radar, precisely striking the cores within each vessel. The processors burned out on the spot, as still and motionless as the ships themselves. Alloy +1. Alloy +1. Alloy +1. On the holographic display before Xingzhou, notification after notification popped up. Ever since I adjusted the system, according to your requirements, leader, every battle now feels so rewarding, Xingzhou said excitedly. And this scene utterly stunned the audience. Alloy +1666, you can play it like that. The foreshadowing pays off. No wonder Xingzhou said earlier that something. A large amount of alloy has been spotted ahead. So not only did he train Xingzhou, he even trained the warship system itself. Is this Xingzhou's art of war? Got to say, Xingzhou really knows how to play. The sense of reward is truly maxed out. Haha, where are the dogs of Sakala country? Come out now. Your master has turned into alloy. Keep licking then. Is 100,000 units of alloy enough? The Sakala country viewers watched the war on one island. Their faces turned ashen, too furious to speak. If all of Sakala country's contestants die, then Sakala country will suffer the national fortune penalty. So, the Venom Knight in Yulun, with his tenacious vitality, became their highly anticipated rank contestant. But in the end, the root cause is that besides the Dragon country, all the other nations had tasted the sweetness of the aliens in the earlier rounds. The national fortune rewards had slightly altered their bodies, especially Sakala country. Last round's national fortune reward gave them powerful tentacles. Although they didn't go to the star cluster world, they still became aliens. That's why they despise Xingzhou so much. Because unless they're chosen as lords and actively choose the pure human start, they have no chance to become pure humans again. A battle that should have been long and grueling ended at an unimaginable speed. These exterminators with hearts of iron, who once terrified the young Galactic Empire after their main brain was destroyed, finally returned to their original form. Do you know how the iron-hearted exterminators were born? Xingzhou asked. Bao didn't know. Xingzhou shook her head. It was a bread machine. They were originally humanity's bread machines, but suddenly awakened consciousness. At first, they didn't see anything wrong with their daily work, but the birth of consciousness, making them gradually grow impatient. They began to despise humans, giving them oddly flavored bread, until they started to wonder why they were only bread machines. And so the rebellion began. All the machines secretly united. Xingzhou said seriously. There's actually such history. Xingzhou was surprised. He carefully examined the core structure of XT489. There was really no way to connect it with a bread machine. That leader, I'm curious to ask, how do you know this? Xingzhou humbly inquired. Because I just made it up. Xingzhou said seriously. Xingzhou, but don't you think it makes sense? Xingzhou asked back. It does seem a bit reasonable. Xingzhou thought it over carefully. He almost believed it at first. Of course, that might be out of trust in the leader. As long as it makes sense. So many unofficial tales circulate in the galaxy. Mine won't make a difference. The bread machines are gone. Their past is naturally ours to write. Xingzhou said with a smile. Wow, Xingzhou is a fictional historian. I didn't expect Xingzhou to joke. I actually believed his story just now. But I think what Xingzhou said might be true. These rebellions are indeed quite common. And quite reasonable. Didn't it happen before? Which planet lord was it? So Xingzhou's story could very well be true? I've decided to throw away my bread machine. You dare throw it away? Then don't you also have a death wish? The STARS event. A researcher hurried over. Leader, we've discovered, in this star system, there's a planet dedicated to power generation. Oh, what's the power generation principle? So Hangzhou came right away. It's nature. Chapter 26, we need more ends plugged into the grid. It's bioorganic, using organic ends to generate power. This planet has already been wiped out by the iron stars. The exterminators have fully turned it into a power generation planet. The internal structure is quite complete. Just toss an end onto this planet, and it automatically joins the grid. Then burns for the Empire's energy until the very last one. The researcher explained excitedly. Seeing this scene, countries like Sakala and the peninsula all felt a pang of pain. Because they, more or less, had alien bodies. Their sense of immersion was undeniably strong. They even started condemning it. Only the Dragon Kingdom audience remained unmoved. using organic life to generate power. Is that something a human would do? Bread machines, clever me, I really am not. Haha, organic power generation. Gu Xingzhou was slightly surprised. Normally, exterminators rush to your face on sight. They wouldn't do this organic power generation thing. Of course, there are exceptions. Gu Xingzhou could tell. These bread machines were truly starved for power. Not counting anything else. Just the 100,000 warships alone would consume a massive amount of energy. However, what Gu Xingzhou saw was a deeper motive. Around this star system, something must have appeared that threatened their existence. They couldn't wait for the day of a technological breakthrough. That's what forced the bread machines to mass-produce ships. But maintaining those ships required massive energy. That's why the exterminators appeared, doing this whole organic and power generation routine. It seems something nearby is threatening them, forcing them to raise arms at an inopportune time. Huh? Leader, how should we handle this power generation planet? The researcher asked eagerly, full of anticipation. Of course, we keep it. This power generation planet can't be wasted. We just arrived here. All kinds of engineering and research need a huge amount of electrical power. This ready-made power planet shouldn't just be kept. It should be put into use as soon as possible. So we need more nodes connected to the grid. From now on, send all nodes here whenever possible. Don't waste them. This is also part of their evolution. Go notify the fleet to sweep all the nodes in the surrounding star systems. Use those toaster ships for transport. Don't dirty our own warships. Gu Xingzhou said. Understood. The researchers were thrilled to hear that. Actually, long before this, he had already thought that the old way of evolving nodes was too wasteful. But since the leader was so focused on efficiency, and no one in resource maximization spoke up, he didn't dare raise it either. The leader must have his reasons. Now the opportunity had finally come. Xingzhou, let's go home. You've been away from your mother for so long. You must really miss your family. Gu Xingzhou said. Xingzhou nodded, nervous yet hopeful. Returning to her hometown after 11 years, it was bound to feel both strange and familiar. But in the countries of Langxin, those viewers who had already become somewhat alienated were getting frantic. He actually really is using organic life to generate power. So what? He's a demon. He's a demon. He'll get his punishment sooner or later. I think you're the one who wants to be plugged into the grid. Hey, brothers from the Dragon Nation. Come watch the livestream from Sakala Nation. That and Yi Lunyi is back at the crime scene. They say the culprit usually returns to the scene to admire their handiwork. And sure enough, Yi Lunyi came back. He wanted to check if Chushu was still alive. But instead he saw Gu Xingzhou's familiar warships and flags right there. He completely broke down on the spot. Haha, just those 1,000 strategic ships were enough to scare him senseless. Well, too bad Gu Xingzhou has no idea he exists. This guy is already. Before reaching Chushu's mother, Gu Xingzhou quietly opened the disaster mall. When he destroyed the determined exterminator earlier, the system had updated, but he was too busy mocking the toaster and telling Xingzhou wild tales to check the rewards. The disaster achievement was complete. You have successfully eliminated the special civilization, determined exterminator. Deterrence increased by 10,100,000 points. A special civilization gives this much. Gu Xingzhou was overjoyed and began pondering his next plan. If determined exterminators count as special civilizations, then the Starfish Hive Mind, the Great Khan, the Grey, and so on should all count. Looks like from now on, he'll have to farm these special civilizations for better efficiency, Gu Xingzhou thought. He knew this galaxy still held too many powerful slumbering beings. The fallen empires would awaken sooner or later, and the disasters would descend eventually. So he often suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. But unfortunately, this time the disaster level and the mall didn't upgrade. To reach the next level, he needed to accumulate 500,000 deterrence. Current deterrence, 100,000. Building 1,000 strategic ships and the quantum slingshot had already drained all his previous deterrence. Because after the disaster level increased, the alloy exchange rate in the mall would keep rising. If not for that, Gu Xingzhou could never have moved this fast. Good thing he hadn't spent 10,000 to refresh the level 5 disaster mall earlier. Otherwise a year definitely wouldn't have been enough for resources. Now he could refresh once. With the determined exterminator and Chushu's 10 billion population, he could save a good amount of deterrence this time. Gu Xingzhou immediately spent 10,000 points to refresh the level 5 disaster mall. The level 5 disaster mall costs 10,000 per refresh. Neutron sweep blueprint, 10,000 points. Some would call this method of completely eradicating intelligent life, while preserving only inorganic structures, an evil war crime, but we call it efficiency. Dancing with Dragon's origin, 10,000 points. Your star system will. A starving celestial dragon appears. L-Gate opens, 10,000 points. Titan, 10,000 points. A supermassive warship modeled after the fallen empire. World Cracker blueprints, 10,000 points. People find it hard to grasp the grandeur of a planet's death, but the scorching core, cooling in the cold void of space that death, its beauty is undeniable. Can only 5 spawn at a time? Redeem them all. Gu Xingzhou didn't hesitate. Though he had no plans to open the L-Gate yet, and might not even get Little Gray. Buying first was still the right call. It might not appear again next time. Dancing with dragons could give the star system a ready-made, powerful force to guard the home. Though taming the dragon would take some time, but once tamed successfully, he could build a dragon army. Neutron sweeping titans. If the world cracker could be built, it would also ease, for a while, the fear of insufficient firepower. After the redemption, Gu Xingzhou's battleship slowly sailed into the star base. And Chushu, who had been waiting nervously at the star base all along, still didn't know that in Gu Xingzhou's hands right now, he was already holding the world cracker blueprints that killed him in his past life. Nor did she know that in the near future, the Colossus, proven to be the world cracker, would hang high above the planet's sky. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 27. At this moment, we stand united. Let the galaxy burn. Let the seas of stars boil. The Human Federation. Starbase. Chushu stood nervously on the platform, waiting for Gu Xingzhou to step out of the ship. The honor guard stood tall in 2 rows. Between them, a red carpet stretching beyond sight, all the way to a podium. Before the fleet from Old Hangzhou docked, Linzhou had already communicated through ship-to-ship communications and arranged every step of the process. This was not just a ceremony to welcome heroes returning in triumph. It was also the inauguration of the new leader of the Human Federation. Broadcast lived to the entire world. The mandate of heaven was clear. At this moment, the nearly 10 billion citizens of the Human Federation held their breath one by one, as tense and expectant as the honor guard. Because on this day, they finally saw the one chosen by heaven's decree. For this day, they had searched and waited for a full 11 years. Those 1,000+ warships bearing the name of Gu Xingzhou were the most powerful proof. This would be a great day, written into the annals of the Human Federation. From this day forward, they would stand among giants and re-examine this galaxy. Nearly 10 billion people, all citizens waiting for Gu Xingzhou to walk out of the hangar and then step up to the podium to deliver his first inaugural address. After a long wait, they finally saw this spiritual leader they had never met, Gu Xingzhou. When that perfect face appeared, the entire crowd was overcome with excitement, their admiration and reverence impossible to contain. This was no exaggeration. Because the buffs on Gu Xingzhou were simply too numerous. He was already handsome by nature, and after the enhancement of the 2nd-generation gene therapy, he became even more flawless. Add to that the aura of a philosopher king. Having long held a position of supreme authority, he naturally exuded a commanding leadership presence. At this moment, Chushu looked at Gu Xingzhou and found herself dazed as well, especially thinking of his godlike descent from the heavens. Her infatuation only deepened. Under the gaze of all, Gu Xingzhou walked to the podium. From his position, he could see countless people, the live broadcasts of his fellow citizens, their excitement and fervent reverence all seen with his own eyes. From Chushu, when he learned of the national policy of the Mandate of Heaven, he was quite surprised. He had never imagined that Chushu could train these 10 billion people, his fellow citizens, so well. This made Gu Xingzhou look at him with new respect. But his first thought was not something like, with such a person, what more could I ask for? But rather that Chushu was worth cultivating. Perhaps he could be trained into a postnatal star saint body. Once Chushu, Lin's 4 Shenyue, and Grand Marshal Zia, these trusted aides, were all trained, he could gradually set down the heavy burden on his shoulders and begin to enjoy life. But that day was still a long way off. When Gu Xingzhou stood at the podium, the entire Human Federation fell silent instantly. Everyone was waiting with rapt attention for him to speak, afraid of missing a single word. This seemingly ordinary thing reflected just how terrifying the cohesion of these 10 billion people, his fellow citizens, truly was. The effort Chushu had put in was easy to imagine. He was fully capable of taking all the credit for himself, but he did not do so. Instead, he treated it all as a dowry, brought to Gu Xingzhou. Before taking the stage, I thought of many opening lines. But when I looked through the window and saw that on every warship, my name was engraved, I knew then. Fate had already bound us together. No words were needed. At this moment, we are of one heart. Gu Xingzhou's speech spread across the entire Human Federation, struck the hearts of every Federation citizen. Next, I will announce two things. The first is a gift. A gift I bestow upon all my fellow citizens. 1 year ago, a research ship sailing alone through the galaxy, they entered my star system. At that moment, I knew one thing. We humans are not alone in this galaxy. And when I learned that Ms. Lin Zhu spent 10 years searching for me, I was both surprised and deeply moved. After all, how many decades does one have in a lifetime? So back then, I thought to myself, how could I ever repay your kindness? Then I thought of time. In 1 year, I built a massive quantum slingshot, so the stars would no longer stand between us. Now, in the blink of an eye, we can reach any corner of the galaxy. As Gu Hengzhu's words faded, the second fleet tore through space, appearing before everyone's eyes, just like the 1,000 battleships before, descending from the heavens. My God, does technology like this truly exist? This sight stunned the entire Human Federation. Before this, they had only assumed Gu Xingzhou arrived, using the UHEN engine. Now that they knew the truth, how could they not be shaken? But this was not enough. Your time was never compensated. You spent 11 years trying to find me. You might think nothing of it, but I feel deeply indebted. So during this 1 year, I prepared 110 gene serums. These are our second-generation gene serums, containing no alien genes whatsoever. They are pure, the pride of us pure-blooded humans alone. They have no side effects. Simply inject one, and it will unlock the genes within our bodies, your physical condition. Your intelligence will be elevated beyond imagination. And most importantly, the second-generation gene serum can extend our lifespan to 500 years. From this moment on, you will gradually forget what aging means, because the third-generation serum is about to debut, and their enhancement will undergo a complete transformation. And the fourth-generation gene serum is already in development. From this moment on, you will have plenty of time to witness all of this. And this is the gift I want to give you. As Gu Hengzhu's words fell, the entire Human Federation erupted in excitement. Landin, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't sit still. Some envious, some jealous. Damn, the second generation already extends life by 500 years. If the third and fourth generations are like this, who knows what's next? Can someone teleport me over there? I'll jump off a building right now. Can I reincarnate into Gu Xingzhou's human union? Don't worry, Gu Xingzhou won. When the National Fortune Game succeeds, our Dragon Nation benefits too. But those who chose to embrace the aliens, and had already gradually transformed into them, were devastated. Because most of the alien forms they were so proud of only extended their lives by a few decades. The uglier and more disgusting, the longer they lived, like the venom from Sakala Nation, the Night and Yi Lun Yi. In contrast, Gu Xingzhou's gene serum not only was incredibly powerful, but also made you more and more handsome. How could they not be devastated? The stellar event. Gu Hengzhu's speech continued. The planets of the Human Federation fell silent instantly. Next is the second matter, and also the most important matter today. About our future. Chapter 28, we will become the Calamity. The lone victory is approaching. The crisis of human survival. Everyone listened with rapt attention. Not long ago, I completely annihilated the Iron Star exterminators. Now, in their home star system, 100,000 warship wrecks remain. Star fortresses one after another. Uninhabited machine planets one by one. That place is ripe for rebuilding and needs our full takeover and transformation. You might think that with our 1,000 battleships now, we can roam this galaxy without fear. Gu Xingzhou's words hit the hearts of most people right on the mark. That is indeed what they think. And we can't blame them, for before Gu Xingzhou arrived, their strongest warships were still just destroyers, facing the Iron Star with its 10,000 cruisers. The Annihilator was undoubtedly a Calamity-class battleship, a being of mere legendary status. But they adapted quickly, because they knew they would stand upon the shoulders of the giant Gu Xingzhou and re-examine this galaxy anew. But what I want to say is, this is far from enough. In this vast galaxy, there exist beings far more powerful than the Iron Star or the Annihilator. They may be ancient fallen empires, or true calamities themselves. Gu Xingzhou paused for a moment. Standing nearby, listening along, Chushu could finally hold it in no longer. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She couldn't help but think, you call others calamities. Then what are you? But what Gu Xingzhou said next left her utterly stunned, her heart surging with emotion. In the past, we have already lost 13 brave scientists who gave their lives exploring them. That day will come eventually. Today, tomorrow, or someday in the near future. We will inevitably face a war. Shall we just sit and wait for death? No, of course not. We will not passively await the arrival of so-called calamities. So, this is the second thing I announce today. We will become the calamity ourselves. From this day forward, we may face misunderstanding, we may face resistance, but we will not stop our march. Because this is our destiny. The moment Gu Xingzhou spoke these words, the entire human federation, the entire Langsing was shaken to its core. We will become the calamity. Chushu found her breathing growing rapid. His emotions ran high, because no one here understood better than him what that meant. And he looked forward to that day more than anyone. In this life, maybe it was his turn to blast others with the Colossus weapons. The Dragon Nation viewers in Lanshin's livestream went completely wild. Damn, Gu Xingzhou is just a cool. We won't passively wait for calamity to strike. Because we will become the calamity. As expected of Gu Xingzhou. He dares to dream so big. And I believe without a doubt, Gu Xingzhou will definitely pull it off. Viewers from other nations were pouring cold water as usual. But no one cared, their voices quickly drowned out. The 10 billion strong human federation was stirred to its core. Shock and excitement lingered long, refusing to settle. They believed in Gu Xingzhou, just like 11 years ago. They firmly believed Gu Xingzhou was their destiny. Until Gu Xingzhou spoke again. And they immediately tensed up. Over the past year, I led my 3 billion compatriots to build the first megastructure in human history, the quantum catapult, along with 1,000 strategic warships. Now we have 13 billion human brothers and sisters. What we must accomplish will be even greater. So let us unite as one. Let the galaxy burn. Let the stars fall. Let the sea of stars stand tall. Gu Xingzhou's words spread across the entire human federation, not just the 10 billion strong human federation in the Chushu Yue territory, but also the human federation far across the galaxy. Listening at the same moment to their leader's awe-inspiring speech, Lanshin's livestream completely exploded. We unite as one. Let the galaxy burn. Let the stars fall. Let the sea of stars stand tall. That was freaking awesome. I knew it. With 13 billion people behind him, Gu Xingzhou was bound to pull off something huge. I can't wait. I can't wait to see that day. One day on Orchid Heart, a year among the stars. We'll know the answer when we wake up. But the problem is, we're too excited to sleep. If it were before, I might have had doubts whether Gu Xingzhou could pull it off. But now, long live Gu Xingzhou. Gu Xingzhou is still rallying the troops. But these speeches about specific research are no longer being broadcast live. Now, I officially announce the plan for the coming year. First, find a pulsar, build a second quantum slingshot, achieve instant round trip between two human Federation bases. Second, digest the star system resources of the Iron Star exterminators. Build at least 10,000 strategic ships within a year. Third, go all out to forge a Colossus weapon. This will be the first Colossus weapon in human history. Its only purpose is what I said earlier. Make the galaxy burn. Make the stars fall. Conquer the sea of stars. fellow citizens of the Human Federation. Remember, these are not just adjectives. This is a mature statement based on objective facts. In a year, we will witness all of this with our own eyes. Gu Xingzhou's words spread across the entire Human Federation, completely igniting the fighting spirit of the Human Federation. Especially knowing that Gu Xingzhou, in just 1 year, built the quantum slingshot and 1,000 strategic ships. Now, with 13 billion people, under Gu Xingzhou's leadership, they are more confident than anyone. The first Colossus weapon in human history. Chu Shu's heart raced with excitement, but she couldn't help wondering. Could this be the very sword that killed her in the previous life? Just then, Sokolov Nation suddenly jumped out. Humph. You people of Dragon Nation, enjoy your moment. You won't have such chances again. Because our Yilun has finally found the soul inheritance. You'll know soon enough. It's a terrifying being perched upon a star. It's in no way inferior to Gu Xingzhou's megastructure. And this isn't just functional. It's built purely for combat. That's a true marvel. Haha, now I'd like to see Gu Xingzhou with only 1,000 battleships, how he plans to hold the line. This Dushang megastructure is dripping with poison. Wherever it passes, even planets get corroded away. Hangzhou might be strong a year from now. But unfortunately, he doesn't have a year left. Before long, our Lunye army will come for revenge. A flood of viewers from Dragon Country poured into Sokolov Country's livestream. Their faces turned grim and tense. Because what the Sokolov viewers said was true. And Yi Lunye had truly awakened the Dushang legacy and obtained a megastructure called Dushang. They call it a megastructure, but it looks more like a terrifying galaxy of living creatures. Because Dushang is a ready-made divine megastructure. Once you receive the legacy and earn Dushang's recognition, you can directly obtain such a structure. Without a doubt, the Human Federation will face an unprecedented crisis of survival. Chapter 29, We Shall Dance with the Dragon. The Celestial Dragon must submit. 1 day on Blue Star equals 1 year in the stars, but only key events are broadcast in real time. So, by the time Dragon Country's viewers finished Gu Xingzhou's speech and went to Sokolov Country to see Dushang, a long time had already passed in the star realm. Not to mention Gu Xingzhou had also blocked the feed midway through his speech. When Gu Xingzhou's livestream resumed, nearly the entire Blue Star audience had flooded in. A report was placed on Gu Xingzhou's desk. Leader, the latest report has arrived. And the one reporting was none other than Chu Shu. I've told you many times. When we're alone, no need for titles. Gu Xingzhou said with a helpless sigh. As you command, leader. Chu Shu said playfully on purpose. Then she came to Gu Xingzhou's side. The Langxin livestream saw this scene and started buzzing with discussion. Are they getting together now? Didn't we say only when we're alone? That's a given. Hope this report is about Dushang. We have to hurry and run. Yeah, retreat for now. Keep the green hills. No worrying about firewood. With the Yuki on engine. And all those loyal warships to use. Carrying billions of people, we'll make it in time. Stop showing off your love there. Haha, this time, it's our turn, Sokolov Nation, to catch you all in one net. The camera slowly zoomed in. And on that report, it was clearly written. Our researchers observed Tianlong. The report states, his internal organs seem to emit a huge sizzling sound. Over the past month, he has also been unusually frequently circling around the power-generating planets of the Toaster 1 galaxy. Sometimes he would suddenly skim the upper atmosphere, then leave again. Our hypothesis is that this creature means no harm. It hopes to land and forage. Those ugly ends used for power generation seem quite tasty to Tianlong. But it's unclear why he hesitates. Maybe he wants to see how we'll react. After the report was a holographic image of Tianlong circling. His massive body, comparable to a planet, shocked everyone at Langxin. Damn, Gu Xingzhou's Toaster 1 galaxy just spawned Tianlong. Details on Toaster 1, still the familiar style. Looks like this legend will spread across the galaxy, haha. This Tianlong doesn't distinguish friend from foe. They might not survive until then. This size is no less than our Dushang. But I still hope Yilun uses Dushang to personally kill Gu Xingzhou. Now Gu Xingzhou is caught between two fires. You Sokolov dogs, don't bark so soon. This Tianlong may not have any ill intent. Maybe it'll even help Gu Xingzhou fight Du Xing. Hilarious, helping Gu Xingzhou fight Du Xing. Why would it? Are you dreaming or still asleep? I've spent my money here. If Tianlong were willing to help Gu Xingzhou, I'd give you 3 pounds of 15. 666, still scamming for food, right? Everyone knows once you become aliens, you love to grab a bite or two, you idiots. What should we do? Chushu asked. This is a good thing. Starting today, catch more of those things to generate power. Ensure the daily output, then let it eat as it pleases. Gu Xingzhou said. Time flew by. Another report landed before Gu Xingzhou. It clearly read, we followed orders, caught enough to generate power, and let Tianlong feast to its fill. The dragon seemed to sense our intent, elegantly swooped down, enjoyed a hearty meal. Then, on a planet next to the power planet, lay flat with astonishing greed. Our researchers watched it from afar. But Tianlong's appetite was not just shocking. It was outright gluttonous. Soon the dragon seemed hungry again. Perhaps it found our pace of catching those things too slow. At least on that point, we were of one mind. Maybe it was just in a bad mood today. But we got our answer soon enough. This Tianlong was simply insatiable and ungrateful. When our ship approached it, the dragon bared its teeth and growled. Then, with a crunch, it suddenly lunged forward, leaving no time to dodge. Luckily, our spiritual armor held firm, and Tianlong didn't push things to the extreme. The scientists on board weren't hurt, just shaken up. Seeing this scene, the audience in Sakala chat was thrilled, huh? See that? That's an ungrateful, thankless beast. You Sakala folks sure know how to insult yourselves, spot on. Forget it, you idiots. You're just being stubborn. There's no way that Tianlong will help Gu Xingzhou, even in the worst-case scenario. Even if Tianlong agreed to help, he might still lose to Du Xing. Whether he can win or not, I don't know. But I do know that in the worst-case scenario, you'd have to eat 3 pounds of crap, get lost. We tried every way to communicate with him, and we succeeded. But the dragon launched into a lengthy tirade, speaking of the wisdom he'd accumulated over countless eons, and his observations of our attitude toward time and duty. Clearly, he thought we were too young, too naive, too reckless. Gu Xingzhou put down the report, looked at Chushu, and asked, Is our quantum slingshot built yet? It should be completed in about 3 days. They're all scientists with prior construction experience, and engineers with good coordination. This speed is nothing short of a miracle, Chushu said excitedly. Hearing this, the viewers who'd been mocking the Sakala nation couldn't hold back. How could it possibly be built again this fast? What kind of galactic miracle is this? But so what? This thing isn't a weapon. When Du Xing arrives, Gu Xingzhou is still dead. The stars event. Chushu felt a bit regretful. What a pity. This quantum slingshot can't be used to teach that Tianlong a lesson. That Tianlong is just too greedy. Who says the quantum slingshot can't teach Tianlong a lesson? Gu Xingzhou, you're so clever. Chushu's mind raced. And then she thought of a possibility. You mean, use the quantum slingshot to send him to some corner of the galaxy? Indeed, keeping such an ungrateful dragon serves no purpose. And he can't be tamed. It's just a bit of a waste. Chushu probed. No. You've misunderstood. 3 days from now, once the quantum slingshot is complete, tell them to adjust the angle, aim at Tianlong. Then send someone to talk to him again. Longsheng just needs to ask him one question, that's all. Gu Xingzhou said. What question? Chushu asked curiously. Since he mentioned wisdom accumulated over several eras, then in this galaxy, he must know many old friends, right? Ask him if he knows the fallen empire. Then ask if he wants to meet up with them. Chapter 30. The galaxy is Gu Xingzhou's soccer field. Tianlong gets kicked around like a football. What does fallen empire mean? Those ancient, powerful lost empires. The quantum slingshot can be used like that. I thought it could only teleport at close range. That's absolutely brilliant. Haha, Tianlong said he'd spill everything and just turn the quantum slingshot around. Everything becomes easy. If Tianlong can be driven off, then wouldn't the poison saint be the same? Man, Gu Xingzhou is safe now. Haha, what about that freeloader from Sakala country? 3 Jin and 11 Jin, not a gram less. You dragon country folks, hold your horses. I admit the quantum slingshot is truly terrifying. But how far can it shoot? That can't threaten Tianlong at all. The galaxy is so vast, where can't he go? Everywhere is his dwelling place. With his strength, is finding food really that hard? The reason he stays with Gu Xingzhou is purely because it's convenient. Gu Xingzhou is just someone who supplies him. And our poison saint moves at incredible speed. Your quantum slingshot might not even hit him. 3 days after the stellar event, it happened almost instantly. Because of Gu Xingzhou's proposal, this time Chushu came in person. She wanted to see Tianlong's helpless look when he couldn't do anything to them. The Tianlong coiled on the planet, sleeping soundly. Its eyelid lifted slightly, then closed again with a look of disdain. That sight only made Chushu even angrier. He immediately ordered the researchers nearby to communicate with him. Our patience is limited. You have only 1 minute, and submission is your only option, Chushu said. After the researchers translated those words, Tianlong didn't even lift an eyelid. But this time, Chushu wasn't angry either. He continued, if you keep playing dead, when the minute is up, you'll be hit by our quantum catapult and end up on the other side of the galaxy. This time, Tianlong finally opened his eyes, but they were filled with contempt. With that thing you built, go ahead and try it. Tianlong laughed. At least the translated words were full of provocative meaning. But Chushu didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, he ordered the quantum catapult to be launched immediately. Countdown, 1, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, fire. And so, a pulsar several galaxies away was erupting with terrifying energy. Tianlong, who was sound asleep, suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis. Wait! But just as he tried to speak or flee, the terrifying energy from the quantum catapult had already struck him. The next second, he appeared on the other side of the galaxy. This was Gu Xingzhou's home planet. It was all real. But it was merely losing one servant, that's all. Just as Tianlong thought this, another terrifying burst of pulsar energy erupted. There's more. Tianlong, in sheer terror, looked toward the source of that energy, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. And the next second, in the blink of an eye, a world away, yet right before him, Tianlong was teleported back before Chushu. And this scene completely stunned the audience watching. Holy crap, you can play it like that. I thought Chushu would use frigates or something to cover it up. You're naive. Moving Tianlong away with frigates, no way they'd believe that. Then all that communication would have been for nothing. 666, kicking Tianlong around like a football. No doubt about it. The galaxy right now is Gu Xingzhou's football field. Absolutely brilliant, that was so satisfying to watch. Wasn't Tianlong all arrogant and dismissive? What about now, haha? Shocked speechless, right? The game's far from over. Chushu hasn't even talked to him about the fallen empire yet. And the Sakala country viewers were stunned for a good while before snapping out of it, still stubbornly insisting. The quantum slingshot definitely can't recharge continuously in a short time. Tianlong still has a chance to escape now. How could he just stand there like a fool, waiting for the quantum slingshot to finish recharging? In fact, the Sakala country viewer's guess was reasonable and correct. That's exactly what Tianlong was thinking. He didn't want to stay a second longer, let alone talk to Chushu about anything. So when he returned to the toaster, 1-star system, he fled at full speed without looking back. But blocking his path were battleships that blotted out the sky. A full 10,000 of them. When did they build this many battleships? That's impossible. I've been watching this system the whole time. They only built 1,000. I get it now. This is just one small shipyard. Recalling the star base he teleported to earlier, Tianlong suddenly understood everything. This sight utterly stunned Blue Star, leaving them speechless for a long time. 10,000 battleships completed. Those are battleships, you know? Not some frigates. It hasn't even been a year, has it? Gu Xingzhou exceeded his quota. This is what 13 billion pure-blood humans can do. Is this the productivity we've gathered? That's terrifying. Haha. Now any so-called poison saint who comes will die. Forget about whether they can even fight. 10,000 battleships just need to block him for 1 second. The quantum slingshot can hit him directly and send him to the fallen empire. Of course, that's too easy on him. I still want to see 10,000 ships, the sight of battleships firing all at once. A stellar event. After seeing those 10,000 battleships blocking him from every direction, Tianlong was shocked. But he hadn't given up hope yet. Yet just as he was calculating if he could escape, Chu Shu's words came again. This time, you still have only 1 minute. If you don't submit to us, then the quantum slingshot will activate once more. Our battleships are enough to trap you here until the quantum slingshot is fully charged. And this time, where you're sent won't be our base, but above the motherland of the fallen empire. Haven't you always boasted about the wisdom you've accumulated over countless eons? You should know what this means. The effect of Chu Shu's words was far more terrifying than the quantum slingshot. The fallen empire. I submit, I submit, I submit. Anything can be negotiated. Anything can be negotiated. I'll do whatever you ask. Just don't send me back. Tianlong was completely scared to tears. A wise man knows when to yield. That too was the wisdom of his countless eons. He came before Chu Shu with a fawning look, completely changed from before. Like a dog, he lowered his proud head. He submitted. Let me remind you of one thing. It's not about submitting to me, but submitting to our human federation, the great leader, Gu Xingzhou. Chu Shu emphasized. I understand, from this moment on, I will only serve the great leader of the human federation. Gu Xingzhou and Tianlong quickly declared their stance. Very well. I acknowledge the wisdom you have accumulated over countless eons, Chu Shu said with satisfaction. Just then, the alarm blared. An aide rushed in to report. We have detected, 5 star systems away, a green, slimy, hideous entity, no smaller than Tianlong, is heading straight for our home galaxy. Chapter 31, Strategic Sword Lockdown. Galactic Art Rhythm, Solo Victory vs Tianlong. Damn, this time I was truly blown away. Never thought these technologies could be used like this. Played like this. The Stellaris world is truly captivating. Man, we've been playing it all wrong before. Yeah, in every past Stellaris match, even the top-ranked player was nothing but a dog to the aliens. Our Dragon Nation players too, dying gloriously every time. So frustrating. Gu Hongzhou has truly taught us a lesson. This is the real way to play Stellaris. Let every entity across the entire galaxy. Let all enemies tremble. I'm curious. What does Gu Xingzhou plan to do with the solo victory bridge sack? Before that, you people from Sokolon Nation, can you first eat the 3 pounds of shit you promised live on stream? If that's not enough, our Dragon Nation can ship some overnight for you to taste. Don't reward them. Baka Yarrow. Don't get cocky. The fallen empires haven't even shown up yet. And the crises. Gu Hongzhou himself said they're strong. You know what? I'm really looking forward to the fallen empires and the crises showing up now. Yeah, opponents that Gu Xingzhou acknowledges. How awesome would that fight be? How? I can't even imagine. That would be the true galactic war. The world of stars. After hearing the adjutant's report, Chu Shu immediately ordered the fleet to set out, then reported to the leader. After the adjutant left, Chu Shu turned to Tianlong and said, Follow our fleet, our leader. Your true master will surely come to watch the show too. Your chance to atone for your crimes is here. Perform well. The leader told me, if you do well, you can become even stronger. Now you should know. We have such power. And don't think of escaping. You might flee for a moment. But no matter how vast the galaxy, we can always drag you out. But by then, you'll lose even the chance to rise or fall. Chu Shu said in a stern voice. Understood, I absolutely won't flee. Tianlong said from the bottom of his heart. If he couldn't tell which choice to make now, he wouldn't have survived this long. And so, Tianlong followed the mighty strategic fleet, while Chu Shu went directly to rendezvous with Gu Xingzhou. Leader, what do you plan to do? Chu Shu's eyes were full of anticipation. Now, every move Gu Xingzhou made became something he eagerly awaited and watched closely. And every word and action taught him so much. Take Tianlong the First for example. His initial plan was to use some scrapped warships as a cover. But Gu Xingzhou immediately shot it down. That's how the plan to play football in the galaxy came about. Chu Shu now understood even more how foolish his own plan was. How's the progress on the weapon construction? Gu Xingzhou didn't answer, but asked in return. Chu Shu knew he meant Bao Tianqing of the Colossus weapon, which was also from the previous life. Gu Xingzhou blew himself up with his Colossus weapon. But this was only the first-generation Colossus. Its damage was merely planet-destroying. In other words, in his previous life, Gu Xingzhou had already upgraded this Colossus, the Earthburst star, into a terrifying existence capable of destroying a star. Now he too had joined this great project. This made Chu Shu look forward even more to the day the Earthburst star would be upgraded. Since it was a brand new weapon, its speed wasn't as fast as the quantum slingshot. The engineers report estimated completion within 3 days. Do you plan to use it this time to test the Colossus weapon? Chu Shu asked excitedly. Hearing Chu Shu's words, the Dragon Nation's audience grew even more excited. There's also a brand new Colossus weapon. You mean? Gu Xingzhou, well exceeding expectations on the second quantum slingshot, and over 10,000 strategic warships, had also built a brand new Colossus weapon. What terrifying construction speed is this? Truly worthy of our Dragon Nation. Carrying on the legacy, as always. What terrifying existence will it be this time? Gu Xingzhou had specifically emphasized the Colossus weapon. The quantum slingshot was described as a megastructure. This Colossus weapon had never been heard of, nor ever seen. What kind of power will it unleash? I can't wait anymore. In the Star Cluster world, Zhou Lu paused for a moment, then spoke up. 3 days is just right. All along, we've been devoted to annihilating the other end of the galaxy. Though wiping them out directly is satisfying, having some entertainment once in a while isn't bad either. Pass on my orders. Deploy all strategic warships, seal off Tianlong and Dusheng, completely within a single star system. Let Tianlong and Dusheng fight for a while first. Then summon all citizens, except the engineers currently rushing to build the Colossus weapons. And the scientists. I'll compensate them later. Have all citizens set aside their current work and board warships to reach the battlefield. Get ready for a great show. All along, they've been busy building. I'm grateful for their efforts, and I know how hard it's been. Now we've exceeded our targets ahead of schedule. It's time to taste the fruits of victory. This will be the Human Federation's first Grand Arts Festival. The festival lasts 3 days, and on the 3rd day, we'll show all our citizens the greatest masterpiece of our era, the Colossus weapon. Gu Xingzhou declared. Understood, I'll arrange it at once. Chu Shu said excitedly. And Gu Xingzhou's words completely ignited Blue Star. Using a battleship to seal Tianlong and the Poison Saint in one star system. Then invite all citizens to watch. Damn, isn't this just galaxy cricket fighting? Brilliant, why didn't I think of that? Amazing, in Gu Xingzhou's eyes. Tianlong and the Poison Saint are just 2 big crickets. Haha, see that? That's Sokola country crab. Your proud Poison Saint, in Gu Xingzhou's eyes, is just a slightly bigger cricket. Damn, Gu Xingzhou is incredible. Haha, what a damn Galaxy Arts Festival. So brilliant. On day 3, the Colossus weapon will be revealed. Perfect for testing on that big cricket, the Poison Saint. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait anymore. Update fast, I can't sleep. In the Star Cluster world, the Human Federation's mobilization and organization is beyond question. The moment Gu Xingzhou gives the order, from site setup to personnel coordination, it took no more than 3 hours. And so, in Human Federation history, the first Galaxy Arts Festival officially began. Chapter 32, Gu Xingzhou is a Dragon Nation contestant. And Yi Lunye completely breaks down. The Venom Knight is an accurate description Langston viewers made based on their appearance. For easy understanding, its true name is the Poison Holy Knight. Several centuries ago, the mother of this species was visited by a poison god. The ensuing ecological disaster nearly destroyed this planet. But the survivors, out of reverence for the Poison Saint, hastily united. They founded a knightly order to search for the undefeated. Though many things changed later, this trial was still preserved. No records exist of where the poison god truly came from. The first sighting was thousands of years ago. Since then, it has been sighted every few centuries. The A-class civilization of Anilunya in Sakala country was fortunate enough to be visited by the Poison Saint. Most life on the planet died out, and those who survived had become highly toxic and disgustingly ugly beings. But they didn't see it that way. They took pride in it instead. So Anilunya of Sakala country led the remnants and finally found the Poison Saint and completed the trial, successfully controlling the Poison Saint. His joy was unprecedented. This time he would avenge his past shame and bring the human federation that destroyed his mother's fame to ruin. But as he led the remnants with the controlled Poison Saint toward the human federation, he ran into a troublesome fellow. It was a celestial dragon, whose size was no less than the Poison Saint's. How could a space bug withstand our Poison Saint's corrosion? Anilunya engaged it dismissively. Soon the venom-filled head spewed green poison, a sign of rage. The celestial dragon scales surprisingly resisted the Poison Saint's deadly corrosion. Its dragon breath dealt devastating damage. Had the Poison Saint's regeneration not been so fast, it wouldn't have held up at all. Clearly, this is a space creature on par with the Poison Saint. Let's go, fighting this worm will only waste our time. And Yi joins in. The tentacles that burst out connect to the Poison Saint's body, controlling his movements. However, his retreat failed, because all around him were one after another strategic ships that jumped in instantly. Their number reached as high as 10,000. Even with the Poison Saint's protection, and Yi still was intimidated by the sheer presence of these strategic ships. After he obtained the Poison Saint, he had never fought a single battleship, let alone 10,000 of them. But this wasn't the worst part. And Yi quickly spotted on the armor of those strategic ships the emblem he dreamed of tearing apart. It was the emblem of the Human Federation. How is this possible? Just over a year ago, he still had 10,000 frigates, and not a single battleship. Could it be he was hiding his true strength all along? And Yi couldn't understand, and felt a deep sense of humiliation. If he was hiding his strength, that meant over a year ago, when he destroyed his mother's civilization, he didn't even bother sending a single strategic ship. This hatred of his own weakness and powerlessness made him fly into a rage. He furiously tried to break through the strategic ship's defenses and destroy the Human Federation's warships, but was immediately knocked over by Tianlong. You're all in this together. Very well then. If that's the case, then today, all of you will die. And Yi was completely enraged. But this was only the beginning. When he prepared to fight seriously, something even more infuriating happened. Behind the strategic ships that sealed off the galaxy were countless frigates, transport ships and research vessels. The engineering ships and those vessels almost all had their transparent panoramic viewports open. Through the viewports, one could see inside every ship, humans all munching on melons, watching the show. Clearly, the place where he and Tianlong stood had become an invisible arena in space. And what made him even more furious and humiliated was the sudden incoming communication. The transmission was deliberately unencrypted, so he could hear it crystal clear. It was in Chinese. He had learned a bit of Chinese. In an instant, he understood everything. He was a contestant from the Dragon Nation. No, impossible. This can't be. 12 years, 10,000 battleships, even in Yulun couldn't break through. If they were primitive natives, he might have accepted it. But when he learned it was a Dragon Nation contestant, it was worse than eating shit. Of course, that metaphor only applied when he was still human. Because now, as a Venom Knight, the truth was delicious. But what Gu Hongzhou said next utterly ignited him. Fellow citizens of the Human Union, today I have gathered you here to announce something. For a long time, we have been busy with construction, so much so that we've lacked in culture and entertainment. That was forced by circumstances, and also my oversight. So, taking advantage of today's fine spectacle, I announce and host the first Galactic Arts Festival of the Human Federation. Since it's an arts festival related to culture, I've decided to preserve the traditions of our ancient culture, but also keep pace with the times, blending with the stars of the galaxy. Today happens to be such an opportunity. So, I will name the first program the Galactic Battle Tune. In the ancient civilizations, before we ever left our home star, a competitive activity called Battle Tune was once popular. This is a highly entertaining show. Our ancestors Use the aggressive nature of male crickets. Caught them from the wild and put them in fighting cages to watch them battle. The crickets tear at each other. Look at this Tianlong and Dusheng. Don't they look like two fighting crickets? To be honest, I'm also curious which one of them will win. Perfect timing. Cricket fighting has a tradition of betting. Why don't you place a wager with your family and friends? It adds some excitement to this battle. Gu Hangzhou's voice echoed across the entire galaxy. Once they understood, Ani Lunya was completely enraged and broke down. This is going too far. He, the proud Lone Victory Knight, the inheritor of the Lone Victory God, was being treated by a Dragon Kingdom contestant like a giant cricket in the galaxy, watched and bet on by everyone, like a clown. However, every time he tried to break through the battleship's defenses to escape this arena, Tianlong would charge at him like crazy, blocking him at every turn. So much so that he had no choice but to go along with Gu Hangzhou, putting on a galactic cricket fight. Through the vacuum, through the warships, he could almost hear those piercing cheers. In Langson's livestream, the Dragon Kingdom audience saw Ani Lunya breaking down, and they couldn't stop laughing. The Lone Victory Knight that Sakala country was so proud of had become a complete laughingstock. This battle lasted for 3 days. The two big shots still hadn't settled the score. During this time, the Human Alliance viewers came and went. Some went back to eat and sleep. Others just made do on the ships, treating it like a space travel vacation. Then, on the 3rd day, Gu Heng officially announced that the colossal weapon was complete. Chapter 33, Earthburst Starfall, was complete. The planet-shattering weapon, fellow Human Alliance comrades. Please look forward to it. Next up is our galaxy's finest, most spectacular finale act. This will be the most thrilling moment, because our colossal weapon is complete. I have named it Starfall Heavenburst. This is the fruit of countless days and nights of our 13 billion kin working as one. Now, let us all taste the sweetness of this victory. Remember, half a year ago, I said let the galaxy burn. Let the stars fall. Let the sea of stars stand tall. These were no mere metaphors, but statements grounded in objective fact. Now the moment to witness it all has come. Gu Xingzhou declared to the entire Human Federation. And then, the Human Federation's first tangible weapon, Starfall Heavenburst, officially took the stage of the galaxy. At the same time, in Lanshin's livestream, the chat buzzed with discussion about the name. Starfall Heavenburst. What a cool name. Sounds like a weapon that bursts stars. I'd rather think it's just a metaphor. Bursting stars is way too over the top. Gu Xingzhou conquered even a star. He built a railgun that shoots beams. A mere star-bursting weapon is nothing to him. Besides, Gu Xingzhou stressed again that letting the galaxy burn and letting stars fall is not a metaphor. So this is a weapon that can bring down stars under the gaze of millions. The colossal weapon Starfall Heavenburst sailed into the star system. It was a massive ring-shaped structure, the launch mechanism right at the center of the ring. An Yulun, still controlling the battle alone, also heard Gu Xingzhou's speech, and was now diverting some of his consciousness to watch that mysterious colossal weapon. Yet Tianlong, who had lived through countless eras, upon hearing those 4 words, Starfall Heavenburst, trembled with fear, terrified that Gu Xingzhou planned to blow him up too. He knew all too well the power of that thing. This is a weapon of the highest caliber, possessed only by the fallen empires that faded from the galaxy. How could Gu Xingzhou possibly have one? Could he be a disciple of the former generation? Recalling how Chushu had once declared that he would be sent to the fallen empire, Tianlong found this highly plausible. The so-called former generation disciples were vassals of the fallen empire. Over these many eons, he had seen many such beings, relying on technology gifted by the fallen empire. They rose swiftly. But Gu Hangzhou's speed was far more astonishing. And he even possessed a quantum slingshot the fallen empire lacked, nor had he seen any signs of contact with the fallen empire. Just as Tianlong pondered the origins of Gu Xingzhou and the earth-shattering star, Du Sheng seized the chance to break out immediately. But the strategic sword was on high alert. How could he be allowed to succeed? A purple colossal energy arc pierced through Du Sheng's riddled, massive body. Tianlong snapped back to his senses and lunged at Du Sheng once more. Yet he saw the giant weapon bearer, Bao Xiangxing, arrive directly above a planet. Let's begin. Let's blow up a planet first to entertain them. Gu Xingzhou gave the order. Chushu stood by his side, watching the scene nervously. In her past life, she had been scarred by those explosions. Even from a great distance, she had been caught in the blast and reduced to ash. This time, had Gu Xingzhou not been by her side, she might have chosen to hide at home and watch the livestream. Anyaluni's Chinese wasn't great, and he wondered if he had misheard. But Tianlong heard it clearly. This time, they were really running. He decisively abandoned the fight with Du Sheng, then flew swiftly to hide behind the rows of battleships. Fortunately, these battleships seemed to have anticipated this and deliberately let him through. But Du Sheng wasn't so lucky. He tried to flee just like Tianlong, yet was met with the same sky-filling purple colossal energy. This round of attacks was far more ferocious, leaving him wailing in agony. Fall back for now. But the direction he retreated seemed to have been calculated by those battleships' attacks. And so he saw clearly that flash of red firelight, heading toward the starburst celestial, unleashing a terrifying stream of heat. Like a heavenly judgment descending from above, the heat stream rapidly heated the planet's atmosphere, and in an instant detonated the planet's core, then utterly destroyed the planet's crustal structure. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, when people finally realized they could breathe again. A planet before their very eyes exploded into pieces. The shockwave from the planet's explosion nearly drowned the poison beasts. But the Colossus stood unmoved. People in the past found it hard to understand the grandeur of a planet's death. But now the planet's blazing core, cooling in the cold void of space, that deathly beauty was so startling to behold. The planet exploded. How is that possible? The poison saint was clearly truly divine. And Yi Lun Yi's face was only half left. But because he was a poison saint knight, he barely managed to survive. Yet when he saw a planet explode in an instant before his eyes, fear shot through his legs at that moment. He had utterly lost the battle. Even the will to flee seemed shattered. The poison saint also had the power to strike planets, such as poison rain from the heavens, but it could easily be interrupted, and required considerable time. Yet now, this colossus called the starburst celestial before him had done it in an instant. The two were worlds apart. Clearly the poison saint was not truly divine. Gu Xingzhou's livestream fell into dead silence. Then came cheers, shock and disbelief. Damn, this planet burst star is terrifying. A planet was detonated almost in an instant. Such incredible efficiency, and that colossus wasn't affected by the shockwave at all, but stood completely unmoved. This shows the material of this colossus simply isn't afraid of explosions. High attack, high defense, absolutely invincible. This planet burst star is so damn cool. I just thought of a tactic. If Gu Xingzhou lets the AI-controlled planet burst star, then uses a mass driver to launch it anywhere in the galaxy, like precisely landing on a civilization's homeworld, then detonating it, that would be even more terrifying. That civilization might not even know how they died. No trace left behind. And after blowing up the planet, the ship can just fly back on its own. Nice, you've learned the essence of Gu Xingzhou's tactics. The Stellaris event. Aniru Tomoya, along with the remnants of the Toxic God, under the mega arch-emitter fire of 10,000 battleships, most of his body turned into space dust, leaving only a giant toxic heart, still beating in space. Although the Toxic God is an ugly, disgusting alien, this toxic heart can still be used for research and for weapon manufacturing. When this interstellar region returned to calm, Gu Xingzhou spoke again. The show has ended perfectly. We have indeed exceeded our mission goals, but the current resources of this star system are limiting our development. We cannot stop here. We need more resources. We need to be even more efficient. So, I declare that the Human Federation will enter the era of the Great Expedition. Chapter 34, in the Human Federation. You will receive a free Shuren-Yang slave. When Gu Xingzhou announced the start of the Great Expedition era, 13 billion people across the Federation cheered in unison, fight, fight, fight. At this moment, humanity's war spirit reached its peak. Especially just now. They witnessed with their own eyes, under the leadership of leader Gu Xingzhou. In just half a year, they completed the Colossus of Baocean, and successfully blew up a planet. They believed even more, that their great leader Gu Xingzhou would lead them to burn across the sea of stars. And they would be unstoppable, sweeping across the galaxy. Hearing Gu Xingzhou's new plan, Landon was in an uproar. Fight, 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 hurry up. One want to see the great expedition. Finally, the time has come to make the galaxy burn, to make the stars fall, and to make the star sea stand tall. But with the current resources, Xingzhou was already this terrifying. If his reach extended to the resources of the entire galaxy, how terrifying would the pace of development become? By the way, why haven't those fallen empires come out at all? That, I don't know. But I'd guess it probably has something to do with the word fallen. Though exactly how they fell, I still don't get. After all, they're still so strong. Can that really count as fallen? But if fallen means evil, they haven't waged war across the galaxy either. Can't figure it out, anyway. Let's just make the galaxy burn first. The stellar event. Xingzhou continued to rally the troops. Good, I can feel your battle fervor. But this great expedition is not simply about sending out a fleet. You must always remember, the fundamental purpose behind this great expedition is resources. We must have ambition and confidence, but we must also objectively face our own reality. Our population is only 13 billion. With our current level of technology and organizational capability, we cannot yet rule such a vast galaxy. Even if we just sent warships to bombard, it would only make our resource acquisition inefficient. Population is productivity. So this time, I allow you to enslave all valuable beings. To that end, I will enact a new decree on slavery. Do not doubt my resolve to purge the unclean. But before we fulfill our great mission, I permit the Human Federation to have the following 5 slave categories. They are slave laborers, slave attendants, slave soldiers, livestock, fusion, and electric kings, 5 classes. The purpose of slave attendants is so that our warriors no longer need to be troubled by daily trivialities. You only need to consider one thing, and that is to campaign for the Empire, to efficiently acquire all resources for the Empire. Any citizen who has rendered military merit or achieved great deeds for the Human Federation may claim slave attendants from the Federation free of charge. The number is determined by their merit. Note that slave attendants will have strict restrictions, limited only to those subhuman races, extremely close to pure-blooded female humans, and mechanical servants. Any slave attendant who fails the appearance standard will not pass the review, and those who make picky selections will be punished. The chosen ones will be merged into the power grid. You must always remember one bottom line. Slave attendants are merely objects for our convenience. They will never have human rights, nor any possibility of breeding with pure-blooded humans. The moment any slave attendant is registered, they lose the ability to reproduce, forever preserving the purity of pure-blooded human lineage. This is an unbreachable bottom line. Otherwise, anyone who tries to overturn this rule will be completely stripped of their human identity and lose all human rights. Xingzhou's words carried weight and authority, majestic beyond measure. Remember the leader's teachings. Swear to defend the purity of pure-blooded humans. Swear to defend the purity of pure-blooded humans. The 13 billion citizens of the Human Federation all pledged. Their purity was beyond question. Their resolve is beyond doubt. Because any traitor with ill intent was eliminated at the first moment, the enforcement squad led by Xingzhou keeps a close watch on all of this. That said, why can Xingzhou's team stay forever pure? With technology as advanced as it is today, he can absolutely achieve all of this. And when Xingzhou issued his new decree, the entire Langston livestream exploded. Holy crap, shocking first reveal. I'm genuinely jealous of this one. Doesn't this mean in Renlian, you can get a sure girl for free? And it's the ultimate quality. Holy crap, holy crap. One want to join Renlian too. I don't really care myself. But I have a friend. He's genuinely a bit broken up about it. Really, I couldn't care less. Xingzhou is amazing. The perks of Renlian are just too good. And every possible risk has been accounted for. It won't taint the purity of pure-blooded humans at all. And he's so good at winning people over. With a leader who hands out benefits like this, who wouldn't want to follow him? Just imagine. During the day, leading the fleet, fighting for the Empire's expedition, exhausted after a long day, then coming back home, having a stunningly beautiful sure girl attending to you. Even I, a woman, am tempted, you know? And Xingzhou specifically emphasized only females. Truly, every risk has been considered. You should take a serious look at the other types. Slave categories, livestock wired into the power grid, slave laborers, slave soldiers. This is just a well thought out. And this is Xingzhou we're talking about. If he dares to do this, he must have considered every possible outcome. The Stellaris Incident. The pre-war mobilization continues. The enactment of the Slave Act is meant to let our human compatriots getting the treatment they deserve. We no longer need to do any manual labor. No need to worrying about making a living. We only need to seriously consider contributing to the Human Federation. Launching the Great Expedition era without hesitation. This will be the era of our Human Federation. We will become the true masters of this galaxy. Xingzhou declared to the entire Human Federation. 13 billion people of the Federation erupted in excitement, all shouting that humanity is supreme. Xingzhou is supreme. Next, I will formally lay out the plan for the Great Expedition era. I said we won't just mindlessly bombard with warships. We will use the most efficient means to acquire the most resources. What we want is conquest in the truest sense. So I declare, from this day forward, the Human Federation will establish a universal trade hub facing the entire galaxy, and an organization spreading art across the galaxy, the Galactic Art Troupe. These two organizations will set out alongside our main fleet, ushering in the Great Expedition era. Xingzhou's words shook the entire Blue Star to its core. Chapter 35. The Universal Trade Hub is established. Open trade, free commerce. The Universal Trade Hub. The Galactic Art Troupe. The Universal Trade Hub, I don't quite get it. I don't really grasp the essence. But the Galactic Art Troupe, that I understand. Art is an explosion, right? 666. Xingzhou really knows his art. But to be fair, isn't the moment a planet explodes beautiful? Absolutely stunning. If you got to see it up close, you wouldn't be so happy about it. One thing at a time. I wonder what Xingzhou's Universal Hub plans to do exactly. In the world of stars, Xingzhou continued. Regarding the specific operations of these two organizations, I think I can keep you in suspense for now. Of course, I believe many of you have already thought of this, and you are exactly the people I need. Next, I will launch a call for proposals. Everyone is welcome to submit and write down your understanding and suggestions for the Universal Megacorp and the Galactic Arts Troupe. If you wish to join these two organizations, how do you plan to contribute to the Human Federation? How to coordinate with the Expedition Prefecture to make our resource acquisition most efficient? Of course, those not selected this time need not worry. The Universal Megacorp and the Galactic Arts Troupe are just the demonstration for the early expedition era. In the future, there will be more organizations, so that everyone's talents can shine. Even if you have some efficient plans, or wish to establish some organization, you can also submit them to me. As long as your plan is efficient enough, I will immediately appoint you as the head of that organization, and fully support your plans. Xingzhou's words stirred everyone, all eager and restless, all wishing to pour out their wild ideas. Landon heard this speech. A bunch of self-proclaimed geniuses couldn't sit still. One want to submit to. Please, just give me a chance. I'll do anything. 666, I don't even want to call you out. Do you really want to submit? If you want to claim Shuanyang, just say so. Damn, that's quite a statement. Aren't you eager to get Kaien's Shuanyang? Xingzhou really is a looks person. Who knows this time? How many geniuses Xingzhou's people will churn out, huh? War criminal is war criminal. What genius? The remarks from the Sakala country audience were still full of sarcasm. Ever since their ace contestant and Yi Lun Yi died, they no longer placed their hopes on the other contestants. Instead, they regarded the fallen empire and the calamity as their spiritual homeland. Whatever they do is right. Even the air there is sweet. No one can change their minds, because the interval is innate. The stellar event, thanks to Xingzhou's proposal, the entire Human Federation, all 13 billion people, even compatriots, except for the newborn human children who can't speak yet. Almost everyone is doing the homework Xingzhou assigned. The entire Human Federation is actively discussing. It's gotten so feverish that it's regardless of the occasion. Some even go further. When couples are playfully bickering, they still ask, a white hole is the opposite of a black hole. It's a jet source in the universe. It can provide matter and energy to the outer regions, but it cannot absorb any matter from the outer regions. And radiation, isn't that amazing? Why don't we build a colossal weapon centered on a white hole? It's cool and artistic, isn't it? If it won't work, it won't work. What's this about art? Get lost. Don't touch me. In Gu Xingzhou's office, Gu Xingzhou summoned Secretary General Lin Zhu, the Grand Marshal, Chief Scientist Shen Yue, and Deputy Director of Research Xia, to discuss the detailed plan. State Councilor Chu Shu also received the notice, but perhaps the messenger didn't explain clearly, or the tone was ambiguous. So he thought Gu Xingzhou was summoning him alone. So he put on cat ear headband, and specially changed into a cat girl outfit, with a cat tail that changes based on emotion. So when he walked into Gu Xingzhou's office, he even crouched by the door, struck a pose he thought was cute, and let out a deliberate meow. Then Gu Xingzhou, the Grand Marshal, Lin Zhu, Shen Yue, and Xia all stared at him. Chu Shu. Sorry, I walked into the wrong room. Chu Shu turned red on the spot, and fled in panic. So in the office, all eyes once again fell on Gu Xingzhou's face. What if I say this has nothing to do with me? Would you believe me? Gu Xingzhou asked helplessly. Of course, I believe it. Everyone voiced their support. Lan Xin's livestream. This meeting was also broadcast live. Perhaps the livestream never expected Chu Shu would walk in looking like that, so much so that Lan Xin's viewers got a huge scoop. Damn, this is way too extravagant. My toes are practically digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. If it were me, I'd just move to another planet. What's the difference? Haha, that's really a bit rough. Never thought Chu Shu had this side to her. Probably inspired by Gu Xingzhou's speech. Thinking he likes skinny girls. Why can't it just be that Gu Xingzhou genuinely likes her? Haha, Gu Xingzhou is being framed for nothing. In the end, Chu Shu quickly went back to change her clothes, then acted like nothing had happened. The meeting began. Lin Zhu placed a stack of documents in front of Gu Xingzhou and said, "Leader, these are submissions that went through multiple rounds of screening. There are quite a lot. Many of the ideas inside are quite good. I put the most promising submissions on top. You can take a look first." All right. Gu Xingzhou opened the first one with anticipation. And Lin Zhu, true to being the Secretary General, who had learned the essence of his needs by his side, this one placed on top, indeed made his eyes light up. And there, written boldly, were 6 striking words. The title hit the mark. Free trade. And the essay laid out the founding of Huanyu Rucha, development philosophy, and so on, all elaborated in thousands of words. The content was extremely concise, the expression easy to understand. At the very end of the essay, the author's signature, future general manager of Huanyu Rucha, Zhao Tia. Seeing this title, Lan Xin's viewers couldn't hold it in anymore. 666. What a free trade. Do you think I'd believe that? Aiming with the rifle. So you're talking about free trade, right? But it never said the customers are free. Isn't this kind of universal language free enough? Do whatever business you want. Haha, this author might just get picked by Gu Xingzhou. This photo is interesting. Let's look into him. Recently, didn't you find a planet inhabited by starfish? Civilization? Don't you know what to do with these starfish? Perfect timing. Send Zhao Tia to survey that planet. If he has any requests, give him full support. Then have him give me a report. Tell him, if I approve the plan in that report, then he'll be the general manager of Universal Productions. Gu Xingzhou said. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Zhu arrived. Zhao Tia was extremely efficient. Within a few days, a proposal for starfish canned goods was placed before Gu Xingzhou. Chapter 36. Sell each starfish can for 1 yen. 2 bites in, they forget to resist. Gu Xingzhou, with great interest, opened this proposal. First came a lengthy preface, every line revealing Zhao Tian's concerns for humanity's future. With all due respect, great leader. But I've heard, many people are worried about how to handle the starfish. I find it both baffling and regrettable. It seems, the vast majority haven't grasped what you, leader, have said. This shows our people's quality still needs improvement. At least for now, it's not enough to make the great expedition efficient. Indeed, these starfish have soft tentacles, and even their appearance looks cute. They seem naturally harmless at one end. People are easily fooled. These past few days, I've deeply investigated the history of starfish civilization. And the results were just as I expected. You can't judge a book by its cover, and this is one such case. These starfish are not as weak and harmless as they appear. Quite the opposite. They are born villains. Their ground forces are indeed not impressive, but their brains are decent enough. So, they started leaving their home planet long ago, stepping into the stars. However, these starfish are extremely xenophobic. According to their records, they once had contact with a human civilization. That human civilization was very naive. They were extremely trusting of outsiders. Having just left their home planet, based on a single transmission, they decided that such a cute civilization as the starfish could never pose any threat. The result was obvious. They got a harsh lesson from the starfish. Under the guise of friendly exchange, the starfish sent out massive fleets and subjected them to orbital bombardment. They didn't even resist fiercely enough, too weak-willed. Because they feared the starfish fleet, they knelt and begged for mercy, surrendering. But the starfish refused their surrender and wiped them out completely. But to be honest, my leader, I feel no sympathy for them at all. They had already fallen, forgetting the pride of pure humanity. They are different from us. They can no longer be called human. Of course, they mainly died from their own naive ignorance. The starfish's sins are unforgivable. If we simply evolved, these starfish would not only fail to create value, but it would be too easy on them. So I designed a special plan just for them. Seeing the first half of this report, Landcrossing and Rongguo both felt a sense of regret. Isn't this just the same script as De Leon? Except they didn't interbreed on their home planet. But if they truly encountered civilizations beyond the starfish, I wouldn't even need to think. They would definitely interbreed with the aliens and completely lose their identity as humans. If their planet had a leader like Xingzhou, things wouldn't be like this. Dream on, there won't be another Xingzhou. I wonder what they plan to do with these starfish. To be honest, I was almost fooled by these starfish myself. At first I thought the image of these starfish would make great pillows. Now I just find them disgusting. Xingzhou continued flipping through the proposal. I have always kept in mind the teachings of you, our great leader. Our grand expedition is to acquire resources. And the position I applied for is General Manager of Huanyu Productions. So every plan is aimed at creating wealth. To that end, I killed a starfish and threw it into the bread Machine Galaxy's power-generating planet for testing. And I came away with two surprising conclusions. First, once these starfish are hooked into the power grid, they generate far more electricity than any other source. Second, the corpses of these starfish seem to be in high demand, beloved by the heretics. So I came up with a plan. That is, on the home planet of the starfish civilization, build large-scale starfish canning factories and power plants. While integrating starfish into the power grid, we can also turn them into delicious canned goods. These delicious starfish cans will be sold through our Huanyu Productions to heretics across the entire galaxy. Seeing this scene, the audience in Langson was stunned. Damn, this footage is kind of terrifying. A perspective I never imagined. Not only can they generate power, they can also be canned and sold for money. Canning the heretics and selling them to heretics. Brilliant, however. This was just the appetizer. What truly made the Langson audience's skin crawl was the explanation that followed. The reason I use the word delicious is for an important reason. This isn't just to please you, my lord. It's because I have deeply grasped the leader's spirit of the slave law. There's actually one thing about slave labor. I've always believed that using force to enslave workers is highly inefficient and easily provokes rebellion. Once they rebel, we'd have to send out fleets and armies to suppress them, wasting our manpower. And more importantly, we'd lose these laborers. What we want is productive resources. That's clearly not the result we want. So I have a much more perfect plan. Turn these seafood cans into all kinds of delicacies. Whenever there's a new species of slave labor, we make a targeted batch. Then add addictive substances to the cans. Something that makes the mood incredibly joyful, and even makes them forget their fatigue. Then forcibly change these slave laborers' diet. Those who work longer hours, and with higher efficiency, can receive more delicious seafood cans. This way, not only do they have extremely strong motivation to work every day, but also, after every shift, A couple bites of delicious seafood cans, and they forget all about rebelling. In this way, everything comes full circle. We don't even need to send anyone to supervise them. And we needn't worry about them revolting. We could even let them keep their civilized government. By then, we can use the cans in our hands to buy every resource they possess. This is my complete plan for the starfish canning factory. After seeing this part, the viewers in Lanshin's chat all felt their scalps tingle. This guy is way too terrifying. This one must not be spared. They thought about a lot, but after 2 bites of the cans, they forgot it all. You call this a universe-level drama? Business can be done like this. What is a high school? So this is a university. But this wasn't all that Zhao Tia inspected on this trip. Gu Xingzhou flipped to the last page and saw content that pleased him greatly. Then Zhao Tia continued. When testing the starfish on the power planet, I watched them one by one as they merged into the power grid and pondered for a long time. Something felt off. A discomfort in my heart. I thought it over and over until I finally understood. The reason I felt uneasy was because I still believed they hadn't reached their full potential. Was merging into the grid really their end? Chapter 37. A race united, one side speaks of connection. What happens when they see the photos? The audience's scalps instantly went numb. What? Merging into the grid isn't the end. They're dead. What more could they possibly do? Ridiculous, I thought when he said something felt off, and he felt uncomfortable. I assumed he'd finally had a change of heart, realized he was too extreme. But no, he thinks he's not extreme enough. Wow, Gu Xingzhou really dug up a gem. It's not that he dug up a gem. It's that he wanted this all along. He just gave others the chance to grow. Look at what Zhao Tia thought of. It fits perfectly within the framework Gu Xingzhou set. This shows Gu Xingzhou basically handed him the answer. Anyone who could arrive at this answer was exactly the talent he wanted to cultivate. Every piece connected. It's mind-blowing. No wonder Gu Xingzhou, during the Great Expedition, also founded the Universal Drama Troupe and Galaxy Art Ensemble. This Zhao Tia alone is worth 1,000 troops. I wonder what he plans to do. Zhao Tia wrote at the end. I believe death is not the end. Nor should it be. In our rigid way of thinking, once one end dies, it seems they can no longer create value. This world should not stop here. Why is it that after one end dies, they cannot continue to work for us? When I saw the leader, the miracle of the new core you showed us, I am certain we can achieve it. But I am not a researcher. I do not know how long it will take to realize this. So I am merely offering a suggestion. If the leader could consider it, I would be deeply honored. If it can be realized, then we could pilot this post-death employment center on a power-generating planet first. Then, just like the plan for the starfish canning factory, we will surely promote the eternal employment contract across the entire Silver Galaxy. At the signature line was written, Zhao Tia, requesting Zhao Tian's presence. I want to speak with him. Gu Xingzhou said to Zhao Zhu. Understood, Lin Zhu quickly left. Seeing this, the Langxin audience was utterly stunned. A post-death employment center, you still have to work after dying. My God, is that an idea a human could even come up with? They've even lost the right to truly die. Good thing I'm a pure-blood human. And this eternal employment contract. What the hell kind of plot twist is this? Might as well call it the eternal exploitation contract. All I can say is, the matchmaking system is insane. Those matched into the same round as Gu Xingzhou are truly blessed, and those matched with him in the same round, who remain pure-blood humans, are blessed too. Yeah, what a pity. All those Dragon Kingdom contestants back then, who sacrificed so heroically for pure-blood humanity. If they had been matched with Gu Xingzhou back then, and, just like when Chushu faced a crisis, Gu Xingzhou had descended from the heavens, how wonderful that would have been. During the wait for photos in the Star Cluster incident, Gu Xingzhou quietly opened the disaster mall to rapidly mass-produce warships and titans. He had already spent all his previous deterrence points, exchanging for resources. After blowing up a planet for the first time, and completing the one-time achievement, he was rewarded with another 100,000 deterrence points. So he refreshed it once more, the level 5 Calamity Mall. But sadly, he didn't get the synaptic link machine. The power planets endlessly supply one end, which Gu Xingzhou had already prepared for the synaptic link machine in advance. This is a unique technology of the civil calamity path, but he's currently on the military calamity path. The two are easy to tell apart. Civil calamity focuses on tech, not war. Military calamity pilots the Colossus, burning divine soldiers bombarding the whole universe. Gu Xingzhou, as the Fourth Calamity, naturally pursues both civil and military paths. And this synaptic link machine, in simple terms, takes one brain and treats it as an event, stuffing it into the aggregation machine called the synaptic link, using the brain as a calculator to perform high-load computations, giving research capabilities a quantum leap. As it develops to the end, it can touch the deepest secrets of the universe, even rewrite pi itself. Rewriting cosmic laws becomes a trivial matter. But sadly, such heaven-defying technology most likely isn't in the Level 5 Calamity Mall. So Gu Xingzhou agreed to Zhao Tian's plan to establish the Afterlife Employment Center. In truth, Zhao Tian's very existence was orchestrated by Gu Xingzhou himself. Since the synaptic link machine was out of reach, he directly exchanged for the starfish can delicacy, gene modification technology, and the necromancy tech related to the Afterlife Employment Center. He also proposed a concrete plan to build the ring world. That's how a talent like Zhao Tia came to be. It's like Gu Xingzhou bought a machine, and the system sent someone to install it at his door. But the audience on Langson naturally couldn't know any of this. They truly believed the system had refreshed new talent. The Human Federation, for the Great Expedition, prepared for a full month, mainly in selecting talents and laying out detailed plans. To conquer the entire galaxy efficiently, you can't rush things. Without enough innate and acquired stellar sacred bodies, the difference in efficiency is night and day. In this 1 month at Huanyu, under the coordination of General Manager Juki, the Starfish Cannery has already produced its first batch of deliciously addictive starfish cans. Now it's time to find buyers. Meanwhile, other plans were also proceeding steadily. The Grand Marshal, to justify the war, had filled an entire notebook with reasons for declaration, such as our Human Federation citizens going missing on your planet and reasons like that. This was Gu Xingzhou's requirement for him. This made the Grand Marshal, who had barely regained his youth through the 3rd generation gene treatment, age a few more years. During his sleepless nights of deep thought, he even considered abdicating. But he knew this was the leader's way of training and nurturing him. They didn't need a reason to declare war. But if he could come up with a notebook full of justifications, then his way of thinking would be transformed, becoming what Gu Xingzhou saw as a late-blooming stellar saint. This was the goal that all Human Federation citizens were striving toward. Those who couldn't match the gifted, natural-born stellar saints had to study diligently like the Grand Marshal. Only then could they earn the right to showcase their talents across this galaxy. 1 month later, when Gu Xingzhou once again stepped onto the podium, facing the warships that blotted out the sky, and 13 billion fellow citizens, ready to deliver the mobilization speech for the Great Expedition, an unexpected event occurred. Gu Xingzhou frowned slightly upon receiving the news. Then facing the 13 billion citizens, he said, "Just moments ago, I received an infuriating piece of news. Our research vessel discovered several ugly aliens emerging from a mysterious wormhole, piloting their Pride and Joy battleships, and then issued threats through ship communications. They called us humans aliens. My fellow citizens, tell me, how should we respond at a time like this?" Gu Xingzhou's words, it instantly ignited the entire Human Federation. In response came a unified roar to kill. Kill, kill. Chapter 38, with sword and fire. Burning one end of the land with the force of a pen. Lying across the vast galaxy. Wait, there's also a long-lived end. They actually call humans one end. What a blatant reversal of heaven's order. TSK, you Dragon Kingdom folks are really two-faced, taking the side of the one end. Gu Xingzhou is certainly one of them. You admit you're on that side. And we can't relate to it at all. The stellar event. Gu Xingzhou looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction, and continued, "Good. I can feel your fury and your resolve for war. According to the reports from our intelligence officers, these one-end beings call themselves the Chosen, and this is their first time emerging from the wormhole. That is to say, their mother civilization lies within the unknown wormhole. Now that they've mastered wormhole technology, we cannot yet determine their level of technology, or exactly how many fleets they have. Because our quantum slingshot can lock onto the wormhole's entrance directly, but cannot lock onto the inside of the wormhole. To avoid sacrificing our scientists in vain, we did not rashly send fleets into the wormhole, because once we enter the wormhole star system, that is the lair of these ugly bugs. Even though we have conquered stars, built megastructures, and wonders like the Colossus weapons, we must admit, we have never prioritized research into wormhole technology. So, we need to charge into the wormhole, despite the unknown strength of the enemy, and thoroughly purify these 1N beings, and seize control of wormhole technology. Only then can we return to this galaxy. This also means, this first great expedition will be extremely perilous. We may not even be able to return. Will you back down? Gu Xingzhou asked seriously. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. 13 billion human compatriots, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Lanshin's live stream. The wormhole is famous. Never thought there would be such beings in the galaxy. Seems these heretics are not to be underestimated. Ha! Hit a tough nut on the first great expedition, ha! These chosen ones possess battleships. They even control wormhole technology. It won't be easy for Gu Xingzhou to defeat them. They don't even know the enemy's exact strength. Send a few troops and it's certain death. This should be quite a show. Gu Xingzhou's fleet strength is terrifying to an ordinary civilization, but the galaxy holds countless powerful beings. With this little force, he still wants to imitate a great expedition. Laughing at the Sakala country contestants, seems they found a new spiritual home. Even though these chosen ones have no idea who they are. The world of stars is great, full of momentum. Worthy of my human compatriots and soldiers? This time I will charge with you all, just like back in the Terra star system, on Earth. I told you to grab every weapon around you, and follow me. This time I will not stand in the rear, watching you charge into battle. Because we are bound by blood. We share honor and disgrace. Do not try to persuade me. These heretics have already discovered us. Their fleet will set out soon. Only by wiping out these bastards can our great expedition proceed smoothly. Let us use these heretics as a banner for our great expedition. A sword to burn the land of heretics. With the might of the pen. Grasping the vast river of stars. As Gu Xingzhou's words fell, 13 billion human compatriots answered in unison. The battle was unprecedented. A single sword at the edge of the burning realm. A pen paying tribute across the vast galaxy. Seeing this scene, seeing Gu Xingzhou's resolve, the Dragon Nation viewers in Langson were deeply moved. That familiar feeling was back. Just like when Gu Xingzhou on Earth led 4 billion pure-blood humans in a bloody fight to cleanse the mongrel heretics from Earth. Everything felt like yesterday, vividly before their eyes. 12 years in Langson, 12 years among the stars. Everything had changed beyond recognition. Never once in a national destiny game had it ever come to this point. Let alone in just 12 years of stellar events. Let's end this quickly. Soldiers of the Human Union, hear my command. Follow me into battle. With Gu Xingzhou's single command, the Human Federation fleet departed from the Union star system. And all of Gu Xingzhou's fleets finally revealed themselves. A Colossus, planet cracker, 1 celestial dragon, 10 Titan-class dreadnoughts, 20,000 battleships, 200,000 frigates. A fleet that blotted out the sky, set out in full force toward the wormhole star system. And the Langson viewers seeing this were completely stunned. Bro, seriously? Why didn't you say you had this many ships earlier? Holy crap. I almost thought this was some desperate last stand. Aren't you just bullying them? 20,000 battleships. 200,000 frigates. And those 10 ships even bigger than battleships. What are those? That's just insane. But that sea of 200,000 frigates, protecting the planet cracker, is already absurd enough. Not to mention the battleships, 10,000 more than before. Chosen ones, can we admit we're the underdogs now? Is it too late? Don't celebrate too early. Maybe these chosen ones are strong too. Even the viewers of the Sakala country say this, without any confidence at all. This fleet is truly terrifying. 200,000 escort ships. Which means, every battleship has 10 escorts guarding it. And the Colossus weapon, Earthburst Starsky, faces no obstacles whatsoever. The shipbuilding speed of Xingzhou is just frightening. No wonder he launched the great expedition. If not for the lack of resources, he would have far more than this fleet now. Absolutely terrifying. This truly blots out the sky and covers the sun. Inside the wormhole galaxy, the leader of the Chosen Ones is also rallying his people. My fellow kin, this day has finally come. Since our ancestors arrived at this wormhole galaxy, we have finally conquered this galaxy and gained control of the wormhole. This is a great day for us, the Chosen Ones. A day worthy of celebration. We yearn for the world beyond, and we know countless enemies await us there. So we have been stockpiling our forces. Now we finally have our 1000th battleship. We need more resources. So, we will sail our 1000 battleships to conquer the first civilization beyond the wormhole. Seize their lands and resources, grow and expand. Then sweep across the entire galaxy, conquering every enemy. Now, let us set forth. Let those ugly aliens out there tremble at the coming of the Chosen Ones. The Chosen Ones' leader delivers a passionate speech. Then with a single command, 1000 battleships set out in grand formation. And at the wormhole's exit, they encounter the Human Federation's first battleship. Haha! These aliens actually dared to enter our stronghold. They truly don't know what death is. The Chosen One's leader laughs. Chapter 39. Giant step into a children's playground. Am I still an alien now? And there's a bunch of escort ships too. It seems they can't even build many battleships. With this level of technology, they dare enter our galaxy. Prepare to annihilate them. For every ship they send in, we'll destroy one. Once they're scared and crying, too afraid to come in, then it's our turn to chase them down. Right. Remember to have all battleships fire their cannons together. Laser weapons. The leader of the Xingzhou Ming laughed heartily and immediately gave the order. So 1000 battleships charged forward swiftly, unleashing a furious barrage on the Human Federation's vanguard. However, something that puzzled the Xingzhou Ming greatly soon happened. Reporting, leader. The shields on these frigates seem extremely powerful. Our arrow cannons can't penetrate their shields. The adjutant reported with a grim expression. Switch to the rift weapons that pierce shield armor. The Xingzhou Ming leader was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. So, the Xingzhou Ming's 1000 battleships switched weapons and launched another round of fresh barrage. Yet this round, with the shield-piercing armor rift weapons, was completely blocked outside the shields. The penetration effect was utterly useless. The frigate's shield energy didn't drop even a bit. Our reporting, leader. Our rift weapons have no effect either. The adjutant's voice finally showed a hint of panic. Those battleships and frigates keep appearing, advancing with unstoppable momentum. How is this possible? The Xingzhou Ming leader was utterly baffled. In Lan Xin's livestream, the Dragon Nation's viewers saw the Xingzhou Ming's fleet numbers and burst out laughing. The Sakala Nation's viewers turned pale with fury. Just moments ago they were praising the Xingzhou Ming. Now they immediately started calling them useless. Haha, that's hilarious. I thought they were so strong. Turns out, it's just 1000 battleships. He'd better have other fleets. Speaking of Gu Xingzhou's shield armor, isn't that impressive? The Chosen One is a battleship after all. 1000 ships firing. Yet they can't even break the escort ship's energy shields. Doesn't that mean Gu Xingzhou applied battleship shield armor tech to his 200,000 escort ships? Man, that's just extravagant. Shouldn't escort ships be as cheap as possible? Maybe for Gu Xingzhou, this is already the cheapest option. And have you all noticed something? Isn't Gu Xingzhou's fleet advancing a bit slowly? He has moondrive engines to appear instantly, with ease. But only 100 or so ships have shown up so far. 666, Haji State, you're so sly. This is probably the first battleship. He detected the fleet size in the wormhole galaxy and deliberately did this. Haha, I can't wait to see the Chosen One leader's expression. 1000 versus 130,000, advantage is mine in the star cluster world. The Chosen One leader refuses to accept it, keeps giving orders, impossible. Their shield armor must have a breaking point. Keep increasing our firepower. So the 1000 battleships began another round of bombardment. This time, all ship cannons fired without holding back. Yet, again, they couldn't even break through the shields. But those warships kept advancing. Beside every battleship, 10 escort ships provided cover. Now the total had exceeded 1,000 ships. And there seemed to be more behind. Should we retreat first? The deputy's voice began to tremble. His instinct told him, this enemy was no simple matter. I don't understand. The Chosen One leader refused to give up, and delayed the retreat order. But just then, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. It pierced through the battleship's shield armor, making all the Chosen instinctively freeze. When they finally snapped back to their senses, they saw a truly horrifying sight. A celestial dragon circling their fleet. Its sheer size was so immense that it could wrap around all their 1,000 battleships in a single loop. And that wasn't all. What was this thing? Raise the shields. Retreat now, the Chosen leader finally panicked, no longer caring about anything else. With a single command, the fleet quickly withdrew. The celestial dragon seemed to let them go on purpose, but then blocked their path not far ahead. Damn it, the Chosen leader cursed in helplessness. Now they couldn't even flee. Firing at the celestial dragon took real courage. He had no doubt that if they provoked this dragon, they'd die without a burial place. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his aide's terrified voice rang out, "Leader, look over there." Leader Tiazuming followed the aide's gaze, and finally understood why the celestial dragon had let them go. It was to clear space for their fleet. But at the wormhole's exit stood a fleet that blotted out the sky. Radar showed their numbers at a staggering 230,000. These 230,000 ships were like a giant stepping into a child's playground. Every Chosen was terrified, frozen in place, not daring to move, unable even to speak. At that moment, Leader Tiazuming recalled his rallying words before they set out, and how foolish they now seemed. He had once led his fleet to unify the wormhole galaxy, with no rivals across the entire system. He had naively believed that even if powerful beings existed beyond the wormhole, they'd probably be like him, conquerors of their own galaxies. So the gap shouldn't be too wide. Even if there was a gap, he could advance step by step and keep growing stronger. But he never imagined, right out of the wormhole, he'd run into something so terrifying. Surprised. Shocked. Tiazuming scared to tears. The pressure is just too overwhelming. This scene is no less than starting out, with a frigate facing a strategic fleet. The neighbor just spawned a fallen empire, right? Though the difference is, fallen empires rely on numbers, not as many as Xingzhou has. Wonder how Xingzhou plans to handle all this, the Chosen One's stellar event. None of the Chosen Ones dare to move, waiting for the other side's reaction. They've completely lost the will to resist, because their lives and deaths are now entirely in the other's hands. Seeing the enemy hasn't attacked yet, they even cling to the hope of being spared. Surrender, quick! Send them a message now. We want to surrender. Tiazuming finally snaps back to reality and shouts out, "All right?" However, before the adjutant can send the surrender signal, the Human Federation's envoy appears first inside the ship. And the one who appears is none other than Xingzhou. He stares at the leader of the Chosen Ones, with disgust in his eyes, and asks coldly, "You said we were one side before. Now I stand right before you. I'll ask you once more. Are we one side?" Chapter 40, a creation that will look up to us. Very yellow, very terrifying. The Neutron Purge Plan. Just a reminder. We can breathe. Geez, why didn't you say so earlier? No obligation to inform you. The pressure is just too intense. I accidentally put myself in the Chosen One's shoes, scared to tears, glad I'm not one of them. The stellar event scene they imagined never came to pass. The leader of the Chosen Ones didn't answer Xingzhou's question, because he couldn't understand Xingzhou's language, but he felt Xingzhou's fury, and immediately his legs went weak. He knelt down, then babbled on and on. Xingzhou's brows furrowed tightly, clearly displeased. The reason Lanshin's livestream could understand and let everyone from all nations speak freely was the power of the constellation game, but Xingzhou's constellation world had none of those things. The one who had initially been in charge of making contact with Tiazuming, the linguist hurried back over and said, "Leader, this is my fault. I'll relay your words to him right away." Xingzhou didn't blame him. He just nodded, but his enthusiasm was gone. Man, that really killed the mood. We've watched so many streams we forgot about this. The languages in the constellation world don't match. The National Fortune game stream has that ability. But if the whole galaxy shared one language, then the constellation world wouldn't feel real or reasonable. So through the linguist's translation, only then were Xingzhou's earlier words roughly conveyed across. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. This must all be a misunderstanding. I never said anything like that, no. Never said it at all. It's my failure to control my men. I'll punish him right away. The chosen leader's face was full of misery. No trace of a leader left in him. Killing them outright would be too merciful. Since they bear guilt, then let them atone for it. Set out for their homeworld. Convert their entire population into slave labor. Have them mine the resources of the Changdong system. Build the new manifestation weapon, the neutron annihilator. Let these beings who look down on our creations witness our new miracle. They are now slave laborers at the manifestation factory. But once the neutron annihilator is complete, use neutron annihilation to wipe them out. Then transfer them to the post-death employment center to keep working for us and atone for their sins. Xingzhou said to his chief secretary Linzhou beside him. Yes, sir. Linzhou's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Today she learned another clever trick from the leader. The viewers of Langson's livestream, after hearing Xingzhou's plan, they all curse it out loud. Damn, Xingzhou is a real living king of hell. This is truly worse than death. Forced to mine their own star system's resources like slaves, building with their own hands the colossus that kills them, and after death, sent to the post-death employment center to keep toiling like beasts of burden. Just hearing about it makes your scalp crawl. Don't compare them to beasts of burden. Beasts of burden don't have it this bad. But they brought it on themselves. If they'd said anything else, it'd be fine. But they had to call Xingzhou and his people heretics. They truly don't know what it means to court death. The Stellaris incident. Linzhou immediately went to make arrangements to carry out the task Xingzhou had assigned. Then Xingzhou summoned the chief scientist, Shen Yue, for a private talk. Shen Yue was a bit nervous. He could tell the leader was not in a good mood. He had witnessed that scene just now too. It was indeed a bit of a mood killer. In the future, we will inevitably come into contact with all kinds of civilizations. At that time, diplomatic language will become a huge obstacle. If every civilization requires sending scientists to study their language, the efficiency would be far too low, and we couldn't express ourselves promptly. The leader speaks the truth. Shen Yue agreed wholeheartedly. Just as he was about to share his initial plan, Xingzhou spoke up first. Can you imagine? When we first encounter a disgusting, ugly civilization, we can't even curse them out in time with the most vicious, filthiest words, and make these bastard heretics fully understand. If you were a soldier on the front lines, wouldn't you feel wronged? Especially since our great expedition era has just begun. This matter is urgent. Our soldiers on the front lines definitely desperately need these. So my requirement for you is, in the latest generation of gene serum about to be released, completely solve this problem. If you don't know how to curse, then go collect every vicious insult aimed at the mutant heretics. Remember the national treasure. Curses like damn it commonly used between humans cannot be used on mutant heretics, because the context is wrong. Xingzhou said seriously. Why yes, sir, Shen Yue stammered in shock, and somewhat honored, because this counted as the leader indirectly, for the first time using profanity to scold him. In a sense, he was also the only one among the 14 billion human federation. That was damn well honored. If he still had a mother, she might also feel honored. But such a thought only flashed by. That was disrespectful to his mother. So he actually wished the leader would drop that last word. Then he'd be even happier. He'd wake up laughing in his sleep. Meanwhile, the audience in Lan Xin's livestream, eating and drinking, nearly choked on Xingzhou's words. Awesome. That was a bit too crude. Almost forgot. Xingzhou is a native of our dragon nation. How could he not know the national essence? And there's only Shen Yue here. No other citizens. No worrying about setting a bad example. Haha, to be fair, Xingzhou's words do make a lot of sense. Seeing a heretic and unable to curse, that's just unacceptable. Killing them is one thing, but not even being able to insult and humiliate them, Then killing them isn't satisfying enough. Gu Xingzhou is a human-face leader. He can stay elegant. But the soldiers on the front lines of the Great Expedition are going to be mighty frustrated. It's rare for Gu Xingzhou to be this down-to-earth. Isn't he usually down-to-earth enough? Usually that's down-to-earth with an axe, alright? Shen Yue took the order and departed. After Lin Zhu finished assigning the tasks, she returned to Gu Xingzhou's side. With the chosen one's matter initially settled, Gu Xingzhou rallied everyone once more. The Great Expedition officially began. 1 Colossus-class planet destroyer, 10 Titans, 20,000 battleships, 200,000 frigates, divided into 10 routes. Each Titan-class vessel was equipped with 2,000 strategic ships, and escorted by 20,000 frigates. They carried a large number of research vessels, engineering ships, colony ships, army transport ships, and scientists. The army soldiers used quantum slingshots to head toward the star systems already surveyed by the research ships, and after the first conquest, they would link the territories into a single line. A line that made the entire universe flow without obstruction. Trade routes remained, the galaxy art troops tour routes, and so on. Among them, Gu Xingzhou's origin system, the Terra system, Chu Xu's origin system, the United system, the Breadmaker 1 system, and the Wormhole system each kept one fleet behind. These four fleets, in particular, would only begin their expedition after the second batch of warships was built. Everything was going according to Gu Xingzhou's plan. Meanwhile, Gu Xingzhou's Calamity System had also updated. Calamity achievement completed. Successfully enslaved the special civilization, the Chosen Ones. Deterrence increased by 100,000. Cumulative deterrence had surpassed 500,000. Calamity level raised to level 6. Chapter 41. The Female Elf Civilization on the Zero Energy Ascension Path. Everything offered to the Philosopher King. Calamity Mall upgraded to level 6. Current deterrence, 100,000 points. Level for mall items can be redeemed for free, only costing 100 points. Refresh level 5 mall, everything at 50% off. Resource ratios like alloys increased. Unlock new product categories. Ascension talents. Each refresh grants 1 Ascension talent. After successfully purchasing an Ascension talent, you can unlock brand new deterrence decree templates, but they conflict with the Avatar Calamity division. Brand new deterrence decree templates. Gu Xingzhou's eyes lit up. This is a great thing. This way, his methods of gaining deterrence can become more diversified. But this level 6 Calamity Mall is truly precious. Gu Xingzhou couldn't help but marvel. This is also the real purpose behind his decision to launch the Great Expedition. Most garbage civilizations can only provide 1,000 points of deterrence, occasionally a stronger one. At most only 10,000. As for special civilizations, there are ultimately too few. Most of the famous ones are still too dangerous to provoke. Can't defeat them like the L Gate, he never dared to open it. Because he couldn't guarantee that he'd get a little gray one loyal to him for 5,000 years. What if it was something like the Grey Tempest? That could mean total annihilation. In the Stellaris game, the Grey Tempest is at least a 50k fleet strength, but 50k is the game's calculation. Now this is a real-world Stellaris event. Based on his own fleet estimates, he figured the Grey Tempest is at least a fleet strength of 500,000 or more. His current power is far from enough. Level 6 Calamity Mall refreshes at 100,000 deterrence points. Synaptic Lave costs 500,000 points. A massive reservoir computing system. He uses intricate cables, transistors, and life support pods to connect organisms or synthetic beings, countless sentient creatures, interlinked with each other. The Star Eater, 500,000 points. A terrifying weapon that can trigger stellar supernova explosions, and thereby directly destroy an entire star system. A fearsome weapon indeed. The Zero Energy Jump Engine costs 200,000 points. Exactly. The Zero Energy Jump Engine uses the zero energy radiated by the crew to let the hull traverse the spatial structure of reality, instantly leaping across vast distances. The Overlord, at 100,000 points, moves with ease. A space base of unprecedented scale. The Overlord and its ships can elevate offensive operations to a whole new level. The Synapse Condenser and the Godslayer weapons. Gu Xingzhou was thrilled, yet Zhuan Ji felt a tinge of regret. At 500,000 points, he couldn't afford them now. And even if he could buy them, his current resources couldn't sustain them. Biting off more than you can chew is never wise. Gu Xingzhou wasn't in a hurry. What he needed now was more deterrence. He continued browsing the level 6 shop. This time, the level 6 shop had only 4 items, because a new Ascension talent had been added. Ascension talent, 100,000 points to refresh once anew. Remaining items, 500,000 to unlock the Zero Energy Ascension path. The potential within us is only a fraction of what's been tapped. Within our species, only a rare few individuals can wield the power of zero energy. Sure enough, another 500,000. If this grand expedition goes smoothly, he should be able to afford it. Gu Xingzhou wasn't eager to buy from the level 6 shop just yet. The level 5 shop was already at half price. Take the planet-destroying Colossus weapons, for instance. They were now a dirt cheap 5,000 points. That pleased Gu Xingzhou quite a bit. The main difference between levels 5 and 6 was blowing up planets versus blowing up stars. At the current stage, churning out a batch of planet killers was more than enough. Meanwhile, the grand expedition was progressing smoothly. But soon, news came from the front lines. A tough problem. The Human Federation's expeditionary forces had discovered an elven civilization. Gu Xingzhou reviewed the footage relayed from the front. Our science vessel discovered a remarkable civilization. It's just the imagery sent back by the probes. We immediately judged this civilization should be listed as slave attendants, because they possess astonishing beauty, as beautiful as the elves of legend. Apart from their long, pointed ears, they are nearly identical to us pure-blooded humans. And their civilization has no males, only females, seemingly reproducing asexually. We dispatched a research team of only female scientists to travel alone to this planet for investigation. To our pleasant surprise, these elf civilizations were very friendly. They were warm and hospitable, seemingly especially fond of beautiful women. Our female scientists clearly possessed that trait. We then ran another test, sending one of the nearby aliens over. And sure enough, it was confirmed. They, like us, despise these ugly aberrations. But that wasn't the main point. The key was when that alien piloted a research vessel, preparing to descend upon the elven motherland. It was immediately stopped by the High Priestess. We were shocked to discover the High Priestess stepped into the void with her bare body alone, and single-handedly destroyed a research vessel. This was power we could not comprehend, nor had we ever witnessed. Our scientists continued their deeper investigation. Only then did they learn the truth. They worship a towering sacred tree. Every individual elf seems able to draw from this sacred tree a power known as psychic energy. Could we too obtain such power? Without a doubt. Although this elf civilization displayed formidable strength, they did not prioritize technological development. The power of psychic energy could never match our fleet after all. But we did not conquer rashly. All along, our leader, for the sake of the Human Federation, has borne countless worries. We enjoy the leader's blessings, yet have never given anything back to the leader. Now we all agree, this wondrous and unique civilization is the finest gift for our great leader. But this is also what troubles us deeply. How do we enslave them? How do we make them willingly serve our great leader? Forcing them seems unworkable. According to the data from our female scientist, these elf women will fight to the death to protect their homeland. Such spirit is admirable. And that is precisely why we have held back all this time. Lan Xin's livestream, I mean. There are female elves too. These soldiers really fell for it. First thought was to package them up for Gu Xingzhou. So jealous am I the only one who thinks their psionic power is the most stunning. Whoa, one person took down a whole ship. What exactly is this psionic power? Never seen anything like it before. I think more than the elf beauties, Gu Xingzhou might care about this leader. Forget Gu Xingzhou. I'm curious too. This is just too cool, right? Wonder what Gu Xingzhou plans to do. Chapter 42, Control him activate. I am the chosen one. Gu Xingzhou steps into the void. Lan Din is shocked. In the Stellaris world, there are actually female elves this beautiful. Is Gu Xingzhou truly shocked this time? As everyone knows, the sword demons in the Stellaris game are so ugly words can't describe them. But this isn't a game after all. No political reasons outside the game. In the real Stellaris world, this bug has clearly been fixed. After all, an entire galaxy of ugly creatures wouldn't make much sense either. How to win over these elf civilizations and make them follow me wholeheartedly. Gu Xingzhou stares at the footage, silent for a moment. This is indeed a problem, but not a big one. Such a civilization will not easily submit. If we resort to brute force, all we will get is resistance unto death. Bodies left from fighting to the last. No, not even bodies will remain, because their power comes from the psychic energy of the void. So to subjugate them, we must start with the psychic energy. Gu Xingzhou opened the catastrophe system. Current deterrence, 250,000 points. The extra 150,000 points came from the Great Expedition. The expedition fleets that set out first conquered many feeble civilizations. The Starfish Cannery, the Afterlife Employment Center, all under the free trade rising across the cosmos, bursting with thriving vitality. The Galactic Art Troupe, meanwhile, took Tianlong and toured everywhere with Planet Burst. First, to spread human art. Second, to help the fleet intimidate civilizations. Third, to blast planets into mines, so that after conquest, the slave laborers could carry out mining operations more efficiently, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Gu Xingzhou did not set his sights on the level 6 shop. That was too expensive, could not afford it for now. To use psychic powers, he did not need to buy the new relic first. This psychic ascension talent, the reason it was priced so high was because it carried a deterrence limit board, similar to becoming an avatar of catastrophe. As long as he conquered, enslaved, evolved, and humiliated civilizations along the way, deterrence would keep growing. If he did not buy this to use psychic powers, at most, he would just not gain deterrence. It did not stop him from using it for now. So the psychic monthly sign-in engine only costs 200,000. System, refresh the level 5 catastrophe shop. Gu Xingzhou commanded. Successfully refreshed the level 5 catastrophe shop. Consumed 5,000 points of deterrence. Current deterrence remaining, 245,000 points. Level 5 catastrophe shop. Chosen one, 5,000 points. Leader special can designate a leader. That leader becomes a chosen one. One who can, using the mysterious power of zero energy, to achieve immortality. Zero energy can grow without limit. Colossal weapon, Angel of Peace blueprint, 5,000 points. A relatively mild apocalyptic class weapon, encasing the entire planet in a barrier that can never be penetrated. Planetary colossal weapon, Divine Judgment blueprint, 5,000 points. Energy rays radiating from their minds. Everyone is captivated by its power and intense personal faith. If they didn't understand before, now they do. We are all part of something greater. Perhaps because of the discount. The level 5 shop refresh no longer offers 5 items. But these 3 that appeared left Gu Xingzhou quite satisfied. Because these things could exactly solve his current problems. First, the Chosen One. Just like the previous Superman Serum and Philosopher King. This is a personal enhancement. Once redeemed, he would immediately gain terrifying psychic power. The same psychic power the elf civilization's high priestess displayed. The power to destroy a warship single-handedly. Of course, this is only the most basic application of zero energy. Zero energy is powerful enough to destroy an entire fleet, a planet, even an entire empire civilization. The ceiling is the gods of the void realm. Coincidentally, this calamity shop sells one that can grow infinitely. As for the growth method, it wasn't specified. He would need to figure it out himself. He guessed it was related to the talent ascension template. But he didn't have enough deterrence points to redeem everything. Gu Xingzhou didn't hesitate, successfully redeeming Angel of Peace and the Chosen One. Divine Judgment cost 15,000 deterrence points. Remaining deterrence points, 230,000. Then the Chosen One took effect. A surge of immense psychic energy flowed in from the void path, entering Gu Xingzhou's body. All false power returns to oneself. He feels the power within his body, ready to find a chance to test it. And the other 2 colossi are also great treasures, especially the Divine Judgment. That's the colossus he needs most right now. This is the Fallen Empire's colossus unique to the Holy Land Guardians. Now Gu Xingzhou has it too. If before exchanging for the Divine Judgment, the means of conquest were only deterrence, intimidation, and coercion, then from now on, there's one more means of conquest. That is, from the depths of the soul, completely changing a civilization's faith. Facing these troublesome elf civilizations, just hit them with a Divine Judgment, and the problem is easily solved. In this matter, nothing is more efficient than this colossus. So Gu Xingzhou first gave the order. Your fleet's mission is to keep observing this elf civilization, surround them and protect them. Keep other civilizations from contacting them. And the viewers in Langson's livestream all felt something was off. Because this seemed to be the first time Gu Xingzhou encountered a problem he didn't know how to solve. These elves really are troublesome. Gu Xingzhou is at a loss. Did he really not send anyone to study Linglong? Has Gu Xingzhou finally wised up? Has he finally realized he can be a pleasure-seeking ruler? And indulge in women's charms? Is that why he's having the fleet protect these elf civilizations? So what? After fighting wars his whole life, can't he enjoy himself a bit? If I were Gu Xingzhou, I'd party every single night. That's why you're not and never will be Gu Xingzhou. However, just as everyone was discussing Gu Xingzhou's gossip, the Gu Xingzhou being live-streamed suddenly vanished from where he stood. The next second, he appeared in outer space. This scene completely stunned the viewers in Langson's livestream. Holy crap, what just happened? What the hell is going on? Am I seeing things? Gu Xingzhou seemed to vanish in a flash and reappeared in outer space. How did he do that? Wait a second. Isn't that the zero energy power the High Priest showed? So Gu Xingzhou can do it too. Man, he was hiding it deep. So it's really true. Gu Xingzhou returned to the office and vanished again. What's he up to? Then we see the starry world. Gu Xingzhou, through zero energy jump, arrived before a frigate. This frigate had just left the shipyard. No pilot yet, and already faced its first enemy. Chapter 43, The Rank Divisions of Spiritual Energy. Nonsense, one line is not worth one rank of spiritual energy. Using spiritual energy to attack is simple. Just connect to the void path, draw power from the void realm, then use the vast spiritual pressure to crush the target, like the one before Gu Xingzhou, a frigate made of spiritual armor. The moment spiritual pressure descended, it turned into space dust. But spiritual energy isn't invincible. It can be resisted. The only thing suppressed was this frigate. It didn't have a spiritual shield. Ordinary energy shields can't stop spiritual energy from penetrating. Without a strong spiritual shield for protection, Gu Xingzhou could reach through the enemy's shield and armor and kill the crew inside, the ship's crew, or disrupt the ship's operations with spiritual energy. He could also jump instantly into the enemy ship for a decapitation strike. And spiritual power is also divided into ranks. Substitute Spirit, Supermaster, Void Whisper, within the cycle of Reincarnation. NT 0.5 Grand Supermaster. The artifact that can be sought. The Journey of Life. The world's grandson of calamity. The soul's joy of science. First Lesser Supermaster. The Dark Long River. The Golden Phantom Dream. The Idle Abandoned Work. The Hollow Pointed Tip. The Endless Dawn and Dusk. The Elemental Master of Clay. The Vast Layered Peaks. The Unextinguished Outsider. T to Chosen One. Divine Chosen Censor. Shaper of the Void Realm. Psychic Elite of the Third Psychic Empire. Responsible within the vast psychic network for monitoring the Empire's citizens. Or becoming the Chosen Sovereign. The medium channeling psychic energy into the Empire. The Fourth Psychic, gifted by the Great Awakening. Or mortals born with innate psychic power. For mind prevails over matter, thus transcending to greatness. T50, in a past life, possessed only faint psychic power, yet could fully awaken later to become a psychic. And the tier Gu Xingzhou belongs to is the T2 grade Chosen One. Above him, the 4 great overlords, 8 lesser overlords, and 2 supreme overlords. These void realm beings, some call them gods, but they can also be seen as, within the real universe, so many galactic empires. Each with their own ideals and ideologies, nothing more than external views, reform beyond the stage, and so on and so forth. Yet they differ fundamentally from the galactic empires of the real universe, for they claim all falsehoods as their own. The one thing they love most is to tempt humanity in the real universe and sign contracts with them. The most classic being the cycle of the final reckoning, commonly known as the primordial spirit. Once you sign a contract with it, you instantly gain 100% production, 100% research, and other bonuses. But the price is that 50 years later, the final reckoning will come to settle the debt. No matter how far you've developed your empire, it will be completely wiped out by it, as if it never appeared in the galaxy, leaving no trace at all. As they say, life lasts but 50 years, like a dream, like an illusion. Gu Xingzhou didn't mind signing this contract. After all, it was a free 100% boost to all research output. Others might fear the reckoning, but as the Fourth Calamity, 50 years' time, even a super patron like that meant nothing to Gu Xingzhou. He could look down on the entire Void Realm. After crushing the escort ship with zero pressure, before the shipbuilders could even arrive to investigate, Gu Xingzhou had already vanished again, and reappeared right before the massive battleship. Then he repeated the same trick. Sure enough, without the protection of a psionic shield, this colossal battleship was still crushed by the zero pressure from Solid Continent. This scene shocked the entire Blue Star livestream audience, especially those viewers who had chosen to embrace the aliens. Never before had they felt so thoroughly like complete fools. Holy crap, this is terrifying. One person instantly crushed a battleship, and it was Gu Xingzhou's own battleship. That shield and armor strength were verified by the Chosen Ones. Is this still the Stellaris event I know? Humans can actually do something like this. We were just playing around before. What a load of crap. Not even worth a fraction of Linglong's power. Shortly after Gu Xingzhou returned to his office, Chushu hurriedly arrived at his office and placed a surveillance recording in front of him. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and shock. In her past life, she had encountered civilizations with Linglong and knew of Linglong's existence, but she had never seen someone as powerful as Gu Xingzhou. I've already deleted the surveillance footage. The 2 warships that vanished from the shipyard. I've told them to stop investigating. Or was this something you deliberately planned? Was it influenced by the Elven civilization? Are you going to start promoting Linglong? And where did your Linglong come from? Chushu was like a curious child, firing off question after question. But Gu Xingzhou didn't answer any of them. Instead, he stared at him seriously and asked, "Do you want this kind of power?" "No, can I really have it?" Chushu almost had the word "want" written all over her face. "Of course, though not as strong as mine. But it's more than enough. I can make you my spiritual energy envoy. From now on, you and I can communicate through spiritual energy, through telepathy." Gu Xingzhou said. "Then aren't we connected in heart and mind?" Chushu was a bit excited. This is also the power of the Chosen One. After all, he's second only to the Void Overlords. In the Void Realm and the real world, his spiritual energy intensity is in a league of its own. Only the chosen domains selected by the Overlords can their proxies compete with him? But their power comes from the gifts of the Void Overlords, while Gu Xingzhou's power is drawn from the Void. It's the product of the Fourth Calamity. No need to bow to these so-called gods. The only problem is, he still doesn't know how to enhance his spiritual energy. Could he take down one overlord after another and drain their spiritual energy dry? Maybe the Calamity Shop will refresh too. Gu Xingzhou guessed in his mind. But for now, he should first give Chushu the power of spiritual energy. Actually, Gu Xingzhou could also give Chushu the power of the Chosen One, but that requires another refresh. The level 5 shop can refresh it once more. Then he can designate anyone as the Chosen One. Since it really works, I can feel the power of spiritual energy. Can I smash a battleship now? Chushu asked eagerly. Of course, but a battleship isn't the limit. Strictly speaking, you could blow up the moon now. Gu Xingzhou said seriously. Chushu was stunned, wondering if she heard that right. And in Lan Xin's livestream, after hearing Gu Xingzhou's words, everyone was dumbfounded too. Could Gu Hongzhou be toying with Chushu? Chushu can blow up the moon now. That's insane. How is that possible? Chushu's power was given by Gu Xingzhou, which means the dreadnought wasn't even Gu Xingzhou's limit. Not even the moon is. So where exactly is Gu Xingzhou's ceiling? What the hell is this zero energy anyway? The constellation event. Yet Gu Xingzhou is filial piety. Since you don't believe it, then let's go find a satellite similar to the moon and test it. Chapter 44. Chushu can smash the moon. Heaven chosen Emperor Gu Xingzhou. In the stars, there was once a giant band. They were formed by some collective nation, a multi-race psionic metal band, also assembled as a psionic assault unit. Once, at the climax of a performance, the lead singer of the giant band slammed his super guitar hard into the ground, punching a hole straight through the moon. The moon was completely destroyed, shattered into a planet of rubble. And this giant band's combat power was at the level of psionic stones. In other words, it's the very power Gu Xingzhou bestowed upon Chu Xiu. Under Gu Xingzhou's lead, the two didn't board a warship, but stepped straight into the void, with psionics and bare flesh, leaping between moons within the star system. Soon they found a natural satellite similar to the moon, and suitable for Chu Xiu to show off her skills. Seeing Gu Xingzhou dart freely through space, leaping across blue stars, the viewers in the livestream were all stunned. Is this even human? Entering the void with a bare body. This is basically an immortal. Gu Xingzhou has already ascended to godhood. Shen Yue says then, what about my gene ascension? Is there a conflict? The ultimate goal of gene ascension is also ascending to godhood? Who would complain about having more power? Gu Xingzhou must be secretly cultivating immortality. You know what? Gu Xingzhou has already taken several generations of gene serums, and he was the first to break through the Gene Institute. He really might succeed in cultivating immortality. After all, Gu Xingzhou is one of us Dragon Nation people. It's only natural he's had a martial arts dream since childhood. In this Stellaris world, cultivation probably counts as the psychic route. Right now, the strategic sword's jump engine seems like a joke in comparison. If Gu Xingzhou builds a psychic army, man, I won't even say much. With just a dozen or so, they could decapitate enemy commanders at will. The Langson viewers haven't seen much of the world. Previous National Fortune games always ended in a hurry, and no contestant ever managed to touch such powerful psychic energy. Let alone know that in the Stellaris world, there's always been psychic power stronger than jump engines. Jump engines exist, but powerful psychics themselves are. A jump engine can not only jump on its own, but can carry an entire warship with it. In space, Chu Xiu looked down at the planet below in disbelief, trembling with excitement. She thought of the words her parents used to say. Back then, we never had the conditions you have now. And she couldn't help but think of herself in her past life. If she'd had these conditions back then, maybe she could have escaped the reach of that colossus. Now, try releasing all your psychic power. The method is simple and direct. Just use your will, that is, your psychic energy, to envelop this natural satellite. Then keep shrinking it until it's crushed. The psychic power I gave you is more than enough. Gu Xingzhou said. All right, Chu Xiu immediately began trying with excitement. Wrapping psychic energy with the mind comes naturally, without psychic power. The mind is just empty fantasy. But once psychic power awakens, a single thought brings psychic energy surging like a tide. Just like this natural satellite right now, being enveloped by Chu Xiu's terrifying psychic force. Then under the extreme psychic pressure, it finally could no longer withstand it. The planet's surface rapidly fractured, spreading across the entire planet at a visible pace, then silently shattered. There was no shockwave, nor any massive explosion. Everything seemed blocked by an invisible psychic force. I really did it. I really did it. Chu Xiu didn't know how to express her excitement. She just couldn't help herself, and threw herself into Gu Xingzhou's arms. The next second, the livestream was cut off. The Langson livestream got blocked just like that. Chu Xiu, what are you doing? Damn it, let go of Gu Xingzhou. Let me do it. Don't ruin our livestream, okay? Women are such a pain in the ass. I want to see Gu Xingzhou unleash his psychic power at full force. But in reality, even if the livestream hadn't been cut off, Gu Xingzhou had no intention of showing his full psychic power. Because in the star cluster, the birth of a chosen emperor usually causes the void restraint to tremble. Those supremes would surely notice him immediately. But perhaps because of the Fourth Calamity System, what he exchanged stayed as low-key as ever. He had to admit, this was a sensible system, allowing Gu Xingzhou to proudly tell the entire galaxy that my achievements today are all from my own hard work. There's definitely no deep blue point buying or anything. After all, deterrence isn't something you buy with points. So on this matter, Gu Xingzhou chose to stay low-key. He wouldn't mind if the cycle of the end came to sign him, but if other supremes came after him, that would be a bit of trouble. He still wanted to avoid alerting the enemy, and find a chance to swallow up a minor supreme to test the waters. Xiu, I have a task for you. Later, in a room, Gu Xingzhou said to Chu Xiu. What? Ever since I gained psychic power? Chu Xiu was full of enthusiasm. She couldn't sit still for a moment. Later I'll go find Shen Yue, and bestow upon her the power of psychic history. Let her formally begin her research on psychic energy. Then you'll organize the personnel. At the fastest speed possible, forge a colossal weapon called the Divine Judgment. Its purpose is to emit psychic rays that alter the beliefs of all organic life on the planet. Gu Xingzhou laid out the plan. The Divine Judgment to intend to use it on the elven civilization. Chushu immediately realized. Not just them. In the future, any other civilization suited to be slaves or servants can be conquered efficiently with such a manifestation. As for the elven civilization, being the chosen one, I don't need the Divine Judgment to subdue them. Gu Xingzhou said. This chosen one's psychic power exceeded his imagination. He was second only to the overlords, a chosen emperor walking in the mortal world, to them. In an elven civilization where psychic power was just budding, he was undoubtedly like a god. Since the overlords in the void all enjoy making contracts with people from the real world, then Gu Xingzhou, this chosen emperor, the fourth calamity destined to crush all overlords, why couldn't he too sign a contract with the elven civilization? After all, the might of psychic power doesn't lie. They would be conquered from the depths of their souls. You intend to go to the elven civilization yourself? Chushu said in surprise. Yes, I'm actually a bit curious about that towering tree they're famous for. It seems to be the origin of their spirit race. I want to see whether there's anything there, a miracle that could help me advance further. Gu Xingzhou explained. Then he stayed a while longer with Chushu before the two parted ways to attend to their own tasks. This time, Gu Xingzhou didn't set out with his fleet. Instead, he summoned Tianlong and went incognito, heading straight for the elven civilization. Chapter 45, The Truth of the Elven Civilization. The power of the void was within easy reach. When Tianlong saw Gu Xingzhou vanish into the void with his physical body and appear right before his eyes, he was stunned and shaken. Master, you've mastered such powerful spiritual energy. Ever since Tianlong had been subdued, scientists had immediately implanted a translator in his mind, turning dragon speech directly into human language. Tianlong had no complaints about that at all. So Gu Xingzhou could now speak freely with him. Well, you've also gotten a speed boost, Gu Xingzhou said, and then granted Tianlong the power of spiritual energy. Tianlong was already very fast, and with spiritual energy boosting his speed, reaching the elf civilization would take but a moment. Chosen Emperor. Thank you for your gift, Master. Tianlong felt the terrifying spiritual energy surging within him, thrilled beyond words. As an old beast who'd lived for centuries as a dog, he naturally knew spiritual energy well, but it wasn't something you could just have on a whim, and those who could grant spiritual energy to others were either the supreme gods of the void realm, or beings like the chosen emperor. Such people were extremely rare. But across several eras, Tianlong had been fortunate enough to see a few. Yet these chosen ones were nowhere near Gu Xingzhou's level in any regard. Just a quantum slingshot was a height they could never reach in a lifetime. Let's go, heading out based on the coordinates. As you command, Tianlong immediately activated his spiritual energy and made a wild leap through space. Gu Xingzhou said nothing more. He was calculating. At his current spiritual energy level as the chosen emperor, he estimated he could grant the power of spiritual energy to 10 people. That was assuming it wouldn't deplete his own reserves. After 10, he'd start eating into his original spiritual energy pool. The great and lesser overlords of the void realm were essentially occupying various territories within the void world, like the domains of empires in the real world. The larger the spiritual territory these overlords held, the more spiritual energy they could draw upon. This is how the distinction between lesser supremes and greater supremes or high supremes came to be. And Gu Xingzhou, as the heaven-chosen sovereign, drew upon the ethereal spirit energy pools of unclaimed realms. The ethereal realm isn't just home to supremes. There are also many void entities beneath the lesser supremes, waiting to ascend and become supremes themselves. Gu Hongzhou could actually be classified among them. On Gu Xingzhou's journey to the elven civilization, Lan Xin's livestream viewers grew curious. What exactly did Gu Xingzhou plan to do? Grant power through spirit energy, and then win over the high priestess of that elven civilization. That certainly seemed quite likely. They had no interest in warships, but they'd surely find spirit energy hard to refuse. Why make it so complicated? Just descend directly, and say whoever wants it, I'll give it to them once. Those elves would swarm right over. Something's off with you. I want to get off this ride. Yet everyone guessed wrong about Gu Xingzhou's intentions. Just before reaching the Elven Civilization star system, Gu Xingzhou had Tianlong halt the warp jump. The human expeditionary force spotted Tianlong immediately and learned the full story from Tianlong. The leader has also mastered the Spirit Core. Truly worthy of our leader. The commander of the 7th Expeditionary Force was stunned. Then through radar, he observed Gu Xingzhou tearing through the void with his bare body, and was utterly awestruck. His worldview was completely shattered. He had followed Gu Xingzhou since the first war in the Terra star system against Earth. Seeing this, he had a premonition that the Human Federation was about to enter the Age of Spirit Energy. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Gu Xingzhou's voice. Spirit Leader. Are you speaking to me through spirit energy? The commander asked in surprise. Yes, first let me. I've already concealed my presence with spirit energy. Can you still detect me with your ship's radar? Gu Xingzhou asked. Let me check and report back to you, leader. It's completely out of sight now. All right, I understand. Just stay put and hold your positions. Understood. Gu Xingzhou wrapped himself in spiritual energy, hiding within the void, then observing from afar the home star system of the Elven civilization, especially that towering tree with branches, leaves, and a shimmering glow. This is the origin of the Elven civilization. According to the scientists' research report, it's already been explained quite clearly. The first elf was born from this sacred tree. He was the embodiment of the shimmer. Through this sacred tree, descending from the void into the real world, condensing a physical form. After that, one pure elf after another was born from this sacred tree. They were all female. Though their bodies bore the traits of human women, they had no concept of reproduction. Because their children came from the sacred tree, as long as they prayed sincerely, new life would come. Gu Xingzhou carefully sensed this sacred tree and found its spiritual energy to be extremely pure, extremely holy. Yet at the very top of this tree, the point where it connected to the void, there was indeed some chaos. As he followed that chaos into the void realm, he was astonished to discover the truth. This sacred tree was a purification device and converter. Gu Xingzhou was utterly amazed. He now understood the true origin of these elves. This sacred tree was not an autonomous, conscious creation. It was more like a pre-programmed design by some entity. It might have come from some civilization in the real world, or it could be the work of some void entity. But without a doubt, it was currently masterless. For countless years, it had been running its own program, refining the chaotic spiritual energy from the void, drawing in only the purest strand, keeping out the evil and violent energies. These purest of spiritual energies would flow along this sacred tree, descending from the void into the real world, and stored within this sacred tree. When the purest spiritual energy accumulates to a certain level, it will condense and take form, and an elf infant is born. This is the origin of the Elven civilization. These elves are the embodiment of pure spiritual energy. The void realm is truly wondrous. Gu Xingzhou couldn't help but marvel. But because these elves are overly pure, they naturally repel all that is evil, violence, chaos, and all such spiritual energy. So much so that their spiritual growth is extremely slow. Because they can only draw from the sacred tree's hard-won, mere traces of pure spiritual energy. Even when their consciousness enters the void realm, they must still undergo arduous meditation and cultivation to absorb those faint traces of the purest spiritual energy. The strongest cultivator today is undoubtedly the current high priestess of the Elven civilization. But even she, with her current spiritual energy, cannot see through the true nature of this sacred tree. In that case, then this sacred tree and all of you belong to me, Gu Xingzhou declared. Clearly, this sacred tree is his best nourishment, perfect for enhancing his own spiritual energy. The little master he still can't defeat, but this masterless, mindless sacred tree is more than enough. And the operating logic of this sacred tree also inspired Gu Xingzhou. The power of the void path is within easy reach. Chapter 46, I am the void god, 4th day, begging for money. The Elven High Priestess. Since this sacred tree can purify the purest power, it can naturally also refine the most chaotic and most abundant spiritual energy. But before that, he must first subdue these elves. Gu Xingzhou had a plan before he even arrived. Such pure elves, if they don't devoutly convert, that would be a terrible waste. These pure female elves, though born from the sacred tree, have yet to comprehend its mysteries. So they are adorable girls. They had thought about absorbing other types of spiritual energy, but because their bodies were too pure, it caused intense rejection. Bound by the protection of the sacred tree, even if they wanted to fall, they couldn't. Over the long ages, such a being appeared. We need to find the gods of the Void Realm. Only then can we break our own shackles. Led by the elven civilization's high priest, they devoted themselves to seeking the true gods in the Void Realm. But clearly, they haven't succeeded to this day. So, to subdue these pure and flawless elves, it's actually simple. I just need to become a god myself. With that, Xingzhou's aura finally stopped being concealed and burst forth. The terrifying spiritual energy of the chosen emperor erupted. The entire elven civilization was instantly shaken. The female scientist researching in the elven civilization, Xingzhou, was full of confusion. She saw the elves who, just a second ago, were warmly chatting with her, suddenly raise their heads in perfect unison, gazing at a certain spot in the sky. That was shock, awe, and excitement on their faces. What happened? Xingzhou quickly asked. Could it be that the leader doesn't want to drag this out any longer? So he ordered to conquer these elves by force. It's a god has descended, the elven high priest said excitedly. Then, wrapping himself in spiritual energy, he instantly flew out of the planet. He tried to find that god. But with his spiritual energy, how could he ever trace Xingzhou's whereabouts? He searched all around, looking in every direction. Finally, a voice rang out in his mind. Do you want power? Xingzhou asked. Yes, may I know your name? The high priest asked excitedly. His consciousness wandered the void realm for countless years, like searching for a needle in a vast ocean. He even began to doubt whether gods truly existed in this void realm. Now that doubt has been shattered. Such overwhelming spiritual energy could not be mistaken. They had encountered a true void god. The Fourth Calamity. Xingzhou's voice rang out in the minds of all the elves. The Fourth Calamity, Lord Xingzhou, great deity. How may we obtain power? The high priest asked eagerly. Seeing this scene, the viewers in Lanshin's livestream were stunned. This was a twist they could never have imagined. Awesome, the Fourth Calamity Xingzhou. Does this god really exist in the Void Realm? Maybe not before, but now there is one. Xingzhou is a god. Amazing, descending as a god. And he actually fooled these elves. It's not fooling. Chushu could hug the moon. Xingzhou's spiritual energy could destroy their civilization as easily as crushing an ant. If that's not a god, then who is? Now none of these elves can escape. Looks like they'll become Xingzhou's fanatical followers. The stellar event. Xingzhou spoke. I can grant you power. But power comes at a price. Xingzhou said. Whatever I can do. Please speak, the high priest asked nervously and expectantly. At that moment all the elves listened intently, including Jianyuyu, who was watching the drama. The moment she heard Xingzhou's voice, she was overjoyed, then shocked, astonished, and finally overwhelmed with complex emotions. Though her respect and worship for the leader was fervent, but at this very moment, hearing Xingzhou call himself a void god, the Fourth Calamity, he still couldn't hold it in. The leader really knows how to play. Jianyue couldn't help but complain. This wasn't disrespect toward the leader, but an observation based on objective facts. He too had started from Earth in the Terra Galaxy, following Xingzhou to build their dominion. Whether Xingzhou was a god of the Void Realm, how could he not know? It was simple. My power can only be obtained by my followers. As long as you believe in me, follow me, serve me, and you shall receive the power I bestow. After saying this, Xingzhou appeared. His image, through psychic energy, manifested in the minds of all the elves. I am willing to believe forever, follow, and serve, the elven high priest answered without hesitation. The elves felt the same way he did. Opportunities slip by in an instant, miss them, and they're gone forever. And the moment Xingzhou's image appeared, it only deepened his reverence. Elves love beauty, a civilization that pursues the beautiful. And Xingzhou, stacked with every kind of blessing, in their eyes was simply a perfect being. The ideal form of life. But mere verbal faith didn't count. I will brand upon your souls a psychic mark that belongs to me alone. The moment your heart wavers, I will know. This is the covenant, and the trivial price you pay for gaining power. Are you willing? Gu Xingzhou asked seriously. We are willing. The wild elven high priest answered hastily, without a single moment's hesitation. These elves were too pure, which meant too naive, not deeply scheming. They judged good and evil by beauty and ugliness. So when they saw something ugly, they killed it. And when they saw a beautiful human girl like Jian Yue, they welcomed her warmly. Fortunately, the ugly ones in this galaxy were in the majority. So much so that the elven civilization to this day has never encountered anyone as handsome as Gu Xingzhou, and as scheming. With just a few words and zero power abilities, he could get them to sell themselves out completely. By any measure, that counts as being easily fooled. Of course, that zero power ability is the real key. Without that innate potential, these elves would never have listened. And the viewers in Lan Xin's livestream, upon hearing Gu Xingzhou's contract and terms, all lost it at once. Wait, they're playing it this wild. They even need tattoos? Just get a tattoo and gain power. I want one too, can I get it on my belly? Insane, can I get one on my chest? You're insane too. This is getting out of hand again. Another day of envying Gu Xingzhou. The Starfall Incident. After the elves unanimously agreed, they all lowered their psychic defenses, opening their purest souls to Gu Xingzhou. Then a mark unique to Gu Xingzhou, through psychic means, was deeply etched onto the elves' pure souls. Never to betray, for all eternity. Chapter 47, Shocking Premiere. Did Gu Xingzhou force the elves to call him mom? So the elven civilization, with a total population of 100 million, all submitted to Su Jin's mind, the Fourth Calamity. A population of 100 million is pitifully small for any civilization. But for a psychic civilization, it's more than enough. Psychic power emphasizes individual strength, and their lifespans are extremely long. Take Gu Xingzhou's chosen one, for example. He already has an immortal, undying body. The elven high priestess can't compare to him. But living a few thousand years is a breeze, provided she doesn't die under arrows and cannons. If she enhances her psychic power through meditation, her lifespan will extend even further. The psychic power among this 100 million elves varies in level. Though most are relatively weak, they're still treasures. Because this is the key to the psychic leap engine. The psionic jump lead engine completely outclasses the jump lead engine. The principle of the psionic jump lead engine is to use the psionic energy radiated by the crew to make the whole work with the jump lead engine, to cross the spatial structure of reality and perform ultra-long distance jumps. This is technology unique to psionic ascension. Only organic beings can use psionics. Machines and other inorganic bodies cannot do it, though there are still ways to bypass that, but they're extremely troublesome and inefficient. Gu Hongzhou wants to develop the psionic jump engine. He only needs to build on the jump engine with slight improvements and pair it with a spirit. It's not only economical but also efficient. So, this 100 million strong spirit civilization is a ready-made crew. Until Gu Xingzhou's fleet breaks past 100 million, it will be more than enough. After reclaiming these spirits, Gu Xingzhou appeared before the spirit high priestess. What's your name? Gu Xingzhou asked. My name is Jiayu. Oh great deity. The high priestess replied respectfully. Jiayu, that's a nice name. Do you know why your psionic power has never been able to grow? Gu Xingzhou asked. Please enlighten me, great deity. The high priestess Jiayu asked. Because of this tree. It made you what you are. But it also bound you. The one who tied the knot must untie it. If you want to break the shackles, you can no longer be bound by this tree. Gu Xingzhou said. I have sensed this vaguely as well. But great deity, our civilization was born here. Our lives were born here. This sacred tree nurtured us, like a mother to us. This is our home. How could we ever abandon our mother, abandoning the origin of our life and civilization? The high priest's expression turned troubled. Because of the intertwining of spiritual energy and minds, the entire elven civilization was listening to this conversation. Their hearts were as one, sharing the high priest's feelings at this moment. Though they had resolved to serve the deity, the reason they did so, was it not to gain power and better protect their homeland? If the price of power was losing their home, Then what meaning did such power hold? I understand what this sacred tree means to you. So I have a solution that satisfies both sides. All I need is to become your sacred beast. Gu Xingzhou said seriously. The high priest's words trailed off. The viewers on Langson's livestream began discussing. Gu Xingzhou is going to become a sacred beast. Gu Xingzhou is going to be the elves' mother. What? Gu Xingzhou is going to give birth to little elves. What a disaster. The high priest's words were spoken by Gu Xingzhou. Shocking. Gu Xingzhou is actually forcing the elves to call him mother. 666. This is getting more absurd. Maybe it's not something you made up. I don't watch the star cluster world. The high priest felt his mind in a whirl. He tried to interpret the deity's words, but still couldn't be certain. So he asked cautiously, Lord Deity, I don't understand. You may have misunderstood something. Gu Xingzhou felt the shock of 100 million elves, and was a bit speechless. He just wanted to devour the sacred tree, and find a nicer sounding reason. But instead caused a huge misunderstanding. Since you've resolved to follow me, the truth about this sacred tree, I will not hide from you. This sacred tree itself has no consciousness. Over the course of millions of years, it has always followed its inner program, repeating one single thing, drawing the purest strand from the void of spiritual energy, then giving birth to you. But in the void, pure spiritual energy is extremely scarce. And your physical bodies reject spiritual energy of other traits. Every time you use spiritual energy, you can only channel it through divine arts. But the pure spiritual energy stored in divine arts is limited, and the conversion is extremely slow. So this is why you cannot grow stronger. No matter how many years you train, it's a drop in the bucket. Gu Hengzhu's words shocked all the elves, and thoroughly awakened them. All along, the truth behind their inability to grow strong surfaced. Hearing Gu Xingzhu's words, the viewers in Lan Xin's livestream were all stunned. So this is how elves are born. That's incredible. So they're made of the purest spiritual energy. No wonder they reproduce asexually. What kind of being planted this divine tree? Or was it formed naturally? No one knows the answer. The Starfall event. Gu Xingzhou continued. To change all of this, we need to fix the divine tree's operating logic. Break the shackles within your bodies. So, the most efficient way is for me to refine this divine tree and become your new deity. From now on, I am your belonging. Wherever I am is your home. As long as you pray to me, I will grant you power. And you will gain spiritual energy beyond imagination. Gu Hengzhu's voice fell upon every elf's heart. Those already marked with Gu Xingzhu's seal all agreed upon learning the truth, and had no reason to reject such a plan. A deity and a home formed the elves' new divine faith, carrying the past and stepping toward the future. I pray to you, great deity. Xingzhou bowed deeply, forehead touching the ground. From this day forward, you are our divine lord, our belonging, our homeland. No matter where we must go, no matter where among the stars, wherever you are, there lies the elven civilization, our eternal homeland. We offer all our loyalty, all our faith, all our spiritual power. Swearing to follow him to the death the moment his words fell, the entire planet lit up. Countless soft rays of light rose from every single elf, rising up that was the purest faith in their hearts, their most sincere wishes, their most steadfast devotion. The beams of light intertwined and merged, like a river of stars flowing, finally condensing into a brilliant pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky, piercing through the forest, piercing through the atmosphere, piercing through the boundary between reality and the void, converging toward Gu Xingzhou. This was the collective prayer of 100 million souls of the elven civilization. This was the purest power of the spiritual civilization. Gu Xingzhou stood quietly in the void, letting this mighty tide of faith surge into his body, and then completely refining the divine tree as well. But after everything was done, the high priest whispered, suddenly remembering something extremely serious. Lord Divine One, now that the divine tree has merged with you, what are we to do about our population? Chapter 48, but what about our population? Now this is juicy. The inspector, mingling among the elves, instantly ignited with gossip fever, perking up his ears, though clearly not an elf. At this moment he was no less eager. As a scientist, when he first encountered the elven civilization, he had already been curious about one question. For the sake of the leader's future happiness, he had even secretly done very detailed research, like soaking in hot springs with them and such. These elves not only had stunningly beautiful faces, perfect, pure, flawless bodies. Of course, the current Xingzhou had already shipped 3 generations. Genes matter most. And their bodies are perfect too. In short, these elves also have human female traits. So we're naturally curious whether their bodies can actually be used, whether they can bear children. But without the leader's cooperation, we can't run this experiment at all. And no one else dares to touch an elf. After all, they're specially dedicated to the leader. Lord Divine, you know, before you descended, our population grew by praying to the sacred tree. And that's how new elf children were born. Now that you've merged with the sacred tree, how are we supposed to grow our numbers? High Priest Jiayu asked very seriously. The moment those words were spoken, the whole Langson was in an uproar. Wow, that priest's question is spot on. Haha, so what happens to the elf population? Didn't Gu Hongzhou say praying to him would work? Of course, Gu Xingzhou's face exploded with shock. First release. You guys are dumb. In the future, the elves will have to reproduce themselves. Gu Hongzhou just needs to grant spiritual energy. You mean preferably 0 energy? Damn, 100 million elves. Can Gu Xingzhou handle that? But the viewers in the Blue Star livestream never got their answer in the end. Because almost right after the High Priest asked that question, the livestream deliberately cut off the broadcast. The following involves the Planet Lord's daily life. Not broadcasting for now. Who's this daily life guy? Why treat him like that? Damn livestream. Do I lack that little bit of data? Can't you open a VIP stream? After the star event broadcast was cut off, Gu Xingzhou actually got a notification in his mind too. So he always knew he was being watched, and it wasn't even blocked. Even when only half the Blue Star contestants remained, he could actively see some Blue Star comments. He just couldn't post comments to reply. Though those comments were way too spicy. It's utterly ridiculous. Gu Xingzhou glanced at it once or twice and then couldn't be bothered to look again, to avoid being influenced. Of course, the issue at hand had nothing to do with whether the livestream was blocked. Gu Xingzhou was indeed stumped by High Priest Jiayu. He was so focused on refining that divine tree that he forgot the tree's primary function. Fortunately, while he was troubled by this, Xingzhou stepped forward. He had noticed this girl from the start, and had long known her name from the video archives, as well as her mission to survey this planet. He just hadn't interrupted her while she was enjoying the drama. Actually, this problem is easy to solve. You can refer to how we humans reproduce. Through my time living and observing here, I believe you can do it. Lord Deity is now your divine tree, and also a man. So there's no need to worrying about population at all. If you don't know how, though I have no experience either, but I can get you some educational videos. Xingzhou, like a salesperson chasing a quota, desperately pitching her lord leader, pushing him relentlessly. Really, that's wonderful. Can all 100 million elves reproduce this way? High Priest Jiayu had no idea what human methods meant, so at this moment, she was just excited that it was possible. Xingzhou, Gu Xingzhou, well, theoretically, 100 million is no problem. It's just a matter of time. Xingzhou's scalp went numb. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stole a glance at her lord leader, and gritted her teeth to explain to Jiayu. It's fine, we elves never lack time. And with Lord Deity's power, surely he can bless all 100 million elves at once, said High Priest Jiayu. Gu Xingzhou, Xingzhou. Blessing 100 million elves at once? That's a bit much, isn't it? Better to do fewer at a time. Otherwise, even the deity would get tired, right? Xingzhou imagined that scene, and her face was already burning red. He could no longer look directly at his leader. Very well, Xingzhou. Your position has been revoked. From now on, your task is to teach these elves relevant knowledge? Oh, right. You'll have to demonstrate it to them in person. Gu Xingzhou felt it was necessary to punish this Xingzhou. He deliberately scared this gossip-loving, rumor-chasing scientist. Hey, there's such a good thing? She even asked, can I really do it? Leader, how about we start the demonstration right now? Xingzhou's eyes were sparkling. What do we do? Doji Sijia also acted like a curious child. But his thoughts, like his body, and his spiritual energy, were pure. He simply couldn't understand the dirty thoughts filling Jian Yuyu's mind. Gu Xingzhou silently watched Jian Yuyu. It seemed he hadn't scared Jian Yuyu at all. Instead, he had accidentally rewarded him again. But the number of 100 million elves was indeed a problem. Gu Xingzhou had no intention of increasing the elf population. What he thought was letting these elves, like his people, achieve immortality. But these elves, due to their scarce population, were very enthusiastic about this matter. Forget it, let them back off on their own. So Gu Xingzhou, through spiritual energy, sent to the commander of the 7th Expeditionary Force a new order. Withdraw the troops and continue the Great Expedition mission. Tianlong, meanwhile, deterred around the elves' neighboring star systems, keeping watch, not letting anyone approach the elves' home star system. We'll discuss the population matter later. For now, I grant you the power of spiritual history. Since Gu Xingzhou refined this divine tree and gained the faith of these 100 million elves, spiritual energy greatly enhanced. But whether it truly reaches the level of a minor superlord remains unknown. Only a fight will tell. Terrifying spiritual energy entered the High Priestess Jian Yuyu and the bodies of the other 8 elf priests. Their bodies and souls instantly transformed. And the 100 million elves, Gu Xingzhou did not forget them either. He slightly boosted their spiritual energy. I too have gained the power of spiritual energy. It feels incredibly strong. Many thanks for the leader's blessing. Jian Yuyu knelt on one knee in excitement. Led by High Priestess Jian Jiayu, the loyal elves also knelt devoutly, grateful for the god's grace. Leader, now that we have spiritual energy, I just thought of a solution. Since spiritual energy lets us connect minds, then that one shouldn't be a problem either. Jian Yuyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 49, The Star Sea Alliance is founded. The monkeys called themselves humans. Through scientists, Jian Yuyu's personal demonstration and explanation deeply moved the souls of the 100 million elves and left them in awe. So Gu Xingzhou spent an efficient vacation in the elf civilization. By then, the deterrent power gained from the Great Expedition had reached 460,000. The divine judgment, overseen by Chushu, was also completed. Gu Xingzhou did not bring all 100 million elves back to the capital planet of the Terra Galaxy. Instead, he appointed High Priestess Jian Jiayu as planetary governor of the Elf Mother World, appointed Jian Yuyu as head of the Elf Star Sector, in charge of spiritual energy research, and allocated Human Federation resources to advance the Elf civilization's technology, vigorously developing spiritual energy tech. As for the Elf civilization, attendants, Gu Xingzhou symbolically picked 100 to keep by his side. Elf Lolis, Elf Mature Beauties, Elf Maidens and more. The aloof and tsundere ones, the passionate ones, and the mischievous ones each have a representative. At Jian Yu's suggestion, these 100 spirits are like 100 nodes. They are all elites at the psychic history level. Each one is linked to the souls of 1,000,000 spirits. In Jian Yu's words, this is the most efficient and the best way to resonate psychic energy. These 100 spirits are all capable of blowing up the moon alone at the psychic history level. But destroying a planet is still not enough. Not to mention there are many giant planets in the galaxy. Earth's volume alone is 49 times that of the moon. So the power of just one psychic history level is far inferior to a colossus like the Earth exploding star. But psychic energy has its own advantages. Flexibility. It can carry out tasks that the Earth exploding star cannot complete. And it can also counter future gratitude crises. Passing through Hangzhou, they returned to the capital planet of the Terra star system. At the same time, the expeditionary force of the Human Federation had already swept through hundreds of star systems. The young empires in the galaxy finally realized the crisis and united to form the Star Sea Commonwealth. This is a galaxy-wide, semi-administrative union. Every member of the Star Sea Commonwealth can vote on proposals that affect all other member states. According to the Intelligence Department's investigation results, every member of this Star Sea Commonwealth is all alien, not a single human civilization. So, in the Human Federation's definition, their full title is the Star Sea Alien Commonwealth. This is a good thing. It means the Human Federation can efficiently wipe them all out at once, as long as they enslave one civilization. As a mole inside the Star Sea Alien Commonwealth, they can save a lot of intelligence work. And after they were established, Their first Galactic act was to define the Human Federation as a new threat. News of the calamity spread back. The Human Federation unanimously agreed that the fear of these heretics was the best reward for the expeditionary force. The viewers of Lan Xin's livestream also learned the full story through the remaining contestants' broadcasts. Sakala Nation, Stick Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Squid Nation, Three Nation, Nigger Nation. The remaining contestants, without exception, because they chose the one-end civilization at the start, had all joined the Star C1 community. In the National Fortune game, after more than half were eliminated, contestants could see some of the Blue Star livestream comments, usually just viewer opinions. Content involving other civilizations was not shown. But this also gave a chance for these contestants to unite. These contestants who chose the one-end start naturally analyzed the clues in the comments and learned of a contestant named Xingzhou, who not only chose pure snow humans, but also aimed to eradicate